250. Karaganda, the Central Asia, Siberia, the Far East, the Northern Territory, etc. D. The absence of proper attention to the question of organizing a new oil center in areas of the Urals, Bashkortostan, and the Emba. E. The absence of serious concern for expanding the production of goods for mass consumption both in the light and food industries and in the timber industry. F. The absence of proper attention to the question of developing local industry. G. An absolutely impermissible attitude towards the question of improving the quality of output. H. The continuing lag as regards increasing the productivity of labor, reducing the cost of production, and adopting business accounting. I. The fact that bad organization of work and wages, lack of personal responsibility in work, and wage equalization have not yet been eliminated. J. The fact that red tape and bureaucratic methods of management in the economic people's commissariats and their bodies, including the people's commissariats of the light and food industries, are still far from having been eliminated. The absolute necessity for the speedy elimination of these defects scarcely needs any further explanation. As you know, the iron and steel and non-ferrous metals industries failed to fulfill their plan throughout the first 5-year plan period, nor have they fulfilled the plan for the first year of the second 5-year plan period. If they continue to lag behind, they may become a brake on industry and the cause of failures in its work. As to the creation of new centers of the coal and oil industries, it is not difficult to understand that unless this urgent task is fulfilled, both industry and transport may run aground. The question of goods for mass consumption and of developing local industry, as well as the questions of improving the quality of output, of increasing the productivity of labor, of reducing production costs, and of adopting business accounting also need no further explanation. As for the bad organization of work and wages, and red tape and bureaucratic methods of management, the case of the Donbas and 251 of the enterprises of the light and food industries has shown that this dangerous disease is to be found in all branches of industry and hinders their development. If it is not eliminated, industry will be in a bad way. Our immediate tasks are: 1. To maintain the present leading role of machine building in the system of industry. 2. To eliminate the lag of the iron and steel industry. 3. To put the non-ferrous metals industries in order. 4. To develop to the utmost the mining of local coal in all the areas already known, to develop new coal fields, for example, in the Buria district in the Far East, and to convert the Kuzbas into a second Donbas. Prolonged applause. 5. Seriously to set about organizing a center of the oil industry in the areas of the western and southern slopes of the Urals range. 6. To expand the production of goods for mass consumption by all the economic people's commissariats. 7. To develop local Soviet industry, to give it the opportunity of displaying initiative in the production of goods for mass consumption and to give it all possible assistance in the way of raw materials and funds. 8. To improve the quality of the goods produced, to stop turning out incomplete sets of goods, and to punish all those comrades, irrespective of their post, who violate or evade Soviet laws concerning the quality and completeness of sets of goods. 9. To secure a systematic increase in the productivity of labor, a reduction in production costs, and the adoption of business accounting. 10. To put an end to lack of personal responsibility in work and to wage equalization. 11. To eliminate red tape and bureaucratic methods of management in all the departments of the economic commissariats, and to check systematically the fulfillment of the decisions and instructions of the directing centers by the subordinate bodies. 252. To the progress of agriculture. Development in the sphere of agriculture has proceeded somewhat differently. In the period under review, progress in the main branches of agriculture proceeded many times more slowly than in industry, but nevertheless more rapidly than in the period when individual farming predominated. In livestock farming, however, there was even a reverse process, a decline in the number of livestock, and it was only in 1933, and then only in pig breeding, that signs of progress were observed. Evidently, the enormous difficulties of uniting the scattered small peasant farms into collective farms, the difficult task of creating a large number of big grain and livestock farms, starting almost from nothing, and, in general, the period of reorganization, when individual agriculture was being remodeled and transferred to the new, collective farm basis, which required much time and considerable outlay. All these factors inevitably predetermined both the slow rate of progress of agriculture and the relatively long period of decline in the number of livestock. In point of fact, in agriculture the period under review was not so much one of rapid progress and powerful upswing as one during which the conditions were created for such a progress and upswing in the near future. If we take the figures for the increase in the area under all crops in the USSR. In million hectares, ASEAECPIMR total crop area 405.0 418.02 to 196.47, T 9434 180, of YH 7 303 S 44.7. A. Grain crops 94 to 496.0 101.8 104.4 99.7 101.5 B. Industrial crops 4.58.8 10. 74.00 AD, 12.0 C, vegetables and, I. Melons 3.87.68.0 OS 9. D. Fodder crops 2 of 5.06.583 to 8.6 10.63. 253. Crops, and separately the figures for industrial crops. We get the picture shown on the previous page of the development of agriculture during the period under review. Area under industrial crops in the USSR. In million hectares, AES 4,929 74,950 193%. 1,032, 1933 cotton oak, $1,066 1s 68, 2.14 2.09 EEO flax, long fiber, Mote Ras FL7S 9 2.39, 2.517 sugar beet B05077 Wheat B04 144.39, 9-0:547,51121 Oil seeds R000, 5.20, equals ES227 Shinfus 5.79. These tables reflect the two main lines in agriculture. 1. The line of the greatest possible expansion of crop areas in the period when the reorganization of agriculture was at its height, when collective farms were being formed in tens of thousands and were driving the kulaks from the land, seizing the vacated land and taking charge of it. 2. The line of refraining from wholesale expansion of crop areas, the line of passing from wholesale expansion of crop areas to improved cultivation of the land, to the introduction of proper rotation of crops and fallow, to an increase of the harvest yield and, if shown to be necessary in practice, to a temporary reduction of crop areas. As you know, the second line, the only correct line in agriculture, was proclaimed in 1932, when the period of deorganization in agriculture was drawing to a close and the question of increasing the harvest yield became one of the fundamental questions of the progress of agriculture. But the data on the growth of the crop areas cannot be regarded as a fully adequate indication of the development of agriculture. It sometimes happens that while the crop area increases, output does not increase, or even declines, because cultivation of the soil has deteriorated, and the yield per hectare has fallen. In view of this, data on crop areas must be supplemented by data on gross output. Here is the corresponding table. 254. Gross output of grain and industrial crops in the USSR. In million centners, 4,923. Minus 1920, CI, 205 C 403,454 Aus SY 22,933 Grain crops 801.0 ES 835.4 694.8 698.7 898.0 Raw cotton 7:48. LLWREY 122 flax fiber both 3.64.45.55.05.6 sugar beet 109:0 462.51 140 to 120.5965:0 M9190.0 oil seeds Z2 5 135.067390 SL. Maya edges, AOD. It can be seen from this table that the years in which the reorganization of agriculture was at its height, viz., 1931 and 1932, were the years of the greatest decrease in the output of grain crops. It follows, further, from this table that in the flax and cotton areas, where the reorganization of agriculture proceeded at a slower pace, flax and cotton hardly suffered, and progressed more or less evenly and steadily, while maintaining a high level of development. Thirdly, it follows from this table that whereas there was only a slight fluctuation in the output of oil seeds, and a high level of development was maintained as compared with the pre-war level, in the sugar beet districts, where the reorganization of agriculture proceeded at the most rapid rate, sugar beet farming, which was the last to enter the period of reorganization, suffered its greatest decline in the last year of reorganization, viz., in 1932, when output dropped below the pre-war level. Lastly, it follows from this table that 1933, the first year after the completion of the reorganization period, marks a turning point in the development of grain and industrial crops. This means that from now on grain crops, in the first place, and then industrial crops, will firmly and surely achieve a mighty advance. The branch of agriculture that suffered most in the reorganization period was livestock farming. Here is the corresponding table. 255. Livestock in the USSR. Million head, 1916, 1929, 1930, 1931, 1932, 1933. A. Horses 36, 2E 32,019 990.2414 20.2, 16. 9,996.6 B, large cattle BUEE 05.2. 62 to 5,208 40.7. 120.0 C, sheep and goats do AGG OIKGH equals ages. Ione D, pigs 20.252 ol wet 3 ow 4 amine 1 uom 12. It can be seen from this table that in the period under review there was not an improvement, but a continual decline in the quantity of livestock in the country as compared with the pre-war level. It is obvious that this table reflects, on the one hand, the fact that livestock farming was most of all dominated by big kulak elements, and, on the other hand, the intense kulak agitation for the slaughter of livestock, which found favorable soil in the years of reorganization. Furthermore, it follows from this table that the decline in the number of livestock began in the very first year of reorganization, 1930, and continued right up to 1933. The decline was greatest in the first 3 years, while in 1933, the first year after the termination of the period of reorganization, when the grain crops began to make progress, the decline in the number of livestock reached a minimum. Lastly, it follows from this table that the reverse process has already commenced in pig breeding, and that in 1933 signs of direct progress were already seen. This means that the year 1934 can and must mark a turning point towards progress in all branches of livestock farming. How did the collectivization of peasant farms develop in the period under review? Here is the corresponding table. Collectivization. 2,929, 1,030. 1931 10,324. 4,933. Number of collective farms, thousands, 57.0085.9 *2E1 1 211.05 622,455. 256. Collectivization, counted. Number of households in collective farms, millions, Logos is 45 ties per center of peasant farms collectivist 39028.0 s 27, 615 65.0. And what was the development as regards the areas under grain crops according to sectors? Here is the corresponding table. Area under grain crops according to sectors. In million hectares, percent sectors underscore 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 of total 1929 1930 1931 1932 1933 art in 1933. 1 State Farms LGEBQSUCSA AIM B08 10.6. 2 Collective Farms 3.4 29.7 61.0 69.1 75.0 to 9. 3 Individual Peasant Farms GL6:00.20 125.55 22 ACS 15.5 Total grain crop area in the USSR 96.0 101.8 104.4 99.7 101.5 100.0. What do these tables show? They show that the period of reorganization in agriculture, during which the number of collective farms and the number of their members increased at a tempestuous pace, is now ended, that it was already ended in 1932. Hence, the further process of collectivization is a process of the gradual absorption and re-education of the remaining individual peasant farms and farmers by the collective farms. This means that the collective farms have triumphed completely and irrevocably. Stormy and prolonged applause. They show also that the state farms and collective farms together control 84.5% of the total area under grain in the USSR. This means that the collective farms and state farms together have become a force which determines the fate of the whole of agriculture and of all its branches. The tables further show that the 65% of peasant 257 farms united in collective farms control 73.9% of the total area under grain crops, whereas all the individual peasant farms that remain, representing 35% of the entire peasant population, control only 15.5% of the total area under grain crops. If we add to this fact that in 1933 the various deliveries to the state made by the collective farms amounted to more than 1,000 million poods of grain, while the individual peasants, who fulfilled their plan 100% delivered only about 130 million poods, whereas in 1929-30 the individual peasants delivered to the state about 780 million poods, and the collective farms not more than 120 million poods, then it becomes absolutely clear that during the period under review the collective farms and the individual peasants have completely exchanged roles. The collective farms during this period have become the predominant force in agriculture, whereas the individual peasants have become a secondary force and are compelled to subordinate and adapt themselves to the collective farm system. It must be admitted that the laboring peasantry, our Soviet peasantry, has completely and irrevocably taken its stand under the red banner of socialism. Prolonged applause. Let the socialist revolutionary, Menshevik, and bourgeois Trotskyist gossips chatter about the peasantry being counter-revolutionary by nature, about its mission to restore capitalism in the USSR, about its inability to serve as the ally of the working class in building socialism, and about the impossibility of building socialism in the USSR. The facts show that these gentlemen slander the USSR and the Soviet peasantry. The facts show that our Soviet peasantry has quit the shores of capitalism for good and is going forward, in alliance with the working class, to socialism. The facts show that we have already laid the foundations of a socialist society in the USSR, and it only remains for us to erect the superstructures, a task which undoubtedly is much easier than that of laying the foundations of a socialist society. The increase in crop area and in output is not the only thing, however, that reflects the strength of the collective farms and state farms. Their strength is reflected also in the 258 increase in the number of tractors at their disposal, in their increasing use of machinery. There is no doubt that in this respect our collective farms and state farms have gone a long way forward. Here is the corresponding table. Number of tractors employed in agriculture in the USSR. Allowance made for depreciation. Number of tractors in thousands. 1929-1930. 2038 p 2032 top 933. Total number of tractors 34.9 pat, 12,523, 145.5204 of which, A, in machine and tractor stations 2.4, Iosif G23. 94,632.3 B, in state farms of all systems of, 27 at Li POSEE area. Capacity in thousands of horsepower. BELES 193% 1933. Total number of tractors 1.4 1000 and 3.5 1850.0 2225.0 3100.0 EEE 391 to 43 to 55 PEA. In machine and tractor stations 23.0 1392.6 15645.0 degrees 2:0 97.0-1.982.6 B, in state farms of all systems 123.4 483.1 892.0 1043.0 1318.0. Thus, we have 204,000 tractors with a total of 3,100,000 HP working for the collective farms and state farms. This force, as you see, is not a small one. It is a force capable of pulling up all the roots of capitalism in the countryside. It is a force twice as great as the number of tractors that Lenin once mentioned as a remote prospect. As regards the number of agricultural machines in the machine and tractor stations and in the state farms under the People's Commissariat of State Farms, figures are given in the following tables. 259. In machine and tractor stations. 2,930 Hostet 32 pound 033 harvester combines, thousands, 7, units, 0.12.2 11.5 internal combustion and steam engines, thousands, 0.14.96.2 17.6 complex and semi-complex threshers, thousands, 2.927.8 37.0 50.0 electric threshing installations 168 268 SK equals abhex cheese MTS repair shops 104 770 at .22089 G33 motor lorries, thousands, 0.21.06.0 13.5 passenger motor cars, units, 17191 2415 Co. In state farms controlled by the People's Commissariat of State Farms. SC Me 55. Harvester combines, thousands, 7, 63. 19.9 13.5 internal combustion and steam engines, thousands, 0.30.72.5 complex and semi-complex threshers, thousands, 1.44.278.0 electric installations 42. LLPE-46 cent 222 repair shops, A, for capital repairs JEA Bigas /HE, 302B, for medium repairs WS. Weir Bills 476C, for running repairs Bob M910, E978, JB3166 motor lorries, thousands, ZA 377 6.2 10.9 passenger motor cars, units, Tsin 05 Low 2 Samet 00. I do not think that these figures require any explanation. Of no little importance for the progress of agriculture was also the formation of the political departments of the machine and tractor stations and state farms and the sending of skilled personnel into agriculture. Everybody admits now that the personnel of the political departments played a tremendous role in improving the work of the collective farms and state farms. You know that during the period under review the Central Committee of the party sent more than 23,000 communists to the countryside to reinforce the cadres in agriculture. More than 3,000 of them were 260 sent to work in the land organs, more than 2,000 to state farms, more than 13,000 to the political departments of the machine and tractor stations, and over 5,000 to the political departments of the state farms. The same must be said about the provision of new engineering, technical and agronomic forces for the collective farms and state farms. As you know, more than 111,000 workers of this category were sent into agriculture during the period under review. During the period under review, over 1,900,000 tractor drivers, harvester combine drivers and operators, and automobile drivers were trained and sent to work in the system under the People's Commissariat of Agriculture alone. During the same period, more than 1,600,000 chairmen and members of management boards of collective farms, brigade leaders for field work, brigade leaders for livestock raising, and bookkeepers were trained or received additional training. This, of course, is not enough for our agriculture. But still, it is something. As you see, the state has done everything possible to facilitate the work of the organs of the People's Commissariat of Agriculture and of the People's Commissariat of State Farms in guiding collective farm and state farm development. Can it be said that these possibilities have been properly used? Unfortunately, it cannot. To begin with, these People's Commissariats are more infected than others with the disease of red tape. Decisions are made, but not a thought is given to checking their fulfillment, to calling to order those who disobey the instructions and orders of the leading bodies, and to promoting honest and conscientious workers. One would think that the existence of a huge number of tractors and machines would impose upon the land organs the obligation to keep these valuable machines in good order, to see to their timely repair, to employ them more or less efficiently. What is being done by them in this respect? Unfortunately, very little. The maintenance of tractors and 261 machines is unsatisfactory. Repairs are also unsatisfactory, because even to this day there is a refusal to understand that the basis of repairs is running and medium repairs, and not capital repairs. As for the utilization of tractors and machines, the unsatisfactory position in this respect is so clear and well known that it needs no proof. One of the immediate tasks in agriculture is to introduce proper rotation of crops and to secure the extension of clean fallow and the improvement of seeds in all branches of agriculture. What is being done in this respect? Unfortunately, very little as yet. The state of affairs in regard to grain and cotton seed is so muddled that it will take a long time to put straight. One of the effective means of increasing the yield of industrial crops is to supply them with fertilizers. What is being done in this respect? Very little as yet. Fertilizers are available, but the organs of the People's Commissariat of Agriculture fail to get them, and when they do get them they do not see to it that they are delivered on time to the places where they are required and that they are utilized properly. In regard to the state farms, it must be said that they still fail to cope with their tasks. I do not in the least underestimate the great revolutionizing role of our state farms. But if we compare the enormous sums the state has invested in the state farms with the actual results they have achieved to date, we find an enormous discrepancy to the disadvantage of the state farms. The principal reason for the discrepancy is the fact that our state grain farms are too unwieldy, the directors cannot manage such huge farms. The state farms themselves are too specialized, they have no rotation of crops and fallow land, they do not include sectors for livestock raising. Evidently, it will be necessary to split up the state farms and do away with their excessive specialization. One might think that it was the People's Commissariat of State Farms that raised this question opportunely and succeeded in solving it. But that is not so. The question was raised and settled on the initiative of people who were not connected in any way with the People's Commissariat of State Farms. Finally, there is the question of livestock farming. I have already reported on the serious situation with regard to Liv. 262. Stock. One might think that our land organs would display feverish activity in an effort to put an end to the crisis of livestock farming, that they would sound the alarm, mobilize their personnel and tackle the problem of livestock farming. Unfortunately, nothing of the kind has happened, or is happening. Not only have they failed to sound the alarm about the serious livestock situation, but, on the contrary, they try to gloss over the question, and sometimes in their reports even try to conceal from the public opinion of the country the actual situation of livestock farming, which is absolutely impermissible for Bolsheviks. To hope, after this, that the land organs will be able to put livestock farming onto the right road and raise it to the proper level would be building on sand. The whole party, all our workers, party and non-party, must take this matter in hand, bearing in mind that the livestock problem today is of the same prime importance as the grain problem now successfully solved was yesterday. There is no need to prove that our Soviet people, who have overcome many a serious obstacle in the path to the goal, will be able to overcome this obstacle as well. Thunderous applause. Such is a brief and far from complete enumeration of the defects which must be removed, and of the tasks which must be fulfilled in the immediate future. But the matter does not end with these tasks. There are other tasks in agriculture, concerning which a few words must be said. First of all, we must bear in mind that the old division of our regions into industrial regions and agrarian regions has now become obsolete. We no longer have any exclusively agrarian regions that would supply grain, meat, and vegetables to the industrial regions, just as we no longer have any exclusively industrial regions that would expect to obtain all necessary produce from outside, from other regions. Development is leading to the point when all our regions will be more or less industrial, and they will become increasingly so as this development proceeds. This means that the Ukraine, the North Caucasus, the Central Black Earth region, and other formerly agrarian areas can no longer supply the industrial centers with as much produce as they supplied in 263. The past, because they have to feed their own towns and their own workers, the number of which will be increasing. But from this it follows that every region must develop its own agricultural base, so as to have its own supply of vegetables, potatoes, butter, and milk, and, to some extent, grain and meat, if it does not want to get into difficulties. You know that this is quite practicable and is already being done. The task is to pursue this line to the end at all costs. Further, we should note the fact that the division of our regions into consuming regions and producing regions is also beginning to lose its hard and fast character. This year such consuming regions as the Moscow and Gorky regions delivered nearly 80 million poods of grain to the state. This, of course, is no small item. In the so-called consuming zone there are about 5 million hectares of virgin soil, covered with scrub. It is well known that the climate in this zone is not bad, precipitation is ample, and droughts unknown. If this land were cleared of scrub and a number of organizational measures were undertaken, it would be possible to obtain a vast area for grain crops, which with the usually high yield in these localities could supply no less market grain than is now supplied by the lower or middle Volga. This would be a great help for the industrial centers in the north. Evidently, the task is to develop large tracts under grain crops in the areas of the consuming zone. Finally, there is the question of combating drought in the Transvolga area. Afforestation and the planting of forest shelter belts in the eastern districts of the Transvolga area is of tremendous importance. As you know, this work is already taking place, although it cannot be said that it is being carried on with sufficient intensity. As regards the irrigation of the Transvolga area, the most important thing in combating drought, we must not allow this matter to be indefinitely postponed. It is true that this work has been held up somewhat by certain external circumstances which cause considerable forces and funds to be diverted to other purposes. But now there is no longer any reason why it should be further postponed. We cannot do without a large and absolutely stable grain base on the Volga, one which will be independent of the vagaries of the weather and will provide 264. Annually about 200 million poods of marketable grain. This is absolutely necessary, in view of the growth of the towns on the Volga, on the one hand, and of the possibility of all sorts of complications in the sphere of international relations, on the other. The task is to set to work seriously to organize the irrigation of the Transvolga area. Applause. 3. The rise in the material and cultural standard of the working people. We have thus depicted the situation of our industry and agriculture, their development during the period under review and their state at the present moment. To sum up, we have a. A mighty advance in production both in industry and in the main branches of agriculture. b. The final victory, on the basis of this advance, of the socialist system of economy over the capitalist system both in industry and in agriculture. The socialist system has become the sole system in the whole of the national economy, and the capitalist elements have been ousted from all spheres of the national economy. c. The final abandonment of small commodity individual farming by the overwhelming majority of the peasants, their uniting in collective farms on the basis of collective labor and collective ownership of the means of production, the complete victory of collective farming over small commodity individual farming. d. An ever-increasing process of expansion of the collective farms through the absorption of individual peasant farms, which are thus diminishing in number month by month and are, in fact, being converted into an auxiliary force for the collective farms and state farms. Naturally, this historic victory over the exploiters could not but lead to a radical improvement in the material standard of the working people and in their conditions of life generally. The elimination of the parasitic classes has led to the disappearance of the exploitation of man by man. The labor of the worker and the peasant is freed from exploitation. The 265 incomes which the exploiters used to squeeze out of the labor of the people now remain in the hands of the working people and are used partly for the expansion of production and the enlistment of new detachments of working people in production, and partly for directly increasing the incomes of the workers and peasants. Unemployment, that scourge of the working class, has disappeared. In the bourgeois countries millions of unemployed suffer want and privation owing to lack of work, whereas in our country there are no longer any workers who have no work and no earnings. With the disappearance of kulak bondage, poverty in the countryside has disappeared. Every peasant, whether a collective farmer or an individual farmer, now has the opportunity of living a human existence, provided only that he wants to work conscientiously and not to be a loafer, a tramp, or a despoiler of collective farm property. The abolition of exploitation, the abolition of unemployment in the towns, and the abolition of poverty in the countryside are historic achievements in the material condition of the working people that are beyond even the dreams of the workers and peasants even in the most democratic of the bourgeois countries. The very appearance of our large towns and industrial centers has changed. An inevitable feature of the big towns in bourgeois countries is the slums, the so-called working-class districts on the outskirts of the towns, a heap of dark, damp, and dilapidated dwellings, mostly of the basement type, where usually the poor live in filth and curse their fate. The revolution in the USSR has meant the disappearance of such slums. They have been replaced by blocks of bright and well-built workers' houses. In many cases the working-class districts of our towns present a better appearance than the center of the town. The appearance of the countryside has changed even more. The old type of village, with the church in the most prominent place, with the best houses, those of the police officer, the priest, and the kulaks in the foreground, and the dilapidated huts of the peasants in the background, is beginning to disappear. Its place is being taken by the new type. 266. A village, with its public farm buildings, with its clubs, radio, cinemas, schools, libraries, and creches, with its tractors, harvester combines, threshing machines and automobiles. The former important personages of the village, the kulak exploiter, the blood-sucking usurer, the merchant speculator, the little father police officer, have disappeared. Now, the prominent personages are the leading people of the collective farms and state farms, of the schools and clubs, the senior tractor and combine drivers, the brigade leaders in field work and livestock raising, and the best men and women shock brigaders on the collective farm fields. The antithesis between town and country is disappearing. The peasants are ceasing to regard the town as the center of their exploitation. The economic and cultural bond between town and country is becoming stronger. The country now receives assistance from the town and from urban industry in the shape of tractors, agricultural machinery, automobiles, workers, and funds. And the countryside itself now has its own industry, in the shape of the machine and tractor stations, repair shops, all sorts of industrial undertakings of the collective farms, small electric power stations, etc. The cultural gulf between town and country is being bridged. Such are the principal achievements of the working people in the sphere of improving their material conditions, their everyday life, and their cultural standard. On the basis of these achievements we have the following to record for the period under review. A. An increase in the national income from 35,000 million rubles in 1930 to 50,000 million rubles in 1933. In view of the fact that the income of the capitalist elements, including concessionaires, at the present time constitutes less than 0.5% of the total national income, almost the whole of the national income is distributed among the workers and other employees, the laboring peasants, the cooperatives, and the state. B. An increase in the population of the Soviet Union from 160,500,000 at the end of 1930 to 168 million at the end of 1933. C. An increase in the number of workers and other employees from 14,530,000 in 1930 to 21,883,000 in 1933. 267. The number of manual workers increased during this period from 9,489,000 to 13,797,000, the number of workers employed in large-scale industry, including transport, increased from 5,079,000 to 6,882,000, the number of agricultural workers increased from 1,426,000 to 2,519,000, and the number of workers and other employees engaged in trade increased from 814,000 to 1,497,000. D. An increase in the total of the wages paid to workers and other employees from 13,597 million rubles in 1930 to 34,280 million rubles in 1933. E. An increase in the average annual wages of industrial workers from 991 rubles in 1930 to 1,519 rubles in 1933. F. An increase in the social insurance fund for workers and other employees from 1,810 million rubles in 1930 to 4,610 million rubles in 1933. G. The adoption of a 7-hour working day in all surface industries. H. State aid to the peasants by the organization of 2,860 machine and tractor stations, involving an investment of 2,000 million rubles. I. State aid to the peasants in the form of credits to the collective farms amounting to 1,600 million rubles. J. State aid to the peasants in the form of seed and food loans amounting in the period under review to 262 million poods of grain. K. State aid to the economically weaker peasants in the shape of relief from taxation and insurance payments amounting to 370 million rubles. As regards the cultural development of the country, we have the following to record for the period under review. A. The introduction of universal compulsory elementary education throughout the USSR, and an increase in literacy among the population from 67% at the end of 1930 to 0% at the end of 1933. B. An increase in the number of pupils and students at schools of all grades from 14,358,000 in 1929 to 26,419,000 in 1933, including an increase from 11,697,000 to 19,163,000 in the number receiving elementary education, from 2,453,000 to 6,674,000 in the number receiving secondary education. 268. And from 207,000 to 491,000 in the number receiving higher education. C. An increase in the number of children receiving preschool education from 838,000 in 1929 to 5,917,000 in 1933. D. An increase in the number of higher educational institutions, general and special, from 91 in 1914 to 600 in 1933. E. an increase in the number of scientific research institutes from 400 in 1929 to 840 in 1933. F. An increase in the number of clubs and similar institutions from 32,000 in 1929 to 54,000 in 1933. G. An increase in the number of cinemas, cinema installations in clubs, and mobile cinemas, from 9,800 in 1929 to 29,200 in 1933. H. An increase in the circulation of newspapers from 12,500,000 in 1929 to 36,500. 000 in 1933. Perhaps it will not be amiss to point out that the proportion of workers among the students in our higher educational institutions is 51.4% of the total, and that of laboring peasants 16.5%, whereas in Germany, for instance, the proportion of workers among the students in higher educational institutions in 1932 to 33 was only 3.2% of the total, and that of small peasants only 2.4%. We must note as a gratifying fact and as an indication of the progress of culture in the countryside, the increased activity of the women collective farmers in social and organizational work. We know, for example, that about 6,000 women collective farmers are chairmen of collective farms, more than 60,000 are members of management boards of collective farms, 28,000 are brigade leaders, 100,000 are team organizers, 9,000 are managers of collective farm marketable livestock sectors, and 7,000 are tractor drivers. Needless to say, these figures are incomplete, but even these figures quite clearly show the great progress of culture in the countryside. This fact, comrades, is of tremendous significance. It is of tremendous significance because women form half the population of our country, they constitute a huge army of workers, and they are called upon to bring up our children, our future generation, that is to say, our future. That is why we must not permit this huge army of working people to remain in darkness and ignorance. That is why we must. 269. Welcome the growing social activity of the working women and their promotion to leading posts as an indubitable sign of the growth of our culture. Prolonged applause. Finally, I must point out one more fact, but of a negative character. I have in mind the intolerable fact that our pedagogical and medical faculties are still being neglected. This is a great defect bordering on violation of the interests of the state. This defect must be remedied without fail, and the sooner the better. For the progress of trade turnover, and transport. Thus we have, a. An increase in the output of industry, including goods for mass consumption, b. An increase in the output of agriculture, c. A growth in the requirements and the demand for produce and manufactured goods on the part of the masses of the working people of town and country. What more is needed to coordinate these conditions and to ensure that the entire mass of consumers receives the necessary goods and produce? Some comrades think that these conditions alone are sufficient for the economic life of the country to go full steam ahead. That is a profound delusion. We can imagine a situation in which all these conditions exist, yet if the goods do not reach the consumers, economic life far from going full steam ahead will, on the contrary, be dislocated and disorganized to its foundations. It is high time we realized that in the last analysis goods are produced not for the sake of producing them, but for consumption. Cases have occurred where we have had quite a quantity of goods and produce, but they have not only not reached the consumer, they have continued for years to wander in the bureaucratic backwaters of our so-called commodity distribution network, at a distance from the consumers. Naturally, under these circumstances industry and agriculture lost all stimulus to increase production, the commodity distribution network became overstocked, while the workers and peasants had to go without these goods and produce. The result was a dislocation of the economic life of 270. The country, despite the existence of the goods and produce. If the economic life of the country is to go full steam ahead, and industry and agriculture are to have a stimulus for further increasing their output, one more condition is necessary, namely, well-developed trade turnover between town and country, between the various districts and regions of the country, between the various branches of the national economy. The country must be covered with a vast network of wholesale distribution bases, shops, and stores. There must be a ceaseless flow of goods through these bases, shops, and stores from the producer to the consumer. The state trading system, the cooperative trading system, the local industries, the collective farms, and the individual peasants must be drawn into this work. This is what we call fully developed Soviet trade, trade without capitalists, trade without speculators. As you see, the expansion of Soviet trade is a very urgent problem, which must be solved or further progress will be tendered impossible. And yet, in spite of the fact that this truth is perfectly obvious, in the period under review the party has had to overcome a number of obstacles to the expansion of Soviet trade which could briefly be described as the result of an aberration of the brain among a section of communists on questions of the necessity and importance of Soviet trade. To begin with, there is still among a section of communists a supercilious, disdainful attitude towards trade in general, and towards Soviet trade in particular. These communists, so-called, look upon Soviet trade as a matter of secondary importance, not worth bothering about, and those engaged in trade as being quite hopeless. Evidently, these people do not realize that their supercilious attitude towards Soviet trade is not an expression of Bolshevik views, but rather of the views of impoverished aristocrats who are full of ambition but lack ammunition. Applause. These people do not realize that Soviet trade is our own, Bolshevik work, and that those employed in trade, including those behind the counter if only they work conscientiously, are doing our revolutionary, Bolshevik work. Applause. It goes without saying that the party had to give those communists, so-called, a 271 slight dressing down and throw their aristocratic prejudices on the rubbish heap. Prolonged applause. Further, we had to overcome prejudices of another kind. I have in mind the leftist chatter current among a section of our functionaries to the effect that Soviet trade is a superseded stage, that it is necessary to organize the direct exchange of products, that money will soon be abolished, because it has become mere tokens, that it is unnecessary to develop trade, since the direct exchange of products is knocking at the door. It must be observed that this leftist petty bourgeois chatter, which plays into the hands of the capitalist elements who are striving to sabotage the expansion of Soviet trade, is current not only among a section of our Red professors, but also among certain of our trading personnel. Of course, it is ridiculous and funny to hear these people, who are incapable of organizing the very simple business of Soviet trade, chatter about their readiness to organize the more complicated and difficult business of a direct exchange of products. But Don Quixotes are called Don Quixotes precisely because they lack the most elementary sense of reality. These people, who are as far removed from Marxism as the sky from the earth, evidently do not realize that we shall use money for a long time to come, right up to the time when the first stage of communism, i.e., the socialist stage of development, has been completed. They do not realize that money is the instrument of bourgeois economy which the Soviet government has taken over and adapted to the interests of socialism for the purpose of expanding Soviet trade to the utmost, and so preparing the conditions necessary for the direct exchange of products. They do not realize that the direct exchange of products can replace, and be the result of, only a perfectly organized system of Soviet trade, of which we have not a trace as yet, and shall not have for some time. Naturally, in trying to organize developed Soviet trade, our party found it necessary to give a dressing down to these left freaks as well, and to scatter their petty bourgeois chatter to the winds. Further, we had to overcome among the people in charge of trade the unhealthy habit of distributing goods mechanically. We had to put a stop to their indifference to the demand for a greater range of goods and to the requirements of the 272 consumers. We had to put an end to the mechanical consignment of goods, to lack of personal responsibility in trade. For this purpose, regional and inter-district wholesale distribution bases and tens of thousands of new shops and booths were opened. Further, we had to put an end to the monopoly position of the cooperatives in the market. In this connection we instructed all the people's commissariats to start trade in the goods manufactured by the industries under their control, and the People's Commissariat of Supplies was instructed to develop an extensive open trade in agricultural produce. This has led, on the one hand, to an improvement in cooperative trade through emulation, and, on the other hand, to a drop in market prices and to sounder conditions in the market. A wide network of dining rooms was established which provide food at reduced prices, public catering. Workers' supply departments were set up in the factories, and all those who had no connection with the factory were taken off the supply list. In the factories under the control of the People's Commissariat of Heavy Industry alone, no less than 500,000 such persons had to be removed from the list. We have organized a single centralized bank for short-term credit, the State Bank, with its 2,200 district branches capable of financing trade operations. As a result of these measures we have the following to record for the period under review. A. An increase in the number of shops and trading booths from 184,662 in 1930 to 277,974 in 1933. B. A newly created network of regional wholesale distribution bases, numbering 1,011, and interdistrict wholesale distribution bases, numbering 864. C. A newly created network of workers' supply departments, numbering 1,600. D. An increase in the network of shops for non-ration sale of bread, which now exist in 330 towns. E. An increase in the number of public dining rooms, which at the present time cater for 19,800,000 consumers. F. An increase in state and cooperative trade turnover, including public dining rooms, from 18,900 million rubles in 1930 to 49,000 million rubles in 1933. 273. It would be a mistake, however, to think that all this expansion of Soviet trade is sufficient to satisfy the requirements of our economy. On the contrary, it is now becoming clearer than ever that the present state of trade turnover cannot satisfy our requirements. Hence, the task is to develop Soviet trade still further, to draw local industry into this work, to increase collective farm and peasant trade, and to achieve new and decisive successes in the sphere of increasing Soviet trade. It must be pointed out, however, that we cannot restrict ourselves merely to the expansion of Soviet trade. While the development of our economy depends upon the development of the trade turnover, upon the development of Soviet trade, the development of Soviet trade, in its turn, depends upon the development of our transport, both rail and water transport, and motor transport. It may happen that goods are available, that all the possibilities exist for expanding trade turnover, but transport cannot keep up with the development of trade turnover and refuses to carry the freight. As you know, this happens rather often. Hence, transport is the weak spot which may be a stumbling block, and indeed is perhaps already beginning to be a stumbling block to the whole of our economy and, above all, to our trade turnover. It is true that railway transport has increased its freight turnover from 133,900 million ton-kilometers in 1930 to 172,000 million ton-kilometers in 1933. But that is too little, far too little for us, for our economy. Water transport has increased its freight turnover from 45,600 million ton-kilometers in 1930 to 59,900 million ton-kilometer in 1933. But that is too little, far too little for our economy. I say nothing of motor transport, in which the number of automobiles, lorries and passenger cars, has increased from 8,800 in 1913 to 117,800 at the end of 1933. That is so little for our national economy that one is ashamed even to mention it. There can be no doubt that all these forms of transport could work much better if the transport system did not suffer from the well-known disease called red tape methods of management. Hence, besides the need to help transport by Pro. 274. Vidying personnel and means, our task is to root out the red tape attitude in the administration departments of the transport system and to make them more efficient. Comrades, we have succeeded in solving correctly the main problems of industry, which is now standing firmly on its feet. We have also succeeded in solving correctly the main problems of agriculture, and we can say quite definitely that agriculture also is now standing firmly on its feet. But we are in danger of copyright losing all these achievements if our trade turnover begins to be defective and if transport becomes a fetter on our feet. Hence, the task of expanding trade turnover and of decisively improving transport is an immediate and urgent problem which must be solved or we cannot go forward. IHIIWFYBGA. I pass to the question of the party. The present Congress is taking place under the flag of the complete victory of Leninism, under the flag of the liquidation of the remnants of the anti-Leninist groups. The anti-Leninist group of Trotskyists has been smashed and scattered. Its organizers are now to be found in the backyards of the bourgeois parties abroad. The anti-Leninist group of the right deviators has been smashed and scattered. Its organizers have long ago renounced their views and are now trying in every way to expiate the sins they committed against the party. The groups of nationalist deviators have been smashed and scattered. Their organizers have either completely merged with the interventionist émigrés, or else they have recanted. The majority of the adherents to these anti-revolutionary groups had to admit that the line of the party was correct and they have capitulated to the party. At the 15th Party Congress it was still necessary to prove that the party line was correct and to wage a struggle against certain anti-Leninist groups, and at the 16th Party Congress we had to deal the final blow to the last adherents of these groups. At this Congress, however, there is nothing to prove and, it seems, no one to fight. Everyone sees. 275. That the line of the party has triumphed. Thunderous applause. The policy of industrializing the country has triumphed. Its results are obvious to everyone. What arguments can be advanced against this fact? The policy of eliminating the kulaks and of complete collectivization has triumphed. Its results are also obvious to everyone. What arguments can be advanced against this fact? The experience of our country has shown that it is fully possible for socialism to achieve victory in one country taken separately. What arguments can be advanced against this fact? It is evident that all these successes, and primarily the victory of the 5-year plan, have utterly demoralized and smashed all the various anti-Leninist groups. It must be admitted that the party today is united as it has never been before. Stormy and prolonged applause. One questions of ideological and political leadership. Does this mean, however, that the fight is ended, and that the offensive of socialism is to be discontinued as superfluous? No, it does not. Does it mean that all is well in our party, that there will be no more deviations in the party, and that, therefore, we may now rest on our laurels? No, it does not. We have smashed the enemies of the party, the opportunists of all shades, the nationalist deviators of all kinds. But remnants of their ideology still live in the minds of individual members of the party, and not infrequently they find expression. The party must not be regarded as something isolated from the people who surround it. It lives and works in its environment. It is not surprising that at times unhealthy moods penetrate into the party from outside. And the ground for such moods undoubtedly exists in our country, if only for the reason that there still exist in town and country certain intermediary strata of the population who constitute a medium which breeds such moods. The 17th conference of our party declared that one of the fundamental political tasks in fulfilling the second 276 year plan is to overcome the survivals of capitalism in economic life and in the minds of people. That is an absolutely correct idea. But can we say that we have already overcome all the survivals of capitalism in economic life? No, we cannot say that. Still less can we say that we have overcome the survivals of capitalism in the minds of people. We cannot say that, not only because in development the minds of people lag behind their economic position, but also because the capitalist encirclement still exists, which endeavors to revive and sustain the survivals of capitalism in the economic life and in the minds of the people of the USSR, and against which we Bolsheviks must always keep our powder dry. Naturally, these survivals cannot but be a favorable ground for a revival of the ideology of the defeated anti-Leninist groups in the minds of individual members of our party. Add to this the not very high theoretical level of the majority of our party members, the inadequate ideological work of the party bodies, and the fact that our party functionaries are overburdened with purely practical work, which deprives them of the opportunity of augmenting their theoretical knowledge, and you will understand the origin of the confusion on a number of questions of Leninism that exists in the minds of individual party members, a confusion which not infrequently penetrates into our press and helps to revive the survivals of the ideology of the defeated anti-Leninist groups. That is why we cannot say that the fight is ended and that there is no longer any need for the policy of the socialist offensive. It would be possible to take a number of questions of Leninism and demonstrate by means of them how tenaciously the survivals of the ideology of the defeated anti-Leninist groups continue to exist in the minds of certain party members. Take, for example, the question of building a classless socialist society. The 17th Party Conference declared that we are advancing towards the formation of a classless socialist society. Naturally, a classless society cannot come of its own accord, as it were. It has to be achieved and built by the efforts of all the working people, by strengthening the organs of the dictatorship of the proletariat, by intensifying the class 277 struggle, by abolishing classes, by eliminating the remnants of the capitalist classes, and in battles with enemies, both internal and external. The point is clear, one would think. And yet, who does not know that the enunciation of this clear and elementary thesis of Leninism has given rise to not a little confusion in the minds of a section of party members and to unhealthy sentiments among them. The thesis that we are advancing towards a classless society put forward as a slogan was interpreted by them to mean a spontaneous process. And they began to reason in this way: if it is a classless society, then we can relax the class struggle, we can relax the dictatorship of the proletariat, and get rid of the state altogether, since it is fated to wither away soon in any case. And they fell into a state of foolish rapture, in the expectation that soon there would be no classes, and therefore no class struggle, and therefore no cares and worries, and therefore it is possible to lay down one's arms and go to bed to sleep in expectation of the advent of a classless society. General laughter. There can be no doubt that this confusion of mind and these sentiments are exactly like the well-known views of the right deviators, who believe that the old must automatically grow into the new, and that one fine day we shall wake up and find ourselves in a socialist society. As you see, remnants of the ideology of the defeated anti-Leninist groups are capable of revival, and are far from having lost their vitality. Naturally, if this confusion of views and these non-Bolshevik sentiments obtained a hold over the majority of our party, the party would find itself demobilized and disarmed. Let us take, further, the question of the agricultural artel and the agricultural commune. Everybody admits now that under present conditions the artel is the only correct form of the collective farm movement. And that is quite understandable. A. The artel correctly combines the personal, everyday interests of the collective farmers with their public interests. B. The artel successfully adapts personal, everyday interests to public interests, and thereby helps to educate the individual peasants of yesterday in the spirit of collectivism. Unlike the artel, where only the means of production are 278 socialized, the communes, until recently, socialized not only the means of production, but also everyday life of every member of the commune, that is to say, the members of a commune, unlike the members of an artel, did not individually own poultry, small livestock, a cow, grain, or household land. This means that in the commune the personal, everyday interests of the members have not so much been taken into account and combined with the public interests as they have been eclipsed by the latter in the interests of petty bourgeois equalization. It is clear that this is the weakest side of the commune. This indeed explains why communes are not widespread, why there are but a few score of them in existence. For the same reason the communes, in order to maintain their existence and save themselves from going to pieces, have been compelled to abandon the system of socializing everyday life. They are beginning to work on the basis of the workday unit, and have begun to distribute grain among their members, to permit their members to own poultry, small livestock, a cow, etc. But from this it follows that, in fact, the commune has gone over to the position of the artel. And there is nothing bad in that, because it is necessary in the interests of the sound development of the mass collective farm movement. This does not mean, of course, that the commune is not needed at all, and that it no longer represents a higher form of the collective farm movement. No, the commune is needed, and it is, of course, a higher form of the collective farm movement. This applies, however, not to the present commune, which arose on the basis of undeveloped technique and of a shortage of produce, and which is itself going over to the position of the artel. It applies to the commune of the future, which will arise on the basis of a more developed technique and of an abundance of produce. The present agricultural commune arose on the basis of an underdeveloped technique and a shortage of produce. This indeed explains why it practiced equalization and took little account of the personal, everyday interests of its members, as a result of which it is now being compelled to go over to the position of the artel, in which the personal and public interests of the collective farmers are rationally combined. The future communes will arise out of developed and prosperous artels. The future agricultural Com 279 Mune will arise when the fields and farms of the artel have an abundance of grain, cattle, poultry, vegetables, and all other produce, when the artels have mechanized laundries, modern kitchens and dining rooms, mechanized bakeries, etc., when the collective farmer sees that it is more to his advantage to get meat and milk from the collective farm's meat and dairy department than to keep his own cow and small livestock, when the woman collective farmer sees that it is more to her advantage to take her meals in the dining room, to get her bread from the public bakery, and to have her linen washed in the public laundry, than to do all these things herself. The future commune will arise on the basis of a more developed technique and of a more developed artel, on the basis of an abundance of products. When will that be? Not soon, of course. But it will take place. It would be criminal artificially to accelerate the process of transition from the artel to the future commune. That would confuse the whole issue, and would facilitate the work of our enemies. The transition from the artel to the future commune must proceed gradually, to the extent that all the collective farmers become convinced that such a transition is necessary. That is how matters stand with regard to the question of the artel and the commune. One would think that this was clear and almost elementary. And yet there is a fair amount of confusion on this question among a section of party members. There are those who think that by declaring the artel to be the fundamental form of the collective farm movement, the party has drifted away from socialism, has retreated from the commune, from the higher form of the collective farm movement, to a lower form. Why, one may ask? Because, it is suggested, there is no equality in the artel, since differences in the requirements and in the personal, everyday life of the members of the artel are preserved, whereas in the commune there is equality, because the requirements and the personal, everyday life of its members have been made equal. But, firstly, we no longer have any communes in which there is leveling, equalization of requirements and personal, everyday life. Practice has shown that the communes would certainly have been doomed had they not abandoned equalization and had they not in fact 280 gone over to the position of artels. Consequently, there is no point in referring to what no longer exists. Secondly, every Leninist knows, if he is a real Leninist, that equalization in the sphere of requirements and personal, everyday life is a reactionary petty bourgeois absurdity worthy of some primitive sect of ascetics, but not of a socialist society organized on Marxist lines, for we cannot expect all people to have the same requirements and tastes, and all people to mold their personal, everyday life on the same model. And, finally, are not differences in requirements and in personal, everyday life still preserved among the workers? Does that mean that workers are more remote from socialism than members of agricultural communes? These people evidently think that socialism calls for equalization, for leveling the requirements and personal, everyday life of the members of society. Needless to say, such an assumption has nothing in common with Marxism, with Leninism. By equality, Marxism means, not equalization of personal requirements and everyday life, but the abolition of classes, i.e., a. the equal emancipation of all working people from exploitation after the capitalists have been overthrown and expropriated, b. the equal abolition for all of private property in the means of production after they have been converted into the property of the whole of society, c. the equal duty of all to work according to their ability, and the equal right of all working people to receive in return for this according to the work performed, socialist society, d. the equal duty of all to work according to their ability, and the equal right of all working people to receive in return for this according to their needs, communist society. Moreover, Marxism proceeds from the assumption that people's tastes and requirements are not, and cannot be, identical and equal in regard to quality or quantity, whether in the period of socialism or in the period of communism. There you have the Marxist conception of equality. Marxism has never recognized, and does not recognize, any other equality. To draw from this the conclusion that socialism calls for equalization, for the leveling of the requirements of the members of society, for the leveling of their tastes and of 281. Their personal, everyday life, that according to the Marxist plan all should wear the same clothes and eat the same dishes in the same quantity, is to utter vulgarities and to slander Marxism. It is time it was understood that Marxism is an enemy of equalization. Already in the manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels scourged primitive utopian socialism and termed it reactionary because it preached universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest form. In his anti-Die Ring, Engels devoted a whole chapter to a withering criticism of the radical equalitarian socialism put forward by Die Ring in opposition to Marxist socialism. The real content of the proletarian demand for equality, said Engels, is the demand for the abolition of classes. Any demand for equality which goes beyond that, of necessity passes into absurdity. Lenin said the same thing. Engels was 1,000 times right when he wrote that to conceive equality as meaning anything beyond the abolition of classes is a very stupid and absurd prejudice. Bourgeois professors have tried to make use of the concept of equality to accuse us of wanting to make all men equal to one another. They have tried to accuse the socialists of this absurdity, which they themselves invented. But in their ignorance they did not know that the socialists, and precisely the founders of modern scientific socialism, Marx and Engels, said, equality is an empty phrase unless equality is understood to mean the abolition of classes. We want to abolish classes, and in this respect we stand for equality. But the claim that we want to make all men equal to one another is an empty phrase and a stupid invention of intellectuals. Lenin's speech on deceiving the people with slogans about liberty and equality. Clear, one would think. Bourgeois writers are fond of depicting Marxist socialism in the shape of the old Tsarist barracks, where everything is 282. Subordinated to the principle of equalization. But Marxists cannot be held responsible for the ignorance and stupidity of bourgeois writers. There can be no doubt that this confusion in the minds of some party members concerning Marxist socialism, and their infatuation with the equalitarian tendencies of agricultural communes, are exactly like the petty bourgeois views of our leftist blockheads, who at one time idealized the agricultural communes to such an extent that they even tried to set up communes in mills and factories, where skilled and unskilled workers, each working at his trade, had to pool their wages in a common fund, which was then shared out equally. You know what harm these infantile equalitarian exercises of the left blockheads caused our industry. As you see, the remnants of the ideology of the defeated anti-party groups display rather considerable tenacity. It is obvious that if these leftist views were to triumph in the party would cease to be Marxist, and the collective farm movement would be utterly disorganist. Or take, for example, the slogan "Make all the collective farmers prosperous." This slogan applies not only to collective farmers, it applies still more to the workers, for we want to make all the workers prosperous people leading a prosperous and fully cultured life. One would think that the point was clear. There was no point in overthrowing capitalism in October 1917 and building socialism all these years if we are not going to secure a life of plenty for our people. Socialism does not mean poverty and privation, but the abolition of poverty and privation. It means the organization of a prosperous and cultured life for all members of society. And yet, this clear and essentially elementary slogan has caused a good deal of perplexity, confusion, and muddle among a section of our party members. Is not this slogan, they ask, a reversion to the old slogan, enrich yourselves, that was rejected by the party? If everyone becomes prosperous, they go on to say, and the poor cease to be with us, upon whom then are we Bolsheviks to rely in our work? How shall we work without the poor? This may sound funny, but the existence of such naive and 283 anti-Leninist views among a section of party members is an undoubted fact, which we must take into account. Evidently, these people do not understand that a wide gulf lies between the slogan enrich yourselves and the slogan make all the collective farmers prosperous. In the first place, only individual persons or groups can enrich themselves, whereas the slogan concerning a prosperous life applies not to individual persons or groups, but to all collective farmers. Secondly, individual persons or groups enrich themselves for the purpose of subordinating other people to themselves and exploiting them, whereas the slogan concerning a prosperous life for all the collective farmers with the means of production in the collective farms socialized precludes all possibility of the exploitation of some persons by others. Thirdly, the slogan enrich yourselves was issued in the period when the new economic policy was in its initial stage, when capitalism was being partly restored, when the kulak was a power, when individual peasant farming predominated in the country and collective farming was in a rudimentary state, whereas the slogan make all the collective farmers prosperous was issued in the last stage of NEP, when the capitalist elements in industry had been abolished, the kulaks in the countryside crushed, individual peasant farming forced into the background and the collective farms had become the predominant form of agriculture. This is apart from the fact that the slogan make all the collective farmers prosperous was issued not in isolation, but inseparably bound up with the slogan make the collective farms Bolshevik. Is it not clear that in point of fact the slogan enrich yourselves was a call to restore capitalism, whereas the slogan make all the collective farmers prosperous is a call to deal the final blow to the last remnants of capitalism by increasing the economic power of the collective farms and by transforming all collective farmers into prosperous working people? Voices, quite right. Is it not clear that there is not, and cannot be, anything in common between these two slogans? Voices, quite right. As for the argument that Bolshevik work and socialism are inconceivable without the existence of the poor, it is so stupid. 284. That it is embarrassing even to talk about it. Leninists rely upon the poor when there exist both capitalist elements and the poor who are exploited by the capitalists. But when the capitalist elements have been crushed and the poor have been emancipated from exploitation, the task of Leninists is not to perpetuate and preserve poverty and the poor, the conditions for whose existence have already been eliminated, but to abolish poverty and to raise the poor to a life of prosperity. It would be absurd to think that socialism can be built on the basis of poverty and privation, on the basis of reducing personal requirements and lowering the standard of living to the level of the poor, who themselves, moreover, refuse to remain poor any longer and are pushing their way upward to a prosperous life. Who wants this sort of socialism, so-called? It would not be socialism, but a caricature of socialism. Socialism can be built only on the basis of a vigorous growth of the productive forces of society, on the basis of an abundance of produce and goods, on the basis of the prosperity of the working people, on the basis of a vigorous growth of culture. For socialism, Marxist socialism, means not the reduction of individual requirements, but their development to the utmost, to full bloom, not the restriction of these requirements or a refusal to satisfy them, but the full and all-round satisfaction of all the requirements of culturally developed working people. There can be no doubt that this confusion in the views of certain members of the party concerning the poor and prosperity is a reflection of the views of our leftist blockheads, who idealize the poor as the eternal bulwark of Bolshevism under all conditions, and who regard the collective farms as an arena of fierce class struggle. As you see, here too, on this question, the remnants of the ideology of the defeated anti-party groups have not yet lost their tenacious hold on life. It is obvious that had such blockheaded views triumphed in our party, the collective farms would not have achieved the successes they have gained during the past 2 years, and would have disintegrated in a very short time. Or take, for example, the national question. Here, too, in the sphere of the national question, just as in the sphere of 285 other questions, there is in the views of a section of the party a confusion which creates a certain danger. I have spoken of the tenacity of the survivals of capitalism. It should be observed that the survivals of capitalism in people's minds are much more tenacious in the sphere of the national question than in any other sphere. They are more tenacious because they are able to disguise themselves well in national costume. Many think that Skripnik's fall from grace was an individual case, an exception to the rule. This is not true. The fall from grace of Skripnik and his group in the Ukraine is not an exception. Similar aberrations are observed among certain comrades in other national republics as well. What is the deviation towards nationalism, regardless whether it is a matter of the deviation towards Great Russian nationalism or the deviation towards local nationalism? The deviation towards nationalism is the adaptation of the internationalist policy of the working class to the nationalist policy of the bourgeoisie. The deviation towards nationalism reflects the attempts of one's own, national bourgeoisie to undermine the Soviet system and to restore capitalism. The source of both these deviations, as you see, is the same. It is a departure from Leninist internationalism. If you want to keep both deviations under fire, then aim primarily against this source, against those who depart from internationalism, regardless whether it is a matter of the deviation towards local nationalism or the deviation towards Great Russian nationalism. Stormy applause. There is a controversy as to which deviation represents the chief danger, the deviation towards Great Russian nationalism, or the deviation towards local nationalism. Under present conditions, this is a formal and, therefore, a pointless controversy. It would be foolish to attempt to give ready-made recipes suitable for all times and for all conditions as regards the chief and the lesser danger. Such recipes do not exist. The chief danger is the deviation against which we have ceased to fight, thereby allowing it to grow into a danger to the state. Prolonged applause. In the Ukraine, only very recently, the deviation towards Ukrainian nationalism did not represent the chief danger, but when the fight against it ceased and it was allowed to grow. 286. To such an extent that it linked up with the interventionists, this deviation became the chief danger. The question as to which is the chief danger in the sphere of the national question is determined not by futile, formal controversies, but by a Marxist analysis of the situation at the given moment, and by a study of the mistakes that have been committed in this sphere. The same should be said of the right and left deviations in the sphere of general policy. Here, too, as in other spheres, there is no little confusion in the views of certain members of our party. Sometimes, while fighting against the right deviation, they come away from the left deviation and relax the fight against it, on the assumption that it is not dangerous, or hardly dangerous. This is a grave and dangerous error. It is a concession to the left deviation which is impermissible for a member of the party. It is all the more impermissible for the reason that of late the lefts have completely slid over to the position of the rights, so that there is no longer any essential difference between them. We have always said that the lefts are in fact rights who mask their rightness by left phrases. Now the lefts themselves confirm the correctness of our statement. Take last year's issues of the Trotskyist Bulletin. What do Messieurs the Trotskyists demand, what do they write about, in what does their left program find expression? They demand, the dissolution of the state farms, on the grounds that they do not pay, the dissolution of the majority of the collective farms, on the grounds that they are fictitious, the abandonment of the policy of eliminating the kulaks, reversion to the policy of concessions, and the leasing to concessionaires of a number of our industrial enterprises, on the grounds that they do not pay. There you have the program of these contemptible cowards and capitulators, their counter-revolutionary program of restoring capitalism in the USSR. What difference is there between this program and that of the extreme rights? Clearly, there is none. It follows that the lefts have openly associated themselves with the counter-revolutionary program of the rights in order to end 287 tur into a bloc with them and to wage a joint struggle against the party. How can it be said after this that the lefts are not dangerous, or hardly dangerous? Is it not clear that those who talk such rubbish bring grist to the mill of the sworn enemies of Leninism? As you see, here too, in the sphere of deviations from the line of the party, regardless of whether we are dealing with deviations on general policy or with deviations on the national question, the survivals of capitalism in people's minds, including the minds of certain members of our party, are quite tenacious. There you have some of the serious and urgent problems of our ideological political work, on which there is lack of clarity, confusion, and even direct departure from Leninism in certain strata of the party. Nor are these the only questions which could serve to demonstrate the confusion in the views of certain members of the party. After this, can it be said that all is well in the party? Clearly, it cannot. Our tasks in the sphere of ideological and political work are, 1. To raise the theoretical level of the party to the proper height. 2. To intensify ideological work in all the organizations of the party. 3. To carry on unceasing propaganda of Leninism in the tanks of the party. 4. To train the party organizations and the non-party active which surrounds them in the spirit of Leninist internationalism. 5. Not to gloss over, but boldly to criticize the deviations of certain comrades from Marxism-Leninism. 6. Systematically to expose the ideology and the remnants of the ideology of trends that are hostile to Leninism. 2. Questions of organizational leadership. I have spoken of our successes. I have spoken of the victory of the party line in the sphere of the national economy and 288 of culture, and also in the sphere of overcoming anti-Leninist groups in the party. I have spoken of the historic significance of our victory. But this does not mean that we have achieved victory everywhere and in all things, and that all questions have already been settled. Such successes and such victories do not occur in real life. We still have plenty of unsolved problems and defects of all sorts. Ahead of us is a host of problems demanding solution. But it does undoubtedly mean that the greater part of the urgent and immediate problems has already been successfully solved, and in this sense the very great victory of our party is beyond doubt. But here the question arises, how was this victory brought about, how was it actually achieved, as the result of what fight, as the result of what efforts? Some people think that it is sufficient to draw up a correct party line, proclaim it for all to hear, state it in the form of general theses and resolutions, and have it voted for unanimously, for victory to come of itself, automatically, as it were. That, of course, is wrong. It is a gross delusion. Only insurmountable bureaucrats and red tapists can think so. As a matter of fact, these successes and victories did not come automatically, but as the result of a fierce struggle for the application of the party line. Victory never comes of itself, it is usually won by effort. Good resolutions and declarations in favor of the general line of the party are only a beginning, they merely express the desire for victory, but not the victory itself. After the correct line has been laid down, after a correct solution of the problem has been found, success depends on how the work is organized, on the organization of the struggle for carrying out the party line, on the proper selection of personnel, on checking the fulfillment of the decisions of the leading bodies. Otherwise the correct line of the party and the correct solutions are in danger of being seriously prejudiced. More than that, after the correct political line has been laid down, organizational work decides everything, including the fate of the political line itself, its success or failure. As a matter of fact, victory was achieved and won by a systematic and fierce struggle against all sorts of difficulties in the way of carrying out the party line, by overcoming these difficulties, by mobilizing the party and the working class for 289. The task of overcoming the difficulties, by organizing the struggle to overcome the difficulties, by removing inefficient executives and choosing better ones, capable of waging the struggle against difficulties. What are these difficulties, and where do they lie? They are difficulties of our organizational work, difficulties of our organizational leadership. They lie in us ourselves, in our leading people, in our organizations, in the apparatus of our party, Soviet, economic, trade union, Young Communist League and all other organizations. We must realize that the strength and prestige of our party and Soviet, economic, and all other organizations, and of their leaders, have grown to an unprecedented degree. And precisely because their strength and prestige have grown to an unprecedented degree, it is their work that now determines everything, or nearly everything. There can be no justification for references to so-called objective conditions. Now that the correctness of the party's political line has been confirmed by the experience of a number of years, and that there is no longer any doubt as to the readiness of the workers and peasants to support this line, the part played by so-called objective conditions has been reduced to a minimum, whereas the part played by our organizations and their leaders has become decisive, exceptional. What does this mean? It means that from now on 9/10 of the responsibility for the failures and defects in our work rest, not on objective conditions, but on ourselves, and on ourselves alone. We have in our party more than 2 million members and candidate members. In the Young Communist League we have more than 4 million members and candidate members. We have over 3 million worker and peasant correspondents. The Society for the Promotion of Air and Chemical Defense has more than 12 million members. The trade unions have a membership of over 17 million. It is to these organizations that we are indebted for our successes. And if, in spite of the existence of such organizations and of such possibilities, which facilitate the achievement of successes, we still have quite a number of shortcomings in our work and not a few failures, then it is only we ourselves, our organizational work, our bad organizational leadership, that are to blame for this. 290. Bureaucracy and red tape in the administrative apparatus, idle chatter about leadership in general instead of real and concrete leadership, the functional structure of our organizations and lack of individual responsibility, lack of personal responsibility in work, and wage equalization, the absence of a systematic check on the fulfillment of decisions, fear of self-criticism, these are the sources of our difficulties. This is where our difficulties now lie. It would be naive to think that these difficulties can be overcome by means of resolutions and decisions. The bureaucrats and red tapists have long been past masters in the art of demonstrating their loyalty to party and government decisions in words, and pigeonholing them in deed. In order to overcome these difficulties, it was necessary to put an end to the disparity between our organizational work and the requirements of the political line of the party. It was necessary to raise the level of organizational leadership in all spheres of the national economy to the level of political leadership. It was necessary to see to it that our organizational work ensured the practical realization of the political slogans and decisions of the party. In order to overcome these difficulties and achieve success, it was necessary to organize the struggle to eliminate them. It was necessary to draw the masses of the workers and peasants into the struggle. It was necessary to mobilize the party itself. It was necessary to purge the party and the economic organizations of unreliable, unstable, and degenerate elements. What was needed for this? We had to organize, 1. Full development of self-criticism and exposure of shortcomings in our work. 2. The mobilization of the party, Soviet, economic, trade union, and Young Communist League organizations for the struggle against difficulties. 3. The mobilization of the masses of the workers and peasants to fight for the application of the slogans and decisions of the party and of the government. 4. Full development of emulation and shock brigade work among the working people. 2091. 5. a wide network of political departments of machine and tractor stations and state farms, and the bringing of the party and Soviet leadership closer to the villages. 6. The subdivision of the people's commissariats, chief boards, and trusts, and the bringing of economic leadership closer to the enterprises. 7. The abolition of lack of personal responsibility in work and the elimination of wage equalization. 8. The elimination of the functional system, the extension of individual responsibility, and a policy aiming at the abolition of collegium management. 9. An increase in checking the fulfillment of decisions, and a policy aiming at the reorganization of the Central Control Commission and the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection with a view to a further increase in checking the fulfillment of decisions. 10. The transfer of skilled personnel from offices to posts closer to production. 11. The exposure and expulsion from the administrative apparatus of incorrigible bureaucrats and red tapists. 12. The removal from their posts of people who violate the decisions of the party and the government, of window dressers and windbags, and the promotion to their place of new people, business-like people, capable of concretely directing the work entrusted to them and of strengthening party and Soviet discipline. 13. The purging of Soviet and economic organizations and the reduction of their staffs. 14. Lastly, the purging of the party of unreliable and degenerate people. These, in the main, are the measures which the party has had to adopt in order to overcome difficulties, to raise the level of our organizational work to that of political leadership, and thus ensure the application of the party line. You know that it was precisely in this way that the Central Committee of the party carried on its organizational work during the period under review. In this, the Central Committee was guided by Lenin's brilliant thought that the chief thing in organizational work is selection of personnel and checking fulfillment. 292. In regard to selecting the right people and dismissing those who fail to justify the confidence placed in them, I should like to say a few words. Besides the incorrigible bureaucrats and red tapists, as to whose removal there are no differences of opinion among us, there are two other types of executive who retard our work, hinder our work, and hold up our advance. One of these types of executive consists of people who rendered certain services in the past, people who have become bigwigs, who consider that party decisions and Soviet laws are not written for them, but for fools. These are the people who do not consider it their duty to fulfill the decisions of the party and of the government, and who thus destroy the foundations of party and state discipline. What do they count upon when they violate party decisions and Soviet laws? They presume that the Soviet government will not venture to touch them, because of their past services. These overconceited bigwigs think that they are irreplaceable, and that they can violate the decisions of the leading bodies with impunity. What is to be done with executives of this kind? They must unhesitatingly be removed from their leading posts, irrespective of past services. Voices, quite right. They must be demoted to lower positions, and this must be announced in the press. Voices, quite right. This is essential in order to bring those conceited bigwig bureaucrats down a peg or two, and to put them in their proper place. This is essential in order to strengthen party and Soviet discipline in the whole of our work. Voices, quite right. Applause. And now about the second type of executive. I have in mind the windbags, I would say honest windbags, laughter, people who are honest and loyal to the Soviet power, but who are incapable of leadership, incapable of organizing anything. Last year I had a conversation with one such comrade, a very respected comrade, but an incorrigible windbag, capable of drowning any live undertaking in a flood of talk. Here is the conversation. How are you getting on with the sowing? He, with the sowing, Comrade Stalin? We have mobilized ourselves. Laughter. 293. Well, and what then? He, we have put the question squarely. Laughter. And what next? He, there is a Comrade Stalin, soon there will be a turn. Laughter. But still. He, we can see an indication of some improvement. Laughter. But still, How are you getting on with the sewing? So far, Comrade Stalin, we have not made any headway with the sewing. General laughter. There you have the portrait of the windbag. They have mobilized themselves, they have put the question squarely, they have a tum and some improvement, but things remain as they were. This is exactly how a Ukrainian worker recently described the state of a certain organization when he was asked whether that organization had any definite line. Well, he said, as to a line. They have a line all right, but they don't seem to be doing any work. General laughter. Evidently that organization also has its honest windbags. And when such windbags are dismissed from their posts and are given jobs far removed from operative work, they shrug their shoulders in perplexity and ask, why have we been dismissed? Did we not do all that was necessary to get the work done? Did we not organize a rally of shock brigaders? Did we not proclaim the slogans of the party and of the government at the conference of shock brigaders? Did we not elect the whole of the political bureau of the Central Committee to the honorary presidium? General laughter. Did we not send greetings to Comrade Stalin? What more do you want of us? General laughter. What is to be done with these incorrigible windbags? Why, if they were allowed to remain on operative work, they are capable of drowning every live undertaking in a flood of watery and endless speeches. Obviously, they must be removed from leading posts and given work other than operative work. There is no place for windbags on operative work. Voices, quite right. Applause. I have already briefly reported how the Central Committee 294 handled the selection of personnel for the state and economic organizations, and how it strengthened the checking on the fulfillment of decisions. Comrade Kaganovich will deal with this in greater detail in his report on the third item of the Congress agenda. I should like to say a few words, however, about further work in connection with increased checking on the fulfillment of decisions. The proper organization of checking the fulfillment of decisions is of decisive importance in the fight against bureaucracy and red tape. Are the decisions of the leading bodies carried out, or are they pigeonholed by bureaucrats and red tapists? Are they carried out properly, or are they distorted? Is the apparatus working conscientiously and in a Bolshevik manner, or is it working to no purpose? These things can be promptly found out only by a well-organized check on the fulfillment of decisions. A well-organized check on the fulfillment of decisions is the searchlight which helps to reveal how the apparatus is functioning at any moment and to bring bureaucrats and red tapists into the light of day. We can say with certainty that 9/10 of our defects and failures are due to the lack of a properly organized check on the fulfillment of decisions. There can be no doubt that with such a check on fulfillment, defects and failures would certainly have been averted. But if checking fulfillment is to achieve its purpose, two conditions at least are required. Firstly, that fulfillment is checked systematically and not spasmodically. Secondly, that the work of checking fulfillment in all sections of the party, Soviet and economic organizations is entrusted not to second-rate people, but to people with sufficient authority, to the leaders of the organizations concerned. The proper organization of checking fulfillment is most important of all for the central leading bodies. The organizational structure of the workers' and peasants' inspection does not meet the requirements of a well-devised system for checking fulfillment. Several years ago, when our economic work was simpler and less satisfactory, and when we could count on the possibility of inspecting the work of all the people's commissariats and of all the economic organizations, the 295 workers' and peasants' inspection was adequate. But now, when our economic work has expanded and has become more complicated, and when it is no longer necessary, or possible, to inspect it from one center, the workers' and peasants' inspection must be reorganized. What we need now is not an inspection, but a check on the fulfillment of the decisions of the center. What we need now is control over the fulfillment of the decisions of the center. We now need an organization that would not set itself the universal aim of inspecting everything and everybody, but which could concentrate all its attention on the work of control, on the work of checking fulfillment of the decisions of the central bodies of the Soviet power. Such an organization can be only a Soviet control commission under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, working on assignments of the Council of People's Commissars, and having representatives in the localities who are independent of the local bodies. And in order that this organization may have sufficient authority and be able, if necessary, to take proceedings against any responsible executive, candidates for the Soviet Control Commission must be nominated by the Party Congress and endorsed by the Council of People's Commissars and the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. I think that only such an organization could strengthen Soviet control and Soviet discipline. As for the Central Control Commission, it is well known that it was set up primarily and mainly for the purpose of averting a split in the party. You know that at one time there really was a danger of a split. You know that the Central Control Commission and its organization succeeded in averting the danger of a split. Now there is no longer any danger of a split. But, on the other hand, we are urgently in need of an organization that could concentrate its attention mainly on checking the fulfillment of the decisions of the party and of its Central Committee. Such an organization can be only a Party Control Commission under the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U.B., working on assignments of the party and its Central Committee and having representatives in the localities who are independent of the local organizations. Naturally, such a responsible organization must have great authority. In order that it may have sufficient authority and be 296. Able to take proceedings against any responsible executive who has committed an offense, including members of the Central Committee, the right to elect or dismiss the members of this commission must be vested only in the supreme organ of the party, viz., the Party Congress. There can be no doubt that such an organization will be quite capable of ensuring control over the fulfillment of the decisions of the central organs of the party and of strengthening party discipline. That is how matters stand with regard to questions of organizational leadership. Our tasks in the sphere of organizational work are, 1. To continue to adapt organizational work to the requirements of the political line of the party, 2. To raise organizational leadership to the level of political leadership, 3. To secure that organizational leadership fully ensures the implementation of the political slogans and decisions of the party. OK. I am coming to the end of my report, comrades. What conclusions must be drawn from it? Everybody now admits that our successes are great and extraordinary. In a relatively short space of time our country has been transferred onto the lines of industrialization and collectivization. The first 5-year plan has been successfully carried out. This arouses a feeling of pride among our workers and increases their self-confidence. That is very good, of course. But successes sometimes have their seamy side. They sometimes give rise to certain dangers, which, if allowed to develop, may wreck the whole work. There is, for example, the danger that some of our comrades may become dizzy with successes. There have been such cases among us, as you know. There is the danger that certain of our comrades, having become intoxicated with success, will get swelled heads and begin to lull themselves with boastful songs, such as, "It's a walkover, we can knock anybody into a cocked hat," etc. This is not precluded by any means, Com 297 trades. There is nothing more dangerous than sentiments of this kind, for they disarm the party and demobilize its ranks. If such sentiments gain the upper hand in our party we may be faced with the danger of all our successes being wrecked. Of course, the first 5-year plan has been successfully carried out. That is true. But the matter does not and cannot end there, comrades. Before us is the second 5-year plan, which we must also carry out, and successfully too. You know that plans are carried out in the course of a struggle against difficulties, in the process of overcoming difficulties. That means that there will be difficulties and there will be a struggle against them. Comrades Molotov and Kuibyshev will report to you on the second 5-year plan. From their reports you will see what great difficulties we shall have to overcome in order to carry out this great plan. This means that we must not lull the party, but sharpen its vigilance. We must not lull it to sleep, but keep it ready for action, not disarm it, but arm it, not demobilize it, but keep it in a state of mobilization for the fulfillment of the second five-year plan. Hence, the first conclusion, we must not become infatuated with the successes achieved, and must not become conceited. We have achieved successes because we have had the correct guiding line of the party, and because we have been able to organize the masses for putting this line into effect. Needless to say, without these conditions we should not have achieved the successes that we have achieved, and of which we are justly proud. But it is a very rare thing for ruling parties to have a correct line and to be able to put it into effect. Look at the countries which surround us. Can you find many ruling parties there that have a correct line and are putting it into effect? Actually, there are now no such parties in the world, for they are all living without prospects, they are floundering in the chaos of the crisis, and see no way of getting out of the swamp. Our party alone knows in what direction to steer its course, and it is going forward successfully. To what does our party owe its superiority? To the fact that it is a Marxist party, a Leninist party. It owes it to the fact that it is guided in its work by the teaching of Marx, Engels, Lenin. There can be no doubt that as long as we're 298 remain true to this teaching, as long as we have this compass, we shall achieve successes in our work. It is said that in some countries in the West Marxism has already been destroyed. It is said that it has been destroyed by the bourgeois nationalist trend known as fascism. That, of course, is nonsense. Only people who are ignorant of history can talk like that. Marxism is the scientific expression of the fundamental interests of the working class. To destroy Marxism, the working class must be destroyed. But it is impossible to destroy the working class. More than 80 years have passed since Marxism came into the arena. During this time scores and hundreds of bourgeois governments have tried to destroy Marxism. And what has happened? Bourgeois governments have come and gone, but Marxism has remained. Stormy applause. Moreover, Marxism has achieved complete victory on 1/6 of the globe. Moreover, it has achieved it in the very country in which Marxism was considered to have been utterly destroyed. Stormy applause. It cannot be regarded as an accident that the country in which Marxism has achieved complete victory is now the only country in the world which knows no crises and unemployment, whereas in all other countries, including the fascist countries, crisis and unemployment have been reigning for 4 years now. No, comrades, that is no accident. Prolonged applause. Yes, comrades, our successes are due to the fact that we have worked and fought under the banner of Marx, Engels, Lenin. Hence, the second conclusion, we must remain true to the end to the great banner of Marx, Engels, Lenin. Applause. The working class of the USSR is strong not only because it has a Leninist party that has been tried and tested in battle, further, it is strong not only because it enjoys the support of the vast masses of the laboring peasants, it is strong also because it is supported and assisted by the world proletariat. The working class of the USSR is part of the world proletariat, its advanced detachment, and our republic is the cherished child of the world proletariat. There can be 299. No doubt that if our working class had not had the support of the working class in the capitalist countries, it would not have been able to retain power, it would not have secured the conditions for socialist construction, and, consequently, it would not have achieved the successes that it has achieved. International ties between the working class of the USSR and the workers of the capitalist countries, the fraternal alliance between the workers of the USSR and the workers of all countries, this is one of the cornerstones of the strength and might of the Republic of Soviets. The workers in the West say that the working class of the USSR is the shock brigade of the world proletariat. That is very good. It means that the world proletariat is prepared to continue rendering all the support it can to the working class of the USSR. But it imposes serious duties upon us. It means that we must prove by our work that we deserve the honorable title of shock brigade of the proletarians of all countries. It imposes upon us the duty of working better and fighting better for the final victory of socialism in our country, for the victory of socialism in all countries. Hence, The third conclusion: we must be true to the end to the cause of proletarian internationalism, to the cause of the fraternal alliance of the proletarians of all countries. Applause. Such are the conclusions. Long live the great and invincible banner of Marx, Engels, Lenin. Stormy and prolonged applause from the whole hall. The Congress gives Comrade Stalin an ovation. The Internationale is sung, after which the ovation is resumed with renewed vigor. Shouts of hurrah for Stalin. Long live Stalin. Long live the CC of the party. 1934. Dialectical and historical. Materialism. Dialectical materialism is the world outlook of the Marxist-Leninist Party. It is called dialectical materialism because its approach to the phenomena of nature, its method of studying and apprehending them, is dialectical, while its interpretation of the phenomena of nature, its conception of these phenomena, its theory, is materialistic. Historical materialism is the extension of the principles of dialectical materialism to the study of social life, an application of the principles of dialectical materialism to the phenomena of the life of society, to the study of society and its history. When describing their dialectical method, Marx and Engels usually refer to Hegel as the philosopher who formulated the main features of dialectics. This, however, does not mean that the dialectics of Marx and Engels is identical with the dialectics of Hegel. As a matter of fact, Marx and Engels took from the Hegelian dialectics only its rational kernel, casting aside its idealistic shell, and developed it further so as to lend it a modern scientific form. My dialectic method, says Marx, is fundamentally not only different from the Hegelian, but is its direct opposite. To Hegel, the process of thinking, which, under the name One, this essay by Stalin appears as a section of the book History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, short course, which was written under his direct supervision and first published in 1938. Before its revision by the present rulers of the Soviet Union, the book was a standard text for communists all over the world. It was required reading for all members of the Chinese Communist Party. Many Marxist-Leninists consider the essay itself to be the finest summary of the philosophical basis of Marxism. Dialectical and historical materialism 301 of the idea, he even transforms into an independent subject, is the demiurge, creator, of the real world, and the teal world is only the external, phenomenal form of the idea. With me, on the contrary, the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into forms of thought. Karl Marx, Capital, Vol. Re. When describing their materialism, Marx and Engels usually refer to Feuerbach as the philosopher who restored materialism to its rights. This, however, does not mean that the materialism of Marx and Engels is identical with Feuerbach's materialism. As a matter of fact, Marx and Engels took from Feuerbach's materialism its inner kernel, developed it into a scientific philosophical theory of materialism and cast aside its idealistic and religious ethical encumbrances. We know that Feuerbach, although he was fundamentally a materialist, objected to the name materialism. Engels more than once declared that in spite of the materialist foundation, Feuerbach remained bound by the traditional idealist fetters, and that the real idealism of Feuerbach becomes evident as soon as we come to his philosophy of religion and ethics. Dialectics comes from the Greek dialogo, to discourse, to debate. In ancient times dialectics was the art of arriving at the truth by disclosing the contradictions in the argument of an opponent and overcoming these contradictions. There were philosophers in ancient times who believed that the disclosure of contradictions in thought and the clash of opposite opinions was the best method of arriving at the truth. This dialectical method of thought, later extended to the phenomena of nature, developed into the dialectical method of apprehending nature, which regards the phenomena of nature as being in constant movement and undergoing constant change, and the development of nature as the result of the development of the contradictions in nature, as the result of the interaction of opposed forces in nature. In its essence, dialectics is the direct opposite of metaphysics. 302. 1. The principal features of the Marxist dialectical method are as follows: A. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics does not regard nature as an accidental agglomeration of things, of phenomena, unconnected with, isolated from, and independent of, each other, but as a connected and integral whole, in which things, phenomena, are organically connected with, dependent on, and determined by, each other. The dialectical method therefore holds that no phenomenon in nature can be understood if taken by itself, isolated from surrounding phenomena, inasmuch as any phenomenon in any realm of nature may become meaningless to us if it is not considered in connection with the surrounding conditions, but divorced from them, and that, vice versa, any phenomenon can be understood and explained if considered in its inseparable connection with surrounding phenomena, as one conditioned by surrounding phenomena. b. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics holds that nature is not a state of rest and immobility, stagnation and immutability, but a state of continuous movement and change, of continuous renewal and development, where something is always arising and developing, and something always disintegrating and dying away. The dialectical method therefore requires that phenomena should be considered not only from the standpoint of their interconnection and interdependence, but also from the standpoint of their movement, their change, their development, their coming into being and going out of being. The dialectical method regards as important primarily not that which at the given moment seems to be durable and yet is already beginning to die away, but that which is arising and developing, even though at the given moment it may appear to be not durable, for the dialectical method considers invincible only that which is arising and developing. All nature, says Engels, from the smallest thing to the biggest, from a grain of sand to the sun, from the protista to man, is in a constant state of coming into being and going out of being, in a constant flux, in a ceaseless state of movement and change. F. Engels, Dialectics of Nature. Dialectical and Historical Materialism 303. Therefore, dialectics, Engels says, takes things and their perceptual images essentially in their interconnection, in their concatenation, in their movement, in their rise and disappearance. Ibid. C. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics does not regard the process of development as a simple process of growth, where quantitative changes do not lead to qualitative changes, but as a development which passes from insignificant and imperceptible quantitative changes to open, fundamental changes, to qualitative changes, a development in which the qualitative changes occur not gradually, but rapidly and abruptly, taking the form of a leap from one state to another. They occur not accidentally but as the natural result of an accumulation of imperceptible and gradual quantitative changes. The dialectical method therefore holds that the process of development should be understood not as movement in a circle, not as a simple repetition of what has already occurred, but as an onward and upward movement, as a transition from an old qualitative state to a new qualitative state, as a development from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher. Nature, says Engels, is the test of dialectics, and it must be said for modern natural science that it has furnished extremely rich and daily increasing materials for this test, and has thus proved that in the last analysis nature's process is dialectical and not metaphysical, that it does not move in an eternally uniform and constantly repeated circle, but passes through a real history. Here prime mention should be made of Darwin, who dealt a severe blow to the metaphysical conception of nature by proving that the organic world of today, plants and animals, and consequently man too, is all a product of a process of development that has been in progress for millions of years. F. Engels, Anti-Deering. Describing dialectical development as a transition from quantitative changes to qualitative changes, Engels says, in physics, every change is a passing of quantity. 304. Into quality, as a result of quantitative change of some form of movement either inherent in a body or imparted to it. For example, the temperature of water has at first no effect on its liquid state, but as the temperature of liquid water rises or falls, a moment arrives when the state of cohesion changes and the water is converted in one case into steam and in the other into ice. A definite minimum current is required to make a platinum wire glow. Every metal has its melting temperature, Every liquid has a definite freezing point and boiling point at a given pressure, as far as we are able with the means at our disposal to attain the required temperatures. Finally, every gas has its critical point at which, by proper pressure and cooling, it can be converted into a liquid state. What are known as the constants of physics are in most cases nothing but designations for the nodal points at which a quantitative change, increase or decrease of movement causes a qualitative change in the state of the given body, and at which, consequently, quantity is transformed into quality. Dialectics of nature. Passing to chemistry, Engels continues. Chemistry may be called the science of the qualitative changes which take place in bodies as the effect of changes of quantitative composition. This was already known to Hegel. Take oxygen. If the molecule contains 3 atoms instead of the customary 2, we get ozone, a body definitely distinct in odor and reaction from ordinary oxygen. And what shall we say of the different proportions in which oxygen combines with nitrogen or sulfur, and each of which produces a body qualitatively different from all other bodies? Ibid. Finally, criticizing Deering, who scolded Hegel for all he was worth, but surreptitiously borrowed from him the well-known thesis that the transition from the insentient world to the sentient world, from the kingdom of inorganic matter to the kingdom of organic life, is a leap to a new state, Engels says. Dialectical and Historical Materialism 305. This is precisely the Hegelian nodal line of measure relations, in which, at certain definite nodal points, the purely quantitative increase or decrease gives rise to a qualitative leap, for example, in the case of water which is heated or cooled, where boiling point and freezing point are the nodes at which under normal pressure the leap to a new aggregate state takes place, and where consequently quantity is transformed into quality. F. Engels, Anti-Deering. D. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics holds that internal contradictions are inherent in all things and phenomena of nature, for they all have their negative and positive sides, a past and a future, something dying away and something developing, and that the struggle between these opposites, the struggle between the old and the new, between that which is dying away and that which is being bombed, between that which is disappearing and that which is developing, constitutes the internal content of the process of development, the internal content of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative changes. The dialectical method therefore holds that the process of development from the lower to the higher takes place not as a harmonious unfolding of phenomena, but as a disclosure of the contradictions inherent in things and phenomena, as a struggle of opposite tendencies which operate on the basis of these contradictions. In its proper meaning, Lenin says, dialectics is the study of the contradiction within the very essence of things. And further, development is the struggle of opposites. Such, in brief, are the principal features of the Marxist dialectical method. It is easy to understand how immensely important is the extension of the principles of the dialectical method to the 306. Study of social life and the history of society, and how immensely important is the application of these principles to the history of society and to the practical activities of the party of the proletariat. If there are no isolated phenomena in the world, if all phenomena are interconnected and interdependent, then it is clear that every social system and every social movement in history must be evaluated not from the standpoint of eternal justice or some other preconceived idea, as is not infrequently done by historians, but from the standpoint of the conditions which gave rise to that system or that social movement and with which they are connected. The slave system would be senseless, stupid, and unnatural under modern conditions. But under the conditions of a disintegrating primitive communal system, the slave system is a quite understandable and natural phenomenon, since it represents an advance on the primitive communal system. The demand for a bourgeois democratic republic when tsardom and bourgeois society existed, as, let us say, in Russia in 1905, was a quite understandable, proper, and revolutionary demand, for at that time a bourgeois republic would have meant a step forward. But now, under the conditions of the USSR, the demand for a bourgeois democratic republic would be a meaningless and counter-revolutionary demand, for a bourgeois republic would be a retrograde step compared with the Soviet Republic. Everything depends on the conditions, time, and place. It is clear that without such a historical approach to social phenomena, the existence and development of the science of history is impossible, for only such an approach saves the science of history from becoming a jumble of accidents and an agglomeration of most absurd mistakes. Further, if the world is in a state of constant movement and development, if the dying away of the old and the upgrowth of the new is a law of development, then it is clear that there can be no immutable social systems, no eternal principles of private property and exploitation, no eternal ideas of the subjugation of the peasant to the landlord, of the worker to the capitalist. Hence the capitalist system can be replaced by the socialist. Dialectical and historical materialism 307 system, just as at one time the feudal system was replaced by the capitalist system. Hence we must not base our orientation on the strata of society which are no longer developing, even though they at present constitute the predominant force, but on those strata which are developing and have a future before them, even though they at present do not constitute the predominant force. In the 80s of the past century, in the period of the struggle between the Marxists and the Narodniks, the proletariat in Russia constituted an insignificant minority of the population, whereas the individual peasants constituted the vast majority of the population. But the proletariat was developing as a class, whereas the peasantry as a class was disintegrating. And just because the proletariat was developing as a class, the Marxists based their orientation on the proletariat. And they were not mistaken, for, as we know, the proletariat subsequently grew from an insignificant force into a first-rate historical and political force. Hence, in order not to err in policy, one must look forward, not backward. Further, if the passing of slow quantitative changes into rapid and abrupt qualitative changes is a law of development, then it is clear that revolutions made by oppressed classes are a quite natural and inevitable phenomenon. Hence the transition from capitalism to socialism and the liberation of the working class from the yoke of capitalism cannot be effected by slow changes, by reforms, but only by a qualitative change of the capitalist system, by revolution. Hence, in order not to err in policy, one must be a revolutionary, not a reformist. Further, if development proceeds by way of the disclosure of internal contradictions, by way of collisions between opposite forces on the basis of these contradictions and so as to overcome these contradictions, then it is clear that the class struggle of the proletariat is a quite natural and inevitable phenomenon. Hence we must not cover up the contradictions of the capitalist system, but disclose and unravel them. We must not try to check the class struggle but carry it to its conclusion. 308 Hence, in order not to err in policy, one must pursue an uncompromising proletarian class policy, not a reformist policy of harmony of the interests of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, not a compromiser's policy of the growing of capitalism into socialism. Such is the Marxist dialectical method when applied to social life, to the history of society. As to Marxist philosophical materialism, it is fundamentally the direct opposite of philosophical idealism. 2. The principal features of Marxist philosophical materialism are as follows: a. Contrary to idealism, which regards the world as the embodiment of an absolute idea, a universal spirit, consciousness, Marx's philosophical materialism holds that the world is by its very nature material, that the multifold phenomena of the world constitute different forms of matter in motion, that interconnection and interdependence of phenomena, as established by the dialectical method, are a law of the development of moving matter, and that the world develops in accordance with the laws of movement of matter and stands in no need of a universal spirit. The materialist world outlook, says Engels, is simply the conception of nature as it is, without any reservations. MS of Ludwig Feuerbach. Speaking of the materialist views of the ancient philosopher Heraclitus, who held that the world, the all-in-one, was not created by any god or any man, but was, is and ever will be a living flame, systematically flaring up and systematically dying down. Lenin comments, a very good exposition of the rudiments of dialectical materialism. B. Contrary to idealism, which asserts that only our mind really exists, and that the material world, being, nature, exists only in our mind, in our sensations, ideas, and perceptions. The Marxist materialist philosophy holds that matter, nature, being, is an objective reality existing outside and independent of our mind, that matter is primary, since it is the source of sensations, ideas, mind, and that mind is secondary, derivative. Dialectical and historical materialism 309 Tiv, since it is a reflection of matter, a reflection of being, that thought is a product of matter which in its development has reached a high degree of perfection, namely, of the brain, and the brain is the organ of thought. And that therefore one cannot separate thought from matter without committing a grave error. Engels says, the question of the relation of thinking to being, the relation of spirit to nature is the paramount question of the whole of philosophy. The answers which the philosophers gave to this question split them into two great camps. Those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. And further, the material, sensuously perceptible world to which we ourselves belong is the only reality. Our consciousness and thinking, however supersensuous they may seem, are the product of a material, bodily organ, the brain. Matter is not a product of mind, but mind itself is merely the highest product of matter. Concerning the question of matter and thought, Marx says, it is impossible to separate thought from matter that thinks. Matter is the subject of all changes. Describing the Marxist philosophy of materialism, Lenin says, materialism in general recognizes objectively real being, matter, as independent of consciousness, sensation, experience. Consciousness is only the reflection of being, at best, an approximately true, adequate, ideally exact, reflection of it. 310, and further. A. Matter is that which, acting upon our sense organs, produces sensation. Matter is the objective reality given to us in sensation. Matter, nature, being, the physical is primary, and spirit, consciousness, sensation, the psychical is secondary. B. The world picture is a picture of how matter moves and of how matter thinks. C. The brain is the organ of thought. C. Contrary to idealism, which denies the possibility of knowing the world and its laws, which does not believe in the authenticity of our knowledge, does not recognize objective truth, and holds that the world is full of things in themselves that can never be known to science, Marxist philosophical materialism holds that the world and its laws are fully knowable, that our knowledge of the laws of nature, tested by experiment and practice, is authentic knowledge having the validity of objective truth, and that there are no things in the world which are unknowable, but only things which are still not known, but which will be disclosed and made known by the efforts of science and practice. Criticizing the thesis of Kant and other idealists that the world is unknowable and that there are things in themselves which are unknowable, and defending the well-known materialist thesis that our knowledge is authentic knowledge, Engels writes, the most telling refutation of this as of all other philosophical fancies is practice, viz., experiment and industry. If we are able to prove the correctness of our conception of a natural process by making it ourselves, bringing it into being out of its conditions and using it for our own purposes into the bargain, then there is an end of the Kantian thing in itself. The chemical substances produced in the bodies of plants and animals remained such things in themselves until organic chemistry began to produce them one after another, whereupon the thing in itself became a thing for us, as for instance, alizarin, the coloring matter. Dialectical and historical materialism 311 of the matter, which we no longer trouble to grow in the matter roots in the field, but produce much more cheaply and simply from coal tar. For 300 years the Copernican solar system was a hypothesis, with 100, 1,000, or 10,000 chances to 1 in its favor, but still always a hypothesis. But when Leverrier, by means of the data provided by the system, not only deduced the necessity of the existence of an unknown planet, but also calculated the position in the heavens which this planet must necessarily occupy, and when Gall really found this planet, the Copernican system was proved. Accusing Bogdanov, Bazarov, Yushkevich, and the other followers of Mach of fideism, and defending the well-known materialist thesis that our scientific knowledge of the laws of nature is authentic knowledge, and that the laws of science represent objective truth, Lenin says. Contemporary fideism does not at all reject science, all it rejects is the exaggerated claims of science, to wit, its claim to objective truth. If objective truth exists, as the materialists think, if natural science, reflecting the outer world in human experience, is alone capable of giving us objective truth, then all fideism is absolutely refuted. Such, in brief, are the characteristic features of the Marxist philosophical materialism. It is easy to understand how immensely important is the extension of the principles of philosophical materialism to the study of social life, of the history of society, and how immensely important is the application of these principles to the history of society and to the practical activities of the Party of the Proletariat. If the connection between the phenomena of nature and their interdependence are jaws of the development of nature, it follows, too, that the connection and interdependence of the phenomena of social life are laws of the development of society, and not something accidental. Hence social life, the history of society, ceases to be an agglomeration of accidents, and becomes the history of the 312. Development of society according to regular laws, and the study of the history of society becomes a science. Hence the practical activity of the Party of the Proletariat must not be based on the good wishes of outstanding individuals, not on the dictates of reason, universal morals, etc., but on the laws of development of society and on the study of these laws. Further, if the world is knowable and our knowledge of the laws of development of nature is authentic knowledge, having the validity of objective truth, it follows that social life, the development of society, is also knowable, and that the data of science regarding the laws of development of society are authentic data having the validity of objective truths. Hence the science of the history of society, despite all the complexity of the phenomena of social life, can become as precise a science as, let us say, biology, and capable of making use of the laws of development of society for practical purposes. Hence the Party of the Proletariat should not guide itself in its practical activity by casual motives, but by the laws of development of society, and by practical deductions from these laws. Hence socialism is converted from a dream of a better future for humanity into a science. Hence the bond between science and practical activity, between theory and practice, their unity, should be the guiding star of the Party of the Proletariat. Further, if nature, being, the material world, is primary, and mind, thought, is secondary, derivative, if the material world represents objective reality existing independently of the mind of men, while the mind is a reflection of this objective reality, it follows that the material life of society, its being, is also primary, and its spiritual life secondary, derivative, and that the material life of society is an objective reality existing independently of the will of men, while the spiritual life of society is a reflection of this objective reality, a reflection of being. Hence the source of formation of the spiritual life of society, the origin of social ideas, social theories, political views, and political institutions, should not be sought for in the dialectical and historical materialism 313 ideas, theories, views, and political institutions themselves, but in the conditions of the material life of society, in social being, of which these ideas, theories, views, etc., are the reflection. Hence, if in different periods of the history of society different social ideas, theories, views, and political institutions are to be observed, if under the slave system we encounter certain social ideas, theories, views, and political institutions, under feudalism others, and under capitalism others still, this is not to be explained by the nature, the properties of the ideas, theories, views, and political institutions themselves but by the different conditions of the material life of Society at different periods of social development. Whatever is the being of a society, whatever are the conditions of material life of a society, such are the ideas, theories, political views, and political institutions of that society. In this connection, Marx says, "TT is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness." Hence, in order not to err in policy, in order not to find itself in the position of idle dreamers, the party of the proletariat must not base its activities on abstract principles of human reason, but on the concrete conditions of the material life of society, as the determining force of social development, not on the good wishes of great men, but on the real needs of development of the material life of society. The fall of the utopians, including the Narodniks, anarchists, and socialist revolutionaries, was due, among other things, to the fact that they did not recognize the primary toll which the conditions of the material life of society play in the development of society, and, sinking to idealism, did not base their practical activities on the needs of the development of the material life of society, but, independently of and in spite of these needs, on ideal plans and all-embracing projects. Divorced from the real life of society. The strength and vitality of Marxism-Leninism lie in the fact that it does base its practical activity on the needs of the 314 development of the material life of society and never divorces itself from the real life of society. It does not follow from Marx's words, however, that social ideas, theories, political views, and political institutions are of no significance in the life of society, that they do not reciprocally affect social being, the development of the material conditions of the life of society. We have been speaking so far of the origin of social ideas, theories, views, and political institutions, of the way they arise, of the fact that the spiritual life of society is a reflection of the conditions of its material life. As regards the significance of social ideas, theories, views, and political institutions, as regards their role in history, historical materialism, far from denying them, stresses the role and importance of these factors in the life of society, in its history. There are different kinds of social ideas and theories. There are old ideas and theories which have outlived their day and which serve the interests of the moribund forces of society. Their significance lies in the fact that they hamper the development, the progress of society. Then there are new and advanced ideas and theories which serve the interests of the advanced forces of society. Their significance lies in the fact that they facilitate the development, the progress of society, and their significance is the greater the more accurately they reflect the needs of development of the material life of society. New social ideas and theories arise only after the development of the material life of society has set new tasks before society. But once they have arisen, they become a most potent force which facilitates the carrying out of the new tasks set by the development of the material life of society, a force which facilitates the progress of society. It is precisely here that the tremendous organizing, mobilizing, and transforming value of new ideas, new theories, new political views and new political institutions manifests itself. New social ideas and theories arise precisely because they are necessary to society, because it is impossible to carry out the urgent tasks of development of the material life of society without their organizing, mobilizing, and transforming action. Arising out of the new tasks set by the development of the material life of society, the new dialectical and historical materialism 315 social ideas and theories force their way through, become the possession of the masses, mobilize and organize them against the moribund forces of society, and thus facilitate the overthrow of these forces which hamper the development of the material life of society. Thus social ideas, theories, and political institutions, having arisen on the basis of the urgent tasks of the development of the material life of society, the development of social being, themselves then react upon social being, upon the material life of society, creating the conditions necessary for completely carrying out the urgent tasks of the material life of society, and for rendering its further development possible. In this connection, Marx says, "Theory becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. Zur Kritik der Hegelschen Reichsphilosophie. Hence, in order to be able to influence the conditions of material life of society and to accelerate their development and their improvement, the party of the proletariat must rely upon such a social theory, such a social idea as correctly reflects the needs of development of the material life of society, and which is therefore capable of setting into motion broad masses of the people and of mobilizing them and organizing them into a great army of the proletarian party, prepared to smash the reactionary forces and to clear the way for the advanced forces of society. The fall of the economists and Mensheviks was due among other things to the fact that they did not recognize the mobilizing, organizing, and transforming role of advanced theory, of advanced ideas and, sinking to vulgar materialism, reduced the role of these factors almost to nothing, thus condemning the party to passivity and inanition. The strength and vitality of Marxism-Leninism are derived from the fact that it relies upon an advanced theory which correctly reflects the needs of development of the material life of society, that it elevates theory to a proper level, and that it deems it its duty to utilize every ounce of the mobilizing, organizing, and transforming power of this theory. 316. That is the answer historical materialism gives to the question of the relation between social being and social consciousness, between the conditions of development of material life and the development of the spiritual life of society. It now remains to elucidate the following question: what, from the viewpoint of historical materialism, is meant by the conditions of material life of society which in the final analysis determine the physiognomy of society, its ideas, views, political institutions, etc. What, after all, are these conditions of material life of society? What are their distinguishing features? There can be no doubt that the concept conditions of material life of society includes, first of all, nature which surrounds society, geographical environment, which is one of the indispensable and constant conditions of material life of society and which, of course, influences the development of society. What role does geographical environment play in the development of society? Is geographical environment the chief force determining the physiognomy of society, the character of the social system of men, the transition from one system to another? Historical materialism answers this question in the negative. Geographical environment is unquestionably one of the constant and indispensable conditions of development of society and, of course, influences the development of society, accelerates or retards its development. But its influence is not the determining influence, inasmuch as the changes and development of society proceed at an incomparably faster rate than the changes and development of geographical environment. In the space of 3,000 years, three different social systems have been successively superseded in Europe: the primitive communal system, the slave system and the feudal system. In the eastern part of Europe, in the USSR, even four social systems have been superseded. Yet during this period geographical conditions in Europe have either not changed at all, or have changed so slightly that geography takes no note of them. And that is quite natural. Changes in geographical environment of any importance require millions of years, whereas a few hundred or a couple of thousand. Dialectical and historical materialism 317 years are enough for even very important changes in the system of human society. It follows from this that geographical environment cannot be the chief cause, the determining cause of social development, for that which remains almost unchanged in the course of tens of thousands of years cannot be the chief cause of development of that which undergoes fundamental changes in the course of a few hundred years. Further, there can be no doubt that the concept conditions of material life of society also includes growth of population, density of population of one degree or another, for people are an essential element of the conditions of material life of society, and without a definite minimum number of people there can be no material life of society. Is not growth of population the chief force that determines the character of the social system of man? Historical materialism answers this question too in the negative. Of course, growth of population does influence the development of society, does facilitate or retard the development of society, but it cannot be the chief force of development of society, and its influence on the development of society cannot be the determining influence because, by itself, growth of population does not furnish the clue to the question why a given social system is replaced precisely by such and such a new system and not by another, why the primitive communal system is succeeded precisely by the slave system by the feudal system, and the feudal system by the bourgeois system, and not by some other. If growth of population were the determining force of social development, then a higher density of population would be bound to give rise to a correspondingly higher type of social system. But we do not find this to be the case. The density of population in China is 4 times as great as in the USA, yet the USA stands higher than China in the scale of social development, for in China a semi-feudal system still prevails, whereas the USA has long ago reached the highest stage of development of capitalism. The density of population in Belgium is 19 times as great as in the USA, and 26 times as great as in the USSR. Yet the 318 USA stands higher than Belgium in the scale of social development, and as for the USSR, Belgium lags a whole historical epoch behind this country, for in Belgium the capitalist system prevails, whereas the USSR has already done away with capitalism and has set up a socialist system. It follows from this that growth of population is not, and cannot be, the chief force of development of society, the force which determines the character of the social system, the physiognomy of society. What, then, is the chief force in the complex of conditions of material life of society which determines the physiognomy of society, the character of the social system, the development of society from one system to another? This force, historical materialism holds, is the method of procuring the means of life necessary for human existence, the mode of production of material yalus, food, clothing, footwear, houses, fuel, instruments of production, etc., which are indispensable for the life of development of society. In order to live, people must have food, clothing, footwear, shelter, fuel, etc. In order to have these material values, people must produce them, and in order to produce them, people must have the instruments of production with which food, clothing, footwear, shelter, fuel, etc. are produced. They must be able to produce these instruments and to use them. The instruments of production wherewith material values are produced, the people who operate the instruments of production and carry on the production of material values thanks to a certain production experience and labor skill, all these elements jointly constitute the productive forces of society. But the productive forces are only one aspect of production, only one aspect of the mode of production, an aspect that expresses the relation of men to the objects and forces of nature which they make use of for the production of material values. Another aspect of production, another aspect of the mode of production, is the relation of men to each other in the process of production, men's relations of production. Men carry on a struggle against nature and utilize nature for the production of material values, not in isolation from each other, not as separate individuals, but in common, in groups, in societies. Production, therefore, is at all times and under all conditions. Dialectical and historical materialism 319 Social production. In the production of material values, men enter into mutual relations of one kind or another within production, into relations of production of one kind or another. These may be relations of cooperation and mutual help between people who are free from exploitation, they may be relations of domination and subordination, and, lastly, they may be transitional from one form of relations of production to another. But whatever the character of the relations of production may be, always and in every system, they constitute just as essential an element of production as the productive forces of society. In production, Marx says, men not only act on nature but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production, take place. Consequently, production, the mode of production, embraces both the productive forces of society and men's relations of production, and is thus the embodiment of their unity in the process of production of material values. One of the features of production is that it never stays at one point for a long time and is always in a state of change and development, and that, furthermore, changes in the mode of production inevitably call forth changes in the whole social system, social ideas, political views, and political institutions. They call forth a reconstruction of the whole social and political order. At different stages of development, people make use of different modes of production, or, to put it more crudely, lead different manners of life. In the primitive commune there is one mode of production, under slavery there is another mode of production, under feudalism a third mode of production, and so on. And, correspondingly, men's social system, the spiritual life of men, their views and political institutions also vary. Whatever is the mode of production of a society, such in 320. The main is the society itself, its ideas and theories, its political views and institutions. Or, to put it more crudely, whatever is man's manner of life, such is his manner of thought. This means that the history of development of society is above all the history of the development of production, the history of the modes of production which succeed each other in the course of centuries, the history of the development of productive forces and people's relations of production. Hence the history of social development is at the same time the history of the producers of material values themselves, the history of the laboring masses who are the chief force in the process of production and who carry on the production of material values necessary for the existence of society. Hence, if historical science is to be a real science, it can no longer reduce the history of social development to the actions of kings and generals, to the actions of conquerors and subjugators of states, but must above all devote itself to the history of the producers of material values, the history of the laboring masses, the history of peoples. Hence the clue to the study of the laws of history of society must not be sought in men's minds, in the views and ideas of society, but in the mode of production practiced by society in any given historical period. It must be sought in the economic life of society. Hence the prime task of historical science is to study and disclose the laws of production, the laws of development of the productive forces and of the relations of production, the laws of economic development of society. Hence, if the party of the proletariat is to be a real party, it must above all acquire a knowledge of the laws of development of production, of the laws of economic development of society. Hence, if it is not to err in policy, the party of the proletariat must both in drafting its program and its practical activities proceed primarily from the laws of development of production, from the laws of economic development of society. A second feature of production is that its changes and development always begin with changes and development of the productive forces, and, in the first place, with changes and a dialectical and historical materialism. 321 Development of the instruments of production. Productive forces are therefore the most mobile and revolutionary element of production. First, the productive forces of society change and develop, and then, depending on these changes and in conformity with them, men's relations of production, their economic relations, change. This, however, does not mean that the relations of production do not influence the development of the productive forces and that the latter are not dependent on the former. While their development is dependent on the development of the productive forces, the relations of production in their turn react upon the development of the productive forces, accelerating or retarding it. In this connection it should be noted that the relations of production cannot for too long a time lag behind and be in a state of contradiction to the growth of the productive forces, inasmuch as the productive forces can develop in full measure only when the relations of production correspond to the character, the state of the productive forces and allow full scope for their development. Therefore, however much the relations of production may lag behind the development of the productive forces, they must, sooner or later, come into correspondence with and actually do come into correspondence with the level of development of the productive forces, the character of the productive forces. Otherwise we would have a fundamental violation of the unity of the productive forces and the relations of production within the system of production, a disruption of production as a whole, a crisis of production, a destruction of productive forces. An instance in which the relations of production do not correspond to the character of the productive forces, conflict with them, is the economic crises in capitalist countries, where private capitalist ownership of the means of production is in glaring incongruity with the social character of the process of production, with the character of the productive forces. This results in economic crises, which lead to the destruction of productive forces. Furthermore, this incongruity itself constitutes the economic basis of social revolution, the purpose of which is to destroy the existing relations of production and to create new relations of production corresponding to the character of the productive forces. 322. In contrast, an instance in which the relations of production completely correspond to the character of the productive forces is the socialist national economy of the USSR, where the social ownership of the means of production fully corresponds to the social character of the process of production, and where, because of this, economic crises and the destruction of productive forces are unknown. Consequently, the productive forces are not only the most mobile and revolutionary element in production, but are also the determining element in the development of production. Whatever are the productive forces, such must be the relations of production. While the state of the productive forces furnishes an answer to the question with what instruments of production do men produce the material values they need, the state of the relations of production furnishes the answer to another question: who owns the means of production, the land, forests, waters, mineral resources, raw materials, instruments of production, production premises, means of transportation and communication, etc., who commands the means of production, whether the whole of society, or individual persons, groups, or classes which utilize them for the exploitation of other persons, groups or classes. Here is a rough picture of the development of productive forces from ancient times to our day. The transition from crude stone tools to the bow and arrow, and the accompanying transition from the life of hunters to the domestication of animals and primitive pasturage, the transition from stone tools to metal tools, the iron axe, the wooden plow fitted with an iron coulter, etc., with a corresponding transition to tillage and agriculture, a further improvement in metal tools for the working up of materials, the introduction of the blacksmith's bellows, the introduction of pottery, with a corresponding development of handicrafts, the separation of handicrafts from agriculture, the development of an independent handicraft industry and, subsequently, of manufacture, the transition from handicraft tools to machines and the transformation of handicraft and manufacture into machine industry. The transition to the machine system and the rise of modern large-scale machine industry such as a general and far dialectical and historical materialism. 323 From complete picture of the development of the productive forces of society in the course of man's history, it will be clear that the development and improvement of the instruments of production were effected by men who were related to production, and not independently of men, and, consequently, the change and development of the instruments of production were accompanied by a change and development of men, as the most important element of the productive forces, by a change and development of their production experience, their labor skill, their ability to handle the instruments of production. In conformity with the change and development of the productive forces of society in the course of history, men's relations of production, their economic relations also changed and developed. 5 main types of relations of production are known to history: primitive communal, slave, feudal, capitalist and socialist. The basis of the relations of production under the primitive communal system is that the means of production are socially owned. This in the main corresponds to the character of the productive forces of that period. Stone tools, and, later, the bow and arrow, precluded the possibility of men individually combating the forces of nature and beasts of prey. In order to gather the fruits of the forest, to catch fish, to build some sort of habitation, men were obliged to work in common if they did not want to die of starvation, or fall victim to beasts of prey or to neighboring societies. Labor in common led to the common ownership of the means of production, as well as of the fruits of production. Here the conception of private ownership of the means of production did not yet exist, except for the personal ownership of certain implements of production which were at the same time means of defense against beasts of prey. Here there was no exploitation, no classes. The basis of the relations of production under the slave system is that the slave owner owns the means of production, he also owns the worker in production, the slave, whom he can sell, purchase, or kill as though he were an animal. Such relations of production in the main correspond to the state of the 324 productive forces of that period. Instead of stone tools, men now have metal tools at their command. Instead of the wretched and primitive husbandry of the hunter, who knew neither pasturage, nor tillage, there now appear pasturage, tillage, handicrafts, and a division of labor between these branches of production. There appears the possibility of the exchange of products between individuals and between societies, of the accumulation of wealth in the hands of a few, the actual accumulation of the means of production in the hands of a minority, and the possibility of subjugation of the majority by a minority and their conversion into slaves. Here we no longer find the common and free labor of all members of society in the production process. Here there prevails the forced labor of slaves, who are exploited by the non-laboring slave owners. Here, therefore, there is no common ownership of the means of production or of the fruits of production. It is replaced by private ownership. Here the slave owner appears as the prime and principal property owner in the full sense of the term. Rich and poor, exploiters and exploited, people with full rights and people with no rights, and a fierce class struggle between them, such is the picture of the slave system. The basis of the relations of production under the feudal system is that the feudal lord owns the means of production and does not fully own the worker in production, the serf, whom the feudal lord can no longer kill, but whom he can buy and sell. Alongside of feudal ownership there exists individual ownership by the peasant and the handicraftsman of his implements of production and his private enterprise based on his personal labor. Such relations of production in the main correspond to the state of the productive forces of that period. Further improvements in the smelting and working of iron, the spread of the iron plough and the loom, the further development of agriculture, horticulture, viniculture, and dairying, the appearance of manufactories alongside of the handicraft workshops, such are the characteristic features of the state of the productive forces. The new productive forces demand that the laborer shall display some kind of initiative in production and an inclination for work, an interest in work. The feudal lord therefore. Dialectical and historical materialism 325 discards the slave, as a laborer who has no interest in work and is entirely without initiative, and prefers to deal with the serf, who has his own husbandry, implements of production, and a certain interest in work essential for the cultivation of the land and for the payment in kind of a part of his harvest to the feudal lord. Here private ownership is further developed. Exploitation is nearly as severe as it was under slavery, it is only slightly mitigated. A class struggle between exploiters and exploited is the principal feature of the feudal system. The basis of the relations of production under the capitalist system is that the capitalist owns the means of production, but not the workers in production, the wage laborers, whom the capitalist can neither kill nor sell because they are personally free, but who are deprived of means of production and, in order not to die of hunger, are obliged to sell their labor power to the capitalist and to bear the yoke of exploitation. Alongside of capitalist property in the means of production, we find, at first on a wide scale, private property of the peasants and handicraftsmen in the means of production, these peasants and handicraftsmen no longer being serfs, and their private property being based on personal labor. In place of the handicraft workshops and manufactories there appear huge mills and factories equipped with machinery. In place of the manorial estates tilled by the primitive implements of production of the peasant, there now appear large capitalist farms run on scientific lines and supplied with agricultural machinery. The new productive forces require that the workers in production shall be better educated and more intelligent than the downtrodden and ignorant serfs, that they be able to understand machinery and operate it properly. Therefore, the capitalists prefer to deal with wage workers who are free from the bonds of serfdom and who are educated enough to be able properly to operate machinery. But having developed productive forces to a tremendous extent, capitalism has become enmeshed in contradictions which it is unable to solve. By producing larger and larger quantities of commodities, and reducing their prices, capitalism intensifies competition, ruins the mass of small enemy. 326. Private owners, converts them into proletarians and reduces their purchasing power, with the result that it becomes impossible to dispose of the commodities produced. On the other hand, by expanding production and concentrating millions of workers in huge mills and factories, capitalism lends the process of production a social character and thus undermines its own foundation, inasmuch as the social character of the process of production demands the social ownership of the means of production, yet the means of production remain private capitalist property, which is incompatible with the social character of the process of production. These irreconcilable contradictions between the character of the productive forces and the relations of production make themselves felt in periodical crises of overproduction, when the capitalists, finding no effective demand for their goods owing to the ruin of the mass of the population which they themselves have brought about, are compelled to bum products, destroy manufactured goods, suspend production, and destroy productive forces at a time when millions of people are forced to suffer unemployment and starvation, not because there are not enough goods, but because there is an overproduction of goods. This means that the capitalist relations of production have ceased to correspond to the state of productive forces of society and have come into irreconcilable contradiction with them. This means that capitalism is pregnant with revolution, whose mission it is to replace the existing capitalist ownership of the means of production by socialist ownership. This means that the main feature of the capitalist system is a most acute class struggle between the exploiters and the exploited. The basis of the relations of production under the socialist system, which so far has been established only in the US.S.R., is the social ownership of the means of production. Here there are no longer exploiters and exploited. The goods produced are distributed according to labor performed, on the principle, he who does not work, neither shall he eat. Here the mutual relations of people in the process of production are marked by comradely cooperation and the socialist mutual assistance of workers who are free from exploitation. Dialectical and historical materialism 327. Here the relations of production fully correspond to the state of productive forces, for the social character of the process of production is reinforced by the social ownership of the means of production. For this reason socialist production in the USSR knows no periodical crises of overproduction and their accompanying absurdities. For this reason, the productive forces here develop at an accelerated pace, for the relations of production that correspond to them offer full scope for such development. Such is the picture of the development of men's relations of production in the course of human history. Such is the dependence of the development of the relations of production on the development of the production forces of society, and primarily, on the development of the instruments of production, the dependence by virtue of which the changes and development of the productive forces sooner or later lead to corresponding changes and development of the relations of production. The use and fabrication of instruments of labor, says Marx, although existing in the germ among certain species of animals, is specifically characteristic of the human labor process, and Franklin therefore defines man as a tool-making animal. Relics of bygone instruments of labor possess the same importance for the investigation of extinct economic forms of society, as do fossil bones for the determination of extinct species of animals. It is not the articles made, but how they are made, and by what instruments that enables us to distinguish different economic epochs. Instruments of labor not only supply a standard of the degree of development to which human labor has attained, but they are also indicators of the social conditions under which that labor is carried on. Karl Marx, Capital, Volume 1. And further, a. Social relations are closely bound up with productive forces. In acquiring new productive forces men change. 328. Their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, in changing the way of earning their living, they change all their social conditions. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist. The poverty of philosophy. b. There is a continual movement of growth in productive forces, of destruction in social relations, of formation in ideas. The only immutable thing is the abstraction of movement. Ibid. Speaking of historical materialism as formulated in the Communist Manifesto, Engels says, economic production and the structure of society of every historical epoch necessarily arising therefrom constitute the foundation for the political and intellectual history of that epoch. Consequently, ever since the dissolution of the primeval communal ownership of land, all history has been a history of class struggles, of struggles between exploited and exploiting, between dominated and dominating classes at various stages of social evolution. This struggle, however, has now reached a stage where the exploited and oppressed class, the proletariat, can no longer emancipate itself from the class which exploits and oppresses it, the bourgeoisie, without at the same time forever freeing the whole of society from exploitation, oppression, and class struggles. A third feature of production is that the rise of new productive forces and of the relations of production corresponding to them does not take place separately from the old system, after the disappearance of the old system, but within the old system. It takes place not as a result of the deliberate and conscious activity of man, but spontaneously, unconsciously, independently of the will of man. It takes place spontaneously and independently of the will of man for two reasons. First, because men are not free to choose one mode of production or another, because as every new generation enters life it finds productive forces and relations of production al. Dialectical and historical materialism 329 ready existing as the result of the work of former generations, owing to which it is obliged at first to accept and adapt itself to everything it finds ready-made in the sphere of production in order to be able to produce material values. Secondly, because, when improving one instrument of production or another, one element of the productive forces or another, men do not realize, do not understand or stop to reflect what social results these improvements will lead to, but only think of their everyday interests, of lightening their labor and of securing some direct and tangible advantage for themselves. When, gradually and gropingly, certain members of primitive communal society passed from the use of stone tools to the use of iron tools, they, of course, did not know and did not stop to reflect what social results this innovation would lead to. They did not understand or realize that the change to metal tools meant a revolution in production, that it would in the long run lead to the slave system. They simply wanted to lighten their labor and secure an immediate and tangible advantage. Their conscious activity was confined within the narrow bounds of this everyday personal interest. When, in the period of the feudal system, the young bourgeoisie of Europe began to erect, alongside of the small guild workshops, large manufactories, and thus advance the productive forces of society, it, of course, did not know and did not stop to reflect what social consequences this innovation would lead to. It did not realize or understand that this small innovation would lead to a regrouping of social forces which was to end in a revolution both against the power of kings, whose favors it so highly valued, and against the nobility, to whose ranks its foremost representatives not infrequently aspired. It simply wanted to lower the cost of producing goods, to throw large quantities of goods on the markets of Asia and of recently discovered America, and to make bigger profits. Its conscious activity was confined within the narrow bounds of this commonplace practical aim. When the Russian capitalists, in conjunction with foreign capitalists, energetically implanted modern large-scale machine industry in Russia, while leaving Tsardom intact and turning the peasants over to the tender mercies of the land. 330. Lords, they, of course, did not know and did not stop to reflect what social consequences this extensive growth of productive forces would lead to. They did not realize or understand that this big leap in the realm of the productive forces of society would lead to a regrouping of social forces that would enable the proletariat to effect a union with the peasantry and to bring about a victorious socialist revolution. They simply wanted to expand industrial production to the limit, to gain control of the huge home market, to become monopolists, and to squeeze as much profit as possible out of the national economy. Their conscious activity did not extend beyond their commonplace, strictly practical interests. Accordingly, Marx says, in the social production which men carry on they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material forces of production. This, however, does not mean that changes in the relations of production, and the transition from old relations of production to new relations of production proceed smoothly, without conflicts, without upheavals. On the contrary, such a transition usually takes place by means of the revolutionary overthrow of the old relations of production and the establishment of new relations of production. Up to a certain period the development of the productive forces and the changes in the realm of the relations of production proceed spontaneously, independently of the will of men. But that is so only up to a certain moment, until the new and developing productive forces have reached a proper state of maturity. After the new productive forces have matured, the existing relations of production and their upholders the ruling classes become that insuperable obstacle which can only be removed by the conscious action of the new classes, by the forcible acts of these classes, by revolution. Here there stands out in bold relief the tremendous role of new social ideas, of new political institutions, of a new political power, whose dialectical and historical materialism 331 mission it is to abolish by force the old relations of production. Out of the conflict between the new productive forces and the old relations of production, out of the new economic demands of society there arise new social ideas, the new ideas organize and mobilize the masses become welded into a new political army, create a new revolutionary power, and make use of it to abolish by force the old system of relations of production, and firmly to establish the new system. The spontaneous process of development yields place to the conscious actions of men, peaceful development to violent upheaval, evolution to revolution. The proletariat, says Marx, during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled, by the force of circumstances, to organize itself as a class. By means of a revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and, as such, sweeps away by force the old conditions of production. The Communist Manifesto. And further, a. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. Ibid. B. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. Karl Marx, Capital, Volume I. Here is the brilliant formulation of the essence of historical materialism given by Marx in 1859 in his historic preface to his famous book, Critique of Political Economy. In the social production which men carry on they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material forces of production. The sum total of these relations of product 332 constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material forces of production in society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work before. From forms of development of the forces of production these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social forces of production and the relations of production. No social order ever disappears before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have been developed, and new higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. Therefore, mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, we will always find that the task itself arises only when the material conditions necessary for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. Dialectical and Historical Materialism 333. Such is Marxist materialism as applied to social life, to the history of society. Such are the principal features of dialectical and historical materialism. Report to the 18th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik. On the work of the Central Committee. March 10, 1939. The Soviet Union and International Affairs. Comrades, 5 years have elapsed since the 17th Party Congress. No small period, as you see. During this period the world has undergone considerable changes. States and countries, and their mutual relations, are now in many respects totally altered. What changes exactly have taken place in this period in the international situation? In what way exactly have the foreign and internal affairs of our country changed? For the capitalist countries this period was one of very profound perturbations in both the economic and political spheres. In the economic sphere these were years of depression, followed, from the beginning of the latter half of 1937, by a period of new economic crisis, of a new decline of industry in the United States, Great Britain, and France. Consequently, this report, delivered to the First Party Congress in 5 years, may prove to be even more important historically than the report to the 17th Party Congress. Precisely at the outbreak of World War II, Stalin sums up what he sees as the strengths and weaknesses of the Soviet Union, both internally and in relation to its worldwide role. The war and its aftermath were to be the objective test of this analysis and of the achievements of Stalin's theory and practice. 335. These were years of new economic complications. In the political sphere they were years of serious political conflicts and perturbations. A new imperialist war is already in its second year, a war waged over a huge territory stretching from Shanghai to Gibraltar, and involving over 500 million people. The map of Europe, Africa, and Asia is being forcibly redrawn. The entire post-war system, the so-called peace regime, has been shaken to its foundations. For the Soviet Union, on the contrary, these were years of growth and prosperity, of further economic and cultural progress, of further growth of political and military might, of struggle for the preservation of peace throughout the world. Such is the general picture. Let us now examine the concrete data illustrating the changes in the international situation. 1. New economic crisis in the capitalist countries. Intensification of the struggle for markets and sources of raw material, and for a new redivision of the world. The economic crisis which broke out in the capitalist countries in the latter half of 1929 lasted until the end of 1933. After that the crisis passed into a depression, and was then followed by a certain revival, a certain upward trend of industry. But this upward trend of industry did not develop into a boom, as is usually the case in a period of revival. On the contrary, in the latter half of 1937 a new economic crisis began which seized the United States first of all and then England, France, and a number of other countries. The capitalist countries thus found themselves faced with a new economic crisis before they had even recovered from the ravages of the recent one. This circumstance naturally led to an increase of unemployment. The number of unemployed in capitalist countries, which had fallen from 30 million in 1933 to 14 million in 1937, has now again risen to 18 million as a result of the new crisis. A distinguishing feature of the new crisis is that it differs 336 in many respects from the preceding one, and, moreover, differs for the worse and not for the better. Firstly, the new crisis did not begin after an industrial boom, as was the case in 1929, but after a depression and a certain revival, which, however, did not develop into a boom. This means that the present crisis will be more severe and more difficult to cope with than the previous crisis. Further, the present crisis has broken out not in time of peace, but at a time when a second imperialist war has already begun, when Japan, already in the second year of her war with China, is disorganizing the immense Chinese market and rendering it almost inaccessible to the goods of other countries, when Italy and Germany have already placed their national economies on a war footing, squandering their reserves of raw material and foreign currency for this purpose, and when all the other big capitalist powers are beginning to reorganize themselves on a war footing. This means that capitalism will have far less resources at its disposal for a normal way out of the present crisis than during the preceding crisis. Lastly, as distinct from the preceding crisis, the present crisis is not universal, but as yet involves chiefly the economically powerful countries which have not yet placed themselves on a war economy basis. As regards the aggressive countries, such as Japan, Germany, and Italy, who have already reorganized their economies on a war footing, they, because of the intense development of their war industry, are not yet experiencing a crisis of overproduction, although they are approaching it. This means that by the time the economically powerful, non-aggressive countries begin to emerge from the phase of crisis, the aggressive countries, having exhausted their reserves of gold and raw material in the course of the war fever, are bound to enter a phase of very severe crisis. This is clearly illustrated, for example, by the figures for the visible gold reserves of the capitalist countries. This table shows that the combined gold reserves of Germany, Italy, and Japan amount to less than the reserves of Switzerland alone. This table shows that the Soviet Union is the only country in the world where crises are unknown and where industry is continuously on the upgrade. This table also shows that a serious economic crisis has already begun and is developing in the United States, Great Britain, and France. Further, this table shows that in Italy and Japan, who 338 placed their national economies on a war footing earlier than Germany, the downward course of industry already began in 1938. Lastly, this table shows that in Germany, who reorganized her economy on a war footing later than Italy and Japan, industry is still experiencing a certain upward trend, although a small one. It is true corresponding to that which took place in Japan and Italy until recently. There can be no doubt that unless something unforeseen occurs, German industry must enter the same downward path as Japan and Italy have already taken. For what does placing the economy of a country on a war footing mean? It means giving industry a one-sided, war direction, developing to the utmost the production of goods necessary for war and not for consumption by the population, restricting to the utmost the production and, especially, the sale of articles of general consumption and, consequently, reducing consumption by the population and confronting the country with an economic crisis. Such is the concrete picture of the trend of the new economic crisis in the capitalist countries. Naturally, such an unfavorable turn of economic affairs could not but aggravate relations among the powers. The preceding crisis had already mixed the cards and sharpened the struggle for markets and sources of raw materials. The seizure of Manchuria and North China by Japan, the seizure of Abyssinia by Italy, all this reflected the acuteness of the struggle among the powers. The new economic crisis was bound to lead, and is actually leading, to a further sharpening of the imperialist struggle. It is no longer a question of competition in the markets, of a commercial war, of dumping. These methods of struggle have long been recognized as inadequate. It is now a question of a new redivision of the world, of spheres of influence and colonies, by military action. Japan tried to justify her aggressive actions by the argument that she had been cheated when the Nine-Power Pact was concluded and had not been allowed to extend her territory at the expense of China, whereas Britain and France possess vast colonies. Italy recalled that she had been cheated during the division of the spoils after the First Imperialist War and 339. That she must recompense herself at the expense of the spheres of influence of Britain and France. Germany, who had suffered severely as a result of the First Imperialist War and the Peace of Versailles, joined forces with Japan and Italy and demanded an extension of her territory in Europe and the return of the colonies of which the victors in the First Imperialist War had deprived her. Thus the bloc of three aggressive states came to be formed. A new redivision of the world by means of war became imminent. 2. Increasing acuteness of the international political situation. Collapse of the post-war system of peace treaties. Beginning of a new imperialist war. Here is a list of the most important events during the period under review which marked the beginning of the new imperialist war. In 1935 Italy attacked and seized Abyssinia. In the summer of 1936 Germany and Italy organized military intervention in Spain, Germany entrenching herself in the north of Spain and in Spanish Morocco, and Italy in the south of Spain and in the Balearic Islands. In 1937, having seized Manchuria, Japan invaded north and central China, occupied Peking, Tientsin, and Shanghai and began to oust her foreign competitors from the occupied zone. In the beginning of 1938 Germany seized Austria, and in the autumn of 1938 the Sudeten region of Czechoslovakia. At the end of 1938 Japan seized Canton, and at the beginning of 1939 the island of Hainan. Thus the war, which has stolen so imperceptibly upon the nations, has drawn over 500 million people into its orbit and has extended its sphere of action over a vast territory, stretching from Tientsin, Shanghai, and Canton, through Abyssinia, to Gibraltar. After the First Imperialist War the victor states, primarily Britain, France, and the United States, had set up a new regime in the relations between countries, the post-war peace regime. The main props of this regime were the Nine-Power Pact in the Far East, and the Versailles and a number of other treaties in Europe. The League of Nations was set up to 340. Regulate relations between countries within the framework of this regime, on the basis of a united front of states, of collective defense of the security of states. However, three aggressive states, and the new imperialist war launched by them, upset the entire system of this post-war peace regime. Japan tore up the Nine-Power Pact, and Germany and Italy the Versailles Treaty. In order to have their hands free, these three states withdrew from the League of Nations. The new imperialist war became a fact. It is not so easy in our day to suddenly break loose and plunge straight into war without regard for treaties of any kind or for public opinion. Bourgeois politicians know this quite well. So do the fascist rulers. That is why the fascist leaders decided, before plunging into war, to mold public opinion to suit their ends, that is, to mislead it, to deceive it. A military bloc of Germany and Italy against the interests of England and France in Europe? Bless us, do you call that a bloc? We have no military bloc. All we have is an innocuous Berlin-Rome axis, that is, just a geometrical equation for an axis. Laughter. A military bloc of Germany, Italy, and Japan against the interests of the United States, Great Britain and France in the Far East? Nothing of the kind. We have no military bloc. All we have is an innocuous Berlin-Rome-Tokyo triangle, that is, a slight penchant for geometry. General laughter. A war against the interests of Britain, France, the United States? Nonsense. We are waging war on the Comintern, not on these states. If you don't believe it, read the Anti-Comintern Pact concluded between Italy, Germany, and Japan. That is how Messieurs the aggressors thought to mold public opinion, although it was not hard to see how preposterous this whole clumsy game of camouflage was, for it is ridiculous to look for Comintern hotbeds in the deserts of Mongolia, in the mountains of Abyssinia, or in the wilds of Spanish Morocco. Laughter. But war is inexorable. It cannot be hidden under any guise. For no axes, triangles or anti-commandum pacts can hide the fact that in this period Japan has seized a vast stretch. 341. Of territory in China, that Italy has seized Abyssinia, that Germany has seized Austria and the Sudeten region, that Germany and Italy together have seized Spain, and all this in defiance of the interests of the non-aggressive states. The war remains a war, the military bloc of aggressors remains a military bloc, and the aggressors remain aggressors. It is a distinguishing feature of the new imperialist war that it has not yet become universal, a world war. The war is being waged by aggressor states, who in every way infringe upon the interests of the non-aggressive states, primarily Britain, France, and the USA, while the latter draw back and retreat, making concession after concession to the aggressors. Thus we are witnessing an open redivision of the world and spheres of influence at the expense of the non-aggressive states, without the least attempt at resistance, and even with a certain connivance on their part. Incredible, but true. To what are we to attribute this one-sided and strange character of the new imperialist war? How is it that the non-aggressive countries, which possess such vast opportunities, have so easily and without resistance abandoned their positions and their obligations to please the aggressors? Is it to be attributed to the weakness of the non-aggressive states? Of course not. Combined, the non-aggressive, democratic states are unquestionably stronger than the fascist states, both economically and militarily. To what then are we to attribute the systematic concessions made by these states to the aggressors? It might be attributed, for example, to the fear that a revolution might break out if the non-aggressive states were to go to war and the war were to assume worldwide proportions. The bourgeois politicians know, of course, that the First Imperialist World War led to the victory of the revolution in one of the largest countries. They are afraid that the Second Imperialist World War may also lead to the victory of the revolution in one or several countries. But at present this is not the sole or even the chief reason. The chief reason is that the majority of the non-aggressive countries, particularly England and France, have rejected the 342 policy of collective security, the policy of collective resistance to aggressors, and have taken up a position of non-intervention, a position of neutrality. Formally speaking, the policy of non-intervention might be defined as follows: let each country defend itself against the aggressors as it likes and as best it can. That is not our affair. We shall trade both with the aggressors and with their victims. But actually speaking, the policy of non-intervention means conniving at aggression, giving free rein to war, and, consequently, transforming the war into a world war. The policy of non-intervention reveals an eagerness, a desire, not to hinder the aggressors in their nefarious work, not to hinder Japan, say, from embroiling herself in a war with China, or, better still, with the Soviet Union, not to hinder Germany, say, from enmeshing herself in European affairs, from embroiling herself in a war with the Soviet Union, to allow all the belligerents to sink deeply into the mire of war, to encourage them surreptitiously in this, to allow them to weaken and exhaust one another, and then, when they have become weak enough, to appear on the scene with fresh strength, to appear, of course, in the interests of peace, and to dictate conditions to the enfeebled belligerents. Cheap and easy. Take Japan, for instance. It is characteristic that before Japan invaded North China, all the influential French and British newspapers shouted about China's weakness and her inability to offer resistance, and declared that Japan with her army could subjugate China in 2 or 3 months. Then the European and American politicians began to watch and wait. And then, when Japan seriously started military operations, they let her have Shanghai, the vital center of foreign capital in China. They let her have Canton, a center of Britain's monopoly influence in South China. They let her have Hainan, and they allowed her to surround Hong Kong. Does not this look very much like encouraging the aggressor? It is as though they were saying, embroil yourself deeper in war, then we shall see. Or take Germany, for instance. They let her have Austria, despite the undertaking to defend her independence. They let her have the Sudeten region, they abandoned Czechoslovakia. 343. To her fate, thereby violating all their obligations, and then they began to lie vociferously in the press about the weakness of the Russian army, the demoralization of the Russian Air Force, and riots in the Soviet Union, egging on the Germans to march farther east, promising them easy pickings, and prompting them, just start war on the Bolsheviks, and everything will be all right. It must be admitted that this too looks very much like egging on and encouraging the aggressor. The hullabaloo raised by the British, French, and American press over the Soviet Ukraine is characteristic. The gentlemen of the press there shouted until they were hoarse that the Germans were marching on Soviet Ukraine, that they now had what is called the Carpathian Ukraine, with a population of some 700,000, and that not later than this spring the Germans would annex the Soviet Ukraine, which has a population of over 30 million, to this so-called Carpathian Ukraine. It looks as if the object of this suspicious hullabaloo was to incense the Soviet Union against Germany, to poison the atmosphere and to provoke a conflict with Germany without any visible grounds. It is quite possible, of course, that there are madmen in Germany who dream of annexing the elephant, that is, the Soviet Ukraine, to the gnat, namely, the so-called Carpathian Ukraine. If there really are such lunatics in Germany, rest assured that we shall find enough straitjackets for them in our country. Thunderous applause. But if we ignore the madmen and come to normal people, is it not clearly absurd and foolish to seriously talk of annexing the Soviet Ukraine to this so-called Carpathian Ukraine? Imagine, the gnat comes to the elephant and says perkily, "Ah, brother, how sorry I am for you. Here you are without any landlords, without any capitalists, with no national oppression, without any fascist bosses. Is that a way to live? As I look at you I can't help thinking that there is no hope for you unless you annex yourself to me." General laughter. Well, so be it, I allow you to annex your tiny domain to my vast territories. General laughter and applause. Even more characteristic is the fact that certain European and American politicians and pressmen, having lost patience waiting for the march on the Soviet Ukraine, are themselves 344. Beginning to disclose what is really behind the policy of non-intervention. They are saying quite openly, putting it down in black on white, that the Germans have cruelly disappointed them, for instead of marching farther east, against the Soviet Union, they have tumbed, you see, to the west and are demanding colonies. One might think that the districts of Czechoslovakia were yielded to Germany as the price of an undertaking to launch war on the Soviet Union, but that now the Germans are refusing to meet their bills and are sending them to Hades. Far be it from me to moralize on the policy of non-intervention, to talk of treason, treachery, and so on. It would be naive to preach morals to people who recognize no human morality. Politics are politics, as the old, case-hardened bourgeois diplomats say. It must be remarked, however, that the big and dangerous political game started by the supporters of the policy of non-intervention may end in serious fiasco for them. Such is the true face of the now prevailing policy of non-intervention. Such is the political situation in the capitalist countries. 3. The Soviet Union and the capitalist countries. The war has created a new situation with regard to the relations between countries. It has enveloped them in an atmosphere of alarm and uncertainty. By undermining the post-war peace regime and overriding the elementary principles of international law, it has cast doubt on the value of international treaties and obligations. Pacifism and disarmament schemes are dead and buried. Feverish arming has taken their place. Everybody is arming, small states and big states, including primarily those which practice the policy of non-intervention. Nobody believes any longer in the unctuous speeches which claim that the Munich concessions to the aggressors and the Munich Agreement opened a new era of appeasement. They are disbelieved even by the signatories to the Munich Agreement, Britain and France, who are increasing their armaments no less than other countries. Naturally, the USSR could not ignore these ominous to 345 developments. There is no doubt that any war, however small, started by the aggressors in any remote corner of the world constitutes a danger to the peaceable countries. All the more serious then is the danger arising from the new imperialist war, which has already drawn into its orbit over 500 million people in Asia, Africa, and Europe. In view of this, while our country is unswervingly pursuing a policy of maintaining peace, it is at the same time working very seriously to increase the preparedness of our Red Army and our Red Navy. At the same time, in order to strengthen its international position, the Soviet Union decided to take certain other steps. At the end of 1934 our country joined the League of Nations, considering that despite its weakness the League might nevertheless serve as a place where aggressors can be exposed, and as a certain instrument of peace, however feeble, that might hinder the outbreak of war. The Soviet Union considers that in alarming times like these even so weak an international organization as the League of Nations should not be ignored. In May 1935 a treaty of mutual assistance against possible attack by aggressors was signed between France and the Soviet Union. A similar treaty was simultaneously concluded with Czechoslovakia. In March 1936 the Soviet Union concluded a treaty of mutual assistance with the Mongolian People's Republic. In August 1937 the Soviet Union concluded a pact of non-aggression with the Chinese Republic. It was in such difficult international conditions that the Soviet Union pursued its foreign policy of upholding the cause of peace. The foreign policy of the Soviet Union is clear and explicit. 1. We stand for peace and the strengthening of business relations with all countries. That is our position, and we shall adhere to this position as long as these countries maintain like relations with the Soviet Union, and as long as they make no attempt to trespass on the interests of our country. 2. We stand for peaceful, close, and friendly relations with all the neighboring countries which have common frontiers with the USSR. That is our position, and we shall adhere to this position as long as these countries maintain like rela. 346. Relations with the Soviet Union, and as long as they make no attempt to trespass, directly or indirectly, on the integrity and inviolability of the frontiers of the Soviet state. 3. We stand for the support of nations which are the victims of aggression and are fighting for the independence of their country. 4. We are not afraid of the threats of aggressors, and are ready to deal 2 blows for every blow delivered by instigators of war who attempt to violate the Soviet borders. Such is the foreign policy of the Soviet Union. Loud and prolonged applause. In its foreign policy the Soviet Union relies upon its growing economic, political, and cultural might, the moral and political unity of our Soviet society, the mutual friendship of the nations of our country, its Red Army and Red Navy, its policy of peace, the moral support of the working people of all countries, who are vitally concerned in the preservation of peace. 7. The good sense of the countries which for one reason or another have no interest in the violation of peace. NPWN. **** OK. The tasks of the party in the sphere of foreign policy are, 1. To continue the policy of peace and of strengthening business relations with all countries. 2. To be cautious and not allow our country to be drawn into conflicts by warmongers who are accustomed to have others pull the chestnuts out of the fire for them. 3. To strengthen the might of our Red Army and Red Navy to the utmost. 4. To strengthen the international bonds of friendship with the working people of all countries, who are interested in peace and friendship among nations. 2. Internal affairs of the Soviet Union. Let us now pass to the internal affairs of our country. From the standpoint of its internal situation, the Soviet Union, during the period under review, presented a picture. 347. Of further progress of its entire economic life, a rise in culture, and the strengthening of the political might of the country. In the sphere of economic development, we must regard as the most important result during the period under review the fact that the reconstruction of industry and agriculture on the basis of a new, modern technique has been completed. There are no more or hardly any more old plants in our country, with their backward technique, and hardly any old peasant farms, with their antediluvian equipment. Our industry and agriculture are now based on new, up-to-date technique. It may be said without exaggeration that from the standpoint of technique of production, from the standpoint of the degree of saturation of industry and agriculture with new machinery, our country is more advanced than any other country, where the old machinery acts as a fetter on production and hampers the introduction of new techniques. In the sphere of the social and political development of the country, we must regard as the most important achievement during the period under review the fact that the remnants of the exploiting classes have been completely eliminated, that the workers, peasants, and intellectuals have been welded into one common front of the working people, that the moral and political unity of Soviet society has been strengthened, that the friendship among the nations of our country has become closer, and that, as a result of all this, the political life of our country has been completely democratized and a new constitution created. No one will dare deny that our constitution is the most democratic in the world, and that the results of the elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, as well as to the Supreme Soviets of the Union Republics, have been the most exemplary. The result of all this is a completely stable internal situation and a stability of government which any other government in the world might envy. Let us examine the concrete data illustrating the economic and political situation of our country. 1. Further progress of industry and agriculture. A. Industry. During the period under review, our industry presented a picture of uninterrupted progress. This progress was reflected not only in an increase of output generally, but, and primarily, in the flourishing state of socialist industry, on the one hand, and the doom of private industry, on the other. Opposite is a table which illustrates this. This table shows that during the period under review the output of our industry more than doubled, and that, moreover, the whole increase in output was accounted for by socialist industry. Further, this table shows that the only system of industry in the US.S.R is the socialist system. Lastly, this table shows that the utter doom of private industry is a fact which even a blind man cannot now deny. The doom of private industry must not be regarded as a thing of chance. It perished, firstly, because the socialist economic system is superior to the capitalist system, and, secondly, because the socialist economic system made it possible for us to re-equip in a few years the whole of our socialist industry on new and up-to-date technical lines. This is a possibility which the capitalist economic system does not and cannot offer. It is a fact that, from the standpoint of technique of production, from the standpoint of the degree of saturation of industry with modern machinery, our industry holds first place in the world. If we take the rate of growth of our industry, expressed in percentages of the pre-war level, and compare it with the rate of growth of the industry of the principal capitalist countries, we get the following picture. This table shows that our industry has grown more than ninefold as compared with pre-war, whereas the industry of the principal capitalist countries continues to mark time round about the pre-war level, exceeding the latter by only 20 or 30%. This means that as regards rate of growth our socialist industry holds first place in the world. Thus we find that as regards technique of production and rate of growth of our industry, we have already overtaken and outstripped the principal capitalist countries. In what respect are we lagging? We are still lagging economically, that is, as regards the volume of our industrial output per head of population. In 1938 we produced about 15 million tons of pig iron, Great Britain produced 7,000,000 tons. It might seem that we are better off than Great Britain. But if we divide this number of tons by the number of population we shall find that the output of pig iron per head of population in 1938 was 145 kilograms in Great Britain, and only 87 kilograms in the USSR. Or, further, in 1938 Great Britain produced 10,800,000 tons of steel and about 29 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity, whereas the USSR produced 18 million tons of steel and over 39 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity. It might seem that we are better off than Great Britain. But if we divide this number of tons and kilowatt-hours by the number of population we shall find that in 1938 in Great Britain the output of steel per head of population was 226 kilograms and of electricity 620 kilowatt-hours, whereas in the USSR the 351. Output of steel per head of population was only 107 kilograms, and of electricity only 233 kilowatt-hours. What is the reason for this? The reason is that our population is several times larger than that of Great Britain, and hence our requirements are greater. The Soviet Union has a population of 170 million, whereas Great Britain has a population of not more than 46 million. The economic power of a country's industry is not expressed by the volume of industrial output in general, irrespective of the size of population, but by the volume of industrial output taken in direct reference to the amount consumed per head of population. The larger a country's industrial output per head of population, the greater is its economic power, and, conversely, the smaller the output per head of population, the less is the economic power of the country and of its industry. Consequently, the larger a country's population, the greater is the need for articles of consumption, and hence the larger should be the industrial output of the country. Take, for example, the output of pig iron. In order to outstrip Great Britain economically in respect to production of pig iron, which in 1938 amounted in that country to 7,000,000 tons, we must increase our annual output of pig iron to 25 million tons. In order economically to outstrip Germany, which in 1938 produced 18 million tons of pig iron in all, we must raise our annual output to 40 million or 45 million tons. And in order to outstrip the USA economically, not as regards the level of 1938, which was a year of crisis, and in which the USA produced only 18,800,000 tons of pig iron, but as regards the level of 1929, when the USA was experiencing an industrial boom and when it produced about 43 million tons of pig iron, we must raise our annual output of pig iron to 50 million or 60 million tons. The same must be said of the production of steel and rolled steel, of the machine building industry, and so on, inasmuch as these branches of industry, and all others too, depend in the long run on the production of pig iron. We have outstripped the principal capitalist countries as regards technique of production and rate of industrial development. That is very good, but it is not enough. We must 352. Outstrip them economically as well. We can do it, and we must do it. Only if we outstrip the principal capitalist countries economically can we reckon upon our country being fully saturated with consumers' goods, on having an abundance of products, and on being able to make the transition from the first phase of communism to its second phase. What do we require to outstrip the principal capitalist countries economically? First of all, we require the earnest and indomitable desire to move ahead and the readiness to make sacrifices and invest very considerable amounts of capital for the utmost expansion of our socialist industry. Have we these requisites? We undoubtedly have. Further, we require a high technique of production and a high rate of industrial development. Have we these requisites? We undoubtedly have. Lastly, we require time. Yes, comrades, time. We must build new factories. We must train new cotters for industry. But this requires time, and no little time at that. We cannot outstrip the principal capitalist countries economically in 2 or 3 years. It will require rather more than that. Take, for example, pig iron and its production. How much time do we require to outstrip the principal capitalist countries economically in regard to the production of pig iron? When the second 5-year plan was being drawn up, certain members of the old personnel of the State Planning Commission proposed that the annual output of pig iron towards the end of the second 5-year plan should be fixed in the amount of 60 million tons. That means that they assumed the possibility of an average annual increase in pig iron production of 10 million tons. This, of course, was sheer fantasy, if not worse. Incidentally, it was not only in regard to the production of pig iron that these comrades indulged their fantasy. They considered, for example, that during the period of the second 5-year plan the annual increase of population in the USSR should amount to 3 or 4 million persons, or even more. This was also fantasy, if not worse. But if we ignore these fantastic dreamers and come down to reality, we may consider quite feasible an average annual increase in the output of pig iron of 2 or 2.5 million tons, bearing in mind the present state of Tech 353 NEC of iron smelting. The industrial history of the principal capitalist countries, as well as of our country, shows that such an annual rate of increase involves a great strain, but is quite feasible. Hence, we require time, and no little time at that, in order to outstrip the principal capitalist countries economically. And the higher our productivity of labor becomes, and the more our technique of production is perfected, the more rapidly can we accomplish this cardinal economic task, the more can we reduce the period of its accomplishment. b. Agriculture. Like the development of industry, the development of agriculture during the period under review has followed an upward trend. This upward trend is expressed not only in an increase of agricultural output, but, and primarily, in the growth and consolidation of socialist agriculture on the one hand, and the utter doom of individual peasant farming on the other. Whereas the grain area of the collective farms increased from 75 million hectares in 1933 to 92,000,000 in 1938, the grain area of the individual peasant farmers dropped in this period from 15,700,000 hectares to 600,000 hectares, or to 0.6% of the total grain area. I will not mention the area under industrial crops, a branch where individual peasant farming has been reduced to zero. Furthermore, it is well known that the collective farms now unite 18,800,000 peasant households, or 93.5% of all the peasant households, aside from the collective fisheries and collective trapping and handicraft industries. This means that the collective farms have been firmly established and consolidated, and that the socialist system of farming is now our only form of agriculture. If we compare the areas under all crops during the period under review with the crop areas in the pre-evolutionary period, we observe the following picture of growth. If in addition to these figures, we bear in mind that in the period under review the number of machine and tractor stations increased from 2,900 in 1934 to 68, it may 7,350 in 193 be safely said, on the basis of all these facts, that the reconstruction of our agriculture on the foundation of a new and up-to-date machine technique has in the main already been completed. 357. Our agriculture, consequently, is not only run on the largest scale, and is the most mechanized in the world, and therefore produces the largest surplus for the market, but is also more fully equipped with modern machinery than the agriculture of any other country. If we compare the harvests of grain and industrial crops during the period under review with the pre-evolutionary period, we get the following picture of growth. From this table it can be seen that despite the drought in the eastern and southeastern districts in 1936 and 1938, and despite the unprecedentedly large harvest in 1913, the gross production of grain and industrial crops during the period under review steadily increased as compared with 1913. Of particular interest is the question of the amount of grain marketed by the collective farms and state farms as compared with their gross harvests. Comrade Nemchinov, the statistician, has calculated that of a gross grain harvest of 5 billion poods in pre-war times, only about 1,300,000,000 poods were marketed. Thus the marketed proportion of the grain crop in those days was 26%. Comrade Nemchinvoy computes that in the years 1926 to 27, for example, the proportion of marketed produce to gross harvest was about 47% in the case of collective and state farming, which is large-scale farming, and about 12% in the case of individual peasant farming. If we approach the matter more cautiously and assume the amount of marketed produce in the case of collective and state farming in 1938 to be 40% of the gross harvest, we find that in that year our socialist grain farming was able to release, and actually did release, about 2,300,000,000 poods of grain for the market, or 1 billion poods more than was marketed in pre-war times. Consequently, the high proportion of produce marketed constitutes an important feature of state and collective farming, and is of cardinal importance for the food supply of our country. It is this feature of the collective farms and state farms that explains the secret why our country has succeeded so easily and rapidly in solving the grain problem, the problem of producing an adequate supply of market grain for this vast country. It should be noted that during the last 3 years annual grain deliveries to the state have not dropped below 1,600,000,000 poods, while sometimes, as for example in 1937, they have reached 1,800,000,000 poods. If we add to this about 200 million poods or so of grain purchased annually by the state, as well as several 100 million poods sold by Collect 359 TIV farms and farmers directly in the market, we get in all the total of grain released by the collective farms and state farms already mentioned. Further, it is interesting to note that during the last 3 years the base of market grain has shifted from the Ukraine, which was formerly considered the granary of our country, to the north and the east, that is, to the RSFSR. We know that during the last 2 or 3 years grain deliveries in the Ukraine have amounted in all to about 400 million poods annually, whereas in the RSFSR the grain deliveries during these years have amounted to 1,100,000,000 or 1,200,000,000 poods annually. That is how things stand with regard to grain farming. As regards livestock farming, considerable advances have been made during the past few years in this, the most backward branch of agriculture, as well. True, in the number of horses and in sheep breeding we are still below the pre-evolutionary level, but as regards cattle and hog breeding we have already passed the pre-evolutionary level. See table total head of livestock in the U.S.S.R. There can be no doubt that the lag in horse breeding and sheep breeding will be remedied in a very short period. C. Trade and transport. The progress in industry and agriculture was accompanied by an increase in the trade of the country. During the period under review the number of state and cooperative retail stores increased by 25%. State and cooperative retail trade increased by 178%. Trade in the collective farm markets increased by 112%. See table trade. It is obvious that trade in the country could not have so developed without a certain increase in freight traffic. And indeed during the period under review freight traffic increased in all branches of transport, especially rail and air. There was an increase in waterborne freight, too, but with considerable fluctuations, and in 1938, it is to be regretted, there was even a drop in waterborne freight as compared with the previous year. Table freight traffic. There can be no doubt that the comparative lag in water transport in 1938 will be remedied in 1939. 2. Further rise in the material and cultural standard of the people. The steady progress of industry and agriculture could not but lead, and has actually led, to a new rise in the material and cultural standard of the people. The abolition of exploitation and the consolidation of the socialist economic system, the absence of unemployment, with its attendant poverty in town and country, the enormous expansion of industry and the steady growth in the number of workers, the increase in the productivity of labor of the workers and collective farmers, the securement of the land to the collective farms in perpetuity, and the vast number of first-class tractors and agricultural machines supplied to the collective farms. All this has created effective conditions for a further rise in the standard of living of the workers and peasants. In its turn, the improvement in the standard of living of the workers and peasants has naturally led to an improvement in the standard of living of the intelligentsia, who represent a considerable force in our country and serve the interests of the workers and the peasants. Now it is no longer a question of finding room in industry for unemployed and homeless peasants who have been set adrift from their villages and live in fear of starvation of giving them jobs out of charity. The time has long gone by when there were such peasants in our country. And this is a good thing, of course, for it testifies to the prosperity of our countryside. If anything, it is now a question of asking the collective farms to comply with our request and to release, say, about 1.5 million young collective farmers annually for the needs of our expanding industry. The collective farms, which have already become prosperous, should bear in mind that if we do not get this assistance from them, it will be very difficult to continue the expansion of our industry, and that if we do not expand our industry, we shall not be able to satisfy the peasants' growing demand for consumers' goods. The collective farms are quite able to meet this. 364. Request of ours, since the abundance of machinery in the collective farms releases a portion of the rural workers, who, if transferred to industry, could be of immense service to our whole national economy. As a result, we have the following indications of the improvement in the standard of living of the workers and peasants during the period under review. 1. The national income rose from 48,500,000,000 rubles in 1933 to 105 billion rubles in 1938. 2. The number of factory and office workers rose from a little over 22 million in 1933 to 28 million in 1938. 3. The total annual payroll rose from 34,953,000,000 tubles to 96,425,000,000 rubles. 4. The average annual wages of industrial workers, which amounted to 1,513 rubles in 1933, rose to 3,447 rubles in 1938. 5. The total monetary incomes of the collective farms rose from 5,661,900,000 rubles in 1933 to 14,180,100,000 rubles in 1937. 6. The average amount of grain received per collective farm household in the grain-growing regions rose from 61 poods in 1933 to 144 poods in 1937, exclusive of seed, emergency seed stocks, fodder for the collectively owned cattle, grain deliveries, and payments in kind for work performed by the machine and tractor stations. 7. State budget appropriations for social and cultural services rose from 5,839,900,000 rubles in 1933 to 35,202,500,000 rubles in 1938. As regards the cultural standard of the people, its rise was commensurate with the rise in the standard of living. From the standpoint of the cultural development of the people, the period under review has been marked by a veritable cultural revolution. The introduction of compulsory elementary education in the languages of the various nationalities of the USSR, the increasing number of schools and scholars of all grades, the increasing number of college-trained experts, and the creation and growth of a new intelligentsia, a Soviet intelligentsia, such is the general picture of the cultural advancement of our people. Here are the figures. 367. As a result of this immense cultural work, a numerous new, Soviet intelligentsia has arisen in our country, an intelligentsia which has emerged from the ranks of the working class, peasantry and Soviet employees, which is of the flesh and blood of our people, which has never known the yoke of exploitation, which hates exploiters, and which is ready to serve the peoples of the USSR faithfully and devotedly. I think that the rise of this new, socialist intelligentsia of the people is one of the most important results of the cultural revolution in our country. 3. Further consolidation of the Soviet system. One of the most important results of the period under review is that it has led to the further internal consolidation of the country, to the further consolidation of the Soviet system. Nor could it be otherwise. The firm establishment of the socialist system in all branches of national economy, the progress of industry and agriculture, the rising material standard of the working people, the rising cultural standard of the masses and their increasing political activity, all this, accomplished under the guidance of the Soviet power, could not but lead to the further consolidation of the Soviet system. The feature that distinguishes Soviet society today from any capitalist society is that it no longer contains antagonistic, hostile classes, that the exploiting classes have been eliminated, while the workers, peasants, and intellectuals, who make up Soviet society, live and work in friendly collaboration. Whereas capitalist society is torn by irreconcilable antagonisms between workers and capitalists and between peasants and landlords, resulting in its internal instability, Soviet society, liberated from the yoke of exploitation, knows no such antagonisms, is free of class conflicts, and presents a picture of friendly collaboration between workers, peasants, and intellectuals. It is this community of interest which has formed the basis for the development of such motive forces as the moral and political unity of Soviet society, the mutual friendship of the nations of the USSR, and Soviet patriotism. It has also been the basis for the Constitution of the 368 USSR adopted in November 1936, and for the complete democratization of the elections to the supreme organs of the country. As to the elections to the supreme organs, they were a magnificent demonstration of that unity of Soviet society and of that amity among the nations of the USSR which constitute the characteristic feature of the internal situation of our country. As we know, in the elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR in December 1937, nearly 90 million votes, or 98.6% of the total ballot, were cast for the Communist and non-party bloc, while in the elections to the Supreme Soviets of the Union Republics in June 1938, 92 million votes, or 99.4% of the total ballot, were cast for the Communist and non-party bloc. There you have the basis of the stability of the Soviet system and the source of the inexhaustible strength of Soviet power. This means, incidentally, that in case of war, the rear and front of our army, by reason of their homogeneity and inherent unity, will be stronger than those of any other country, a fact which people beyond our borders who are fond of military conflicts would do well to remember. Certain foreign pressmen have been talking drivel to the effect that the purging of Soviet organizations of spies, assassins, and wreckers like Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Yakir, Tkhachevsky, Rosengolds, Bukharin and other fiends has shaken the Soviet system and caused its demoralization. All this cheap drivel deserves is laughter and scum. How can the purging of Soviet organizations of noxious and hostile elements shake and demoralize the Soviet system? This Trotsky-Bukharin bunch of spies, assassins, and wreckers, who kowtowed to the foreign world, who were possessed by a slavish instinct to grovel before every foreign bigwig and were ready to serve him as spies, this handful of people who did not understand that the humblest Soviet citizen, being free from the fetters of capital, stands head and shoulders above any high-placed foreign bigwig whose neck wears the yoke of capitalist slavery, who needs this miserable band of venal slaves. Of what value can they be to the people, and whom can they demoralize? In 1937 Tkhachevsky, Yakir, Uberi 369 Vish and other fiends were sentenced to be shot. After that, the elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR were held. In these elections, 98.6% of the total vote was cast for the Soviet power. At the beginning of 1938 Rosengolds, Rykov, Bukharin and other fiends were sentenced to be shot. After that, the elections to the Supreme Soviets of the Union Republics were held. In these elections 99.4% of the total vote was cast for the Soviet power. Where are the symptoms of demoralization, we would like to know, and why was this demoralization not reflected in the results of the elections? To listen to these foreign drivellers one would think that if the spies, assassins, and wreckers had been left at liberty to wreck, murder and spy without let or hindrance, the Soviet organizations would have been far sounder and stronger. Laughter. Are not these gentlemen giving themselves away so soon by so insolently defending the cause of spies, assassins, and wreckers? Would it not be truer to say that the weeding out of spies, assassins, and wreckers from our Soviet organizations was bound to lead, and did lead, to the further strengthening of these organizations? What, for instance, do the events at Lake Hassan show, if not that the weeding out of spies and wreckers is the surest means of strengthening our Soviet organizations? XOE. The tasks of the party in the sphere of internal policy are, 1. To promote the further progress of our industry, rise of productivity of labor, and perfection of the technique of production, in order, having already outstripped the principal capitalist countries in technique of production and rate of industrial development, to outstrip them economically as well in the next 10 or 15 years. 2. To promote the further progress of our agriculture and stock breeding so as to achieve in the next 3 or 4 years an annual grain harvest of 8 billion poods, with an average yield of 12 to 13 centners per hectare, an average increase in the harvest of industrial crops of 30 to 35%, and an 370 increase in the number of sheep and hogs by 100% or of cattle by about 40%, and of horses by about 35% or 3. To continue to improve the material and cultural standards of the workers, peasants, and intellectuals. 4. Steadfastly to carry into effect our socialist constitution, to complete the democratization of the political life of the country, to strengthen the moral and political unity of Soviet society and fraternal collaboration among our workers, peasants, and intellectuals, to promote the friendship of the peoples of the USSR to the utmost, and to develop and cultivate Soviet patriotism. 5. Never to forget that we are surrounded by a capitalist world, to remember that the foreign espionage services will smuggle spies, assassins, and wreckers into our country, and, remembering this, to strengthen our socialist intelligence service and systematically help it to defeat and eradicate the enemies of the people. 3. Further strengthening of the C.P.S.U. B. From the standpoint of the political line and day-to-day practical work, the period under review was one of complete victory for the general line of our party. Loud and prolonged applause. The principal achievements demonstrating the correctness of the policy of our party and the correctness of its leadership are the firm establishment of the socialist system in the entire national economy, the completion of the reconstruction of industry and agriculture on the basis of a new technique, the fulfillment of the second five-year plan in industry ahead of time, the increase of the annual grain harvest to a level of 7 billion poods, the abolition of poverty and unemployment, and the raising of the material and cultural standard of the people. In the face of these imposing achievements, the opponents of the general line of our party, all the various left and right trends, all the Trotsky Piatokoi and Bukharin Rykov renegades were forced to creep into their shells, tuck away 371 their hackneyed platforms, and go into hiding. Lacking the manhood to submit to the will of the people, they preferred to merge with the Mensheviks, socialist revolutionaries, and fascists, to become the tools of foreign espionage services, to hire themselves out as spies, and to obligate themselves to help the enemies of the Soviet Union to dismember our country and to restore capitalist slavery in it. Such was the inglorious end of the opponents of the line of our party, who finished up as enemies of the people. When it had smashed the enemies of the people and purged the party and Soviet organizations of renegades, the party became still more united in its political and organizational work and rallied even more solidly around its central committee. Stormy applause. All the delegates rise and cheer the speaker. Shouts of hurrah for Comrade Stalin. Long live Comrade Stalin. Hurrah for the Central Committee of our party. Let us examine the concrete facts illustrating the development of the internal life of the party and its organizational and propaganda work during the period under review. 1. Measures to improve the composition of the party. Division of organizations, closer contact between the leading party bodies and the work of the lower bodies. The strengthening of the party and of its leading bodies during the period under review proceeded chiefly along two lines, along the line of regulating the composition of the party, ejecting unreliable elements and selecting the best elements, and along the line of dividing up the organizations, reducing their size, and bringing the leading bodies closer to the concrete, day-to-day work of the lower bodies. There were 1,874,488 party members represented at the 17th Party Congress. Comparing this figure with the number of party members represented at the preceding Congress, the 16th Party Congress, we find that in the interval between these two Congresses 600,000 new members joined the party. The party could not but feel that such a mass influx into its ranks in the conditions prevailing in 1930-33 meant an unhealthy and undesirable expansion of 372 its membership. The party knew that not only honest and loyal people were joining its ranks, but also chance elements and careerists, who were seeking to utilize the badge of the party for their own personal ends. The party could not but know that its strength lay not only in the size of its membership, but, and above all, in the quality of its members. The question accordingly rose of regulating the composition of the party. It was decided to continue the purge of party members and candidate members begun in 1933, and the purge actually was continued until May 1935. It was further decided to suspend the admission of new members into the party, and it actually was suspended until September 1936, the admission of new members being resumed only on November 1, 1936. Further, in connection with the dastardly murder of Comrade Kirov, which showed that there were quite a number of suspicious elements in the party, it was decided to undertake a verification of the records of party members and an exchange of old party cards for new ones, both these measures being completed only in September 1936. Only after this was the admission of new members and candidate members into the party resumed. As a result of all these measures, the party succeeded in weeding out chance, passive, careerist and directly hostile elements, and in culling the staunchest and most loyal. It cannot be said that the purge was not accompanied by grave mistakes. There were unfortunately more mistakes than might have been expected. Undoubtedly, we shall have no need to resort to the method of mass purges anymore. Nevertheless, the purge of 1933–36 was unavoidable and its results, on the whole, were beneficial. The number of party members represented at this, the 18th Congress, is about 1,600,000, which is 270,000 less than were represented at the 17th Congress. But there is nothing bad in that. On the contrary, it is all to the good, for the party strengthens itself by clearing its ranks of dross. Our party is now somewhat smaller in membership, but on the other hand it is better in quality. That is a big achievement. As regards improvement of the day-to-day leadership of the party by bringing it closer to the work of the lower bodies and by making it more concrete, the party came to the Con 373 conclusion that the best way to make it easier for the party bodies to guide the organizations and to make the leadership itself concrete, alive and practical was to divide up the organizations, to reduce their size. People's commissariats as well as the administrative organizations of the various territorial divisions, that is, the Union republics, territories, regions, districts, etc., were divided up. The result of the measures adopted is that instead of 7 Union republics, we now have 11, instead of 14 People's Commissariats of the USSR we have 34, instead of 70 territories and regions we have 110, instead of 2,559 urban and rural districts we have 3,815. Correspondingly, within the system of leading party bodies, we now have 11 central committees, headed by the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U. B, 6 territorial committees, 104 regional committees, 30 area committees, 212 city committees, 336 city district committees, 3,479 rural district committees, and 113,060 primary party organizations. It cannot be said that the division of organizations is already over. Most likely it will be carried further. But, however that may be, it is already yielding good results both in the improvement of the day-to-day leadership of the work and in bringing the leadership itself closer to the concrete work of the lower bodies. I need not mention that the division of organizations has made it possible to promote hundreds and thousands of new people to leading posts. That, too, is a big achievement. 2. Selection, promotion, and allocation of cadres. Regulating the composition of the party and bringing the leading bodies closer to the concrete work of the lower bodies was not, and could not be, the only means of further strengthening the party and its leadership. Another means adopted in the period under review was a radical improvement in the training of cadres, in the work of selecting, promoting, and allocating cadres and of testing them in the process of work. The party cadres constitute the commanding staff of the party, and since our party is in power, they also constitute the commanding staff of the leading organs of state. After 374. A correct political line has been worked out and tested in practice, the party cadres become the decisive force in the leadership exercised by the party and the state. A correct political line is, of course, the primary and most important thing. But that in itself is not enough. A correct political line is not needed as a declaration, but as something to be carried into effect. But in order to carry a correct political line into effect, we must have cadres, people who understand the political line of the party, who accept it as their own line, who are prepared to carry it into effect, who are able to put it into practice and are capable of answering for it, defending it, and fighting for it. Failing this, a correct political line runs the risk of being purely nominal. And here arises the problem of properly selecting cadres and fostering them, of promoting new people, of correctly allocating cadres, and testing them by work accomplished. What is meant by properly selecting cadres? Properly selecting cadres does not mean just gathering around one a lot of assistants and subs, setting up an office and issuing order after order. Laughter. Nor does it mean abusing one's powers, switching scores and hundreds of people back and forth from one job to another without rhyme or reason and conducting endless reorganizations. Laughter. Proper selection of cadres means, firstly, valuing cadres as the gold reserve of the party and the state, treasuring them, respecting them. Secondly, knowing cadres, carefully studying their individual merits and shortcomings, knowing in what post the capacities of a given worker are most likely to develop. Thirdly, carefully fostering cadres, helping every promising worker to advance, not grudging time on patiently bothering with such workers and accelerating their development. Fourthly, boldly promoting new and young cadres in time, so as not to allow them to stagnate in their old posts and grow stale. Fifthly, allocating workers to posts in such a way that each feels he is in the right place, that each may contribute to our common cause the maximum his personal capacities enable him to contribute, and that the general trend of the work of allocating cadres may fully answer to the demands of the 375 political line for the carrying out of which this allocation of cadres is designed. Particularly important in this respect is the bold and timely promotion of new and young cadres. It seems to me that our people are not quite clear on this point yet. Some think that in selecting people we must chiefly rely on the old cadres. Others, on the contrary, think that we must chiefly rely on young cadres. It seems to me that both are mistaken. The old cadres, of course, represent a valuable asset to the party and the state. They possess what the young cadres lack, namely, tremendous experience in leadership, a schooling in Marxist-Leninist principles, knowledge of affairs, and a capacity for orientation. But, firstly, there are never enough old cadres, there are far less than required, and they are already partly going out of commission owing to the operation of the laws of nature. Secondly, part of the old cadres are sometimes inclined to keep a too persistent eye on the past, to cling to the past, to stay in the old rut and fail to observe the new in life. This is called losing the sense of the new. It is a very serious and dangerous shortcoming. As to the young cadres, they, of course, have not the experience, the schooling, the knowledge of affairs and the capacity of orientation of the old cadres. But, firstly, the young cadres constitute the vast majority, secondly, they are young, and as yet are not subject to the danger of going out of commission, thirdly, they possess in abundance the sense of the new, which is a valuable quality in every Bolshevik worker, and, fourthly, they develop and acquire knowledge so rapidly, they press upward so eagerly, that the time is not far off when they will overtake the old fellows, take their stand side by side with them, and become worthy of replacing them. Consequently, the thing is not whether to rely on the old cadres or on the new cadres, but to steer for a combination, a union of the old and the young cadres in one common symphony of leadership of the party and the state. Prolonged applause. That is why we must boldly and in good time promote young cadres to leading posts. One of the important achievements of the party during the period under review in the matter of strengthening the party leadership is that, when selecting cadres, it has success. 376. Degree. Fully pursued, from top to bottom, just this course of combining old and young workers. Data in the possession of the Central Committee of the party show that during the period under review the party succeeded in promoting to leading state and party posts over 500,000 young Bolsheviks, members of the party and people standing close to the party, over 20% of whom were women. What is our task now? Our task now is to concentrate the work of selecting cadres, from top to bottom, in the hands of one body and to raise it to a proper, scientific, Bolshevik level. This entails putting an end to the division of the work of studying, promoting, and selecting cadres among various departments and sectors and concentrating it in one body. This body should be the cadres administration of the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U. B, and a corresponding cadres department in each of the Republican, territorial and regional party organizations. 3. Party propaganda. Marxist-Leninist training of party members and party cadres. There is still another sphere of party work, a very important and very responsible one, in which the work of strengthening the party and its leading bodies has been carried on during the period under review. I am referring to party propaganda and agitation, oral and printed, the work of training the party members and party cadres in the spirit of Marxism-Leninism, the work of raising the political and theoretical level of the party and its workers. There is hardly need to dwell on the cardinal importance of party propaganda, of the Marxist-Leninist training of our people. I am referring not only to party functionaries. I am also referring to the workers in the Young Communist League, trade union, trade, cooperative, economic, state, educational, military and other organizations. The work of regulating the composition of the party and of bringing the leading bodies closer to the activities of the lower bodies may be organized satisfactorily, the work of promoting, selecting. 377. And allocating cadres may also be organized satisfactorily, but, with all this, if our party propaganda for some reason or other goes lame, if the Marxist-Leninist training of our cadres begins to languish, if our work of raising the political and theoretical level of these cadres flags, and the cadres themselves cease on account of this to show interest in the prospect of our further progress, cease to understand the truth of our cause and are transformed into narrow plotters with no outlook, blindly and mechanically carrying out instructions from above, then our entire state and party work must inevitably languish. It must be accepted as an axiom that the higher the political level and the Marxist-Leninist knowledge of the workers in any branch of state or party work, the better and more fruitful will be the work itself, and the more effective the results of the work, and, vice versa, the lower the political level of the workers, and the less they are imbued with the knowledge of Marxism-Leninism, the greater will be the likelihood of disruption and failure in the work, of the workers themselves becoming shallow and deteriorating into paltry plotters, of their degenerating altogether. It may be confidently stated that if we succeeded in training the cadres in all branches of our work ideologically and in schooling them politically to such an extent as to enable them easily to orientate themselves in the internal and international situation, if we succeeded in making them quite mature Marxists-Leninists capable of solving the problems involved in the guidance of the country without serious error, we would have every reason to consider 9/10 of our problems already settled. And we certainly can accomplish this, for we have all the means and opportunities for doing so. The training and molding of our young cadres usually proceeds in each particular branch of science or technology along the line of specialization. This is necessary and desirable. There is no reason why a man who specializes in medicine should at the same time specialize in physics or botany, or vice versa. But there is one branch of science which Bolsheviks in all branches of science are in duty bound to know, and that is the Marxist-Leninist science of society, of the laws of social development, of the laws of development of the proletarian revolution, of the laws of development of socialist. 378. Construction, and of the victory of communism. For a man who calls himself a Leninist cannot be considered a real Leninist if he shuts himself up in his speciality, in mathematics, botany, or chemistry, let us say, and sees nothing beyond that speciality. A Leninist cannot be just a specialist in his favorite science, he must also be a political and social worker, keenly interested in the destinies of his country, acquainted with the laws of social development, capable of applying these laws, and striving to be an active participant in the political guidance of the country. This, of course, will be an additional burden on specialists who are Bolsheviks. But it will be a burden more than compensated for by its results. The task of party propaganda, the task of the Marxist-Leninist training of cadres, is to help our cadres in all branches of work to become versed in the Marxist-Leninist science of the laws of social development. Measures for improving the work of propaganda and of the Marxist-Leninist training of cadres have been discussed many times by the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U.B., jointly with propagandists from various regional party organizations. The publication, in September 1938, of the History of the C.P.S.U.B. short course was taken into account in this connection. It was ascertained that the publication of the History of the C.P.S.U.B. had given a new impetus to Marxist-Leninist propaganda in our country. The results of the work of the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U.B. have been published in its decision, on the organization of party propaganda in connection with the publication of the History of the C.P.S.U.B. short course. On the basis of this decision and with due reference to the decisions of the Plenum of the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U.B. of March 1937, on defects in party work, the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U.B. has outlined the following major measures for eliminating the defects in party propaganda and improving the work of the Marxist-Leninist training of party members and party cadres. 1. To concentrate the work of party propaganda and agitation in one body and to merge the propaganda and agitation departments and the press departments into a single propaganda and agitation administration of the Central Commit 379T of the C.P.S.U.B., and to organize corresponding propaganda and agitation departments in each Republican, territorial and regional party organization. 2. Recognizing as incorrect the infatuation for the system of propaganda through study circles, and considering the method of individual study of the principles of Marxism-Leninism by party members to be more expedient, to center the attention of the party on propaganda through the press and on the organization of a system of propaganda by lectures. 3. To organize one-year courses of instruction for our lower cadres in each regional center. 4. To organize 2-year Lenin schools for our middle cadres in various centers of the country. 5. To organize a higher school of Marxism-Leninism under the auspices of the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U.B., with a 3-year course for the training of highly qualified party theoreticians. 6. To set up 1-year courses of instruction for propagandists and journalists in various centers of the country. 7. To set up in connection with the Higher School of Marxism-Leninism 6-month courses of instruction for teachers of Marxism-Leninism in the higher educational establishments. There can be no doubt that the realization of these measures, which are already being carried out, although not yet sufficiently, will soon yield beneficial results. 4. Some questions of theory. Another of the defects of our propagandist and ideological work is the absence of full clarity among our comrades on certain theoretical questions of vital practical importance, the existence of a certain amount of confusion on these questions. I refer to the question of the state in general, and of our socialist state in particular, and to the question of our Soviet intelligentsia. It is sometimes asked, we have abolished the exploiting classes, there are no longer any hostile classes in the country, there is nobody to suppress, hence there is no more need for 380. The state, it must die away. Why then do we not help our socialist state to die away? Why do we not strive to put an end to it? Is it not time to throw out all this rubbish of a state? Or again, the exploiting classes have already been abolished in our country, socialism has in the main been built, we ain't advancing towards communism. Now, the Marxist doctrine of the state says that there is to be no state under communism. Why then do we not help our socialist state to die away? Is it not time we relegated the state to the Museum of Antiquities? These questions show that those who ask them have conscientiously memorized certain tenets of the doctrine of Marx and Engels about the state. But they also show that these comrades have not grasped the essential meaning of this doctrine, that they do not realize in what historical conditions the various tenets of this doctrine were elaborated, and, what is more, that they do not understand present-day international conditions, have overlooked the capitalist encirclement and the dangers it entails for the socialist country. These questions not only betray an underestimation of the capitalist encirclement, but also an underestimation of the role and significance of the bourgeois states and their organs, which send spies, assassins, and wreckers into our country and are waiting for a favorable opportunity to attack it by armed force. They likewise betray an underestimation of the role and significance of our socialist state and of its military, punitive, and intelligence organs, which are essential for the defense of the land of socialism from foreign attack. It must be confessed that the comrades mentioned are not the only ones guilty of this underestimation. All the Bolsheviks, all of us without exception, to a certain extent sin in this respect. Is it not surprising that we learned about the espionage and conspiratorial activities of the Trotskyite and Bukharinite ringleaders only quite recently, in 1937 and 1938, although, as the evidence shows, these gentry were in the service of foreign espionage organizations and carried on conspiratorial activities from the very first days of the October Revolution? How could we have failed to notice so grave a matter? How are we to explain this blunder? The usual answer to this case 381 is that we could not possibly have assumed that these people could have fallen so low. But that is no explanation, still less is it a justification, for the blunder was a blunder. How is this blunder to be explained? It is to be explained by an underestimation of the strength and significance of the mechanism of the bourgeois states surrounding us and of their espionage organs, which endeavor to take advantage of people's weaknesses, their vanity, their slackness of will, to enmesh them in their espionage nets and use them to surround the organs of the Soviet state. It is to be explained by an underestimation of the role and significance of the mechanism of our socialist state and of its intelligence service, by an underestimation of the importance of this intelligence service, by the twaddle that an intelligence service in a Soviet state is an unimportant trifle, and that the Soviet intelligence service and the Soviet state itself will soon have to be relegated to the Museum of Antiquities. What could have given rise to this underestimation? It arose owing to the fact that certain of the general tenets of the Marxist doctrine of the state were incompletely elaborated and were inadequate. It received currency owing to our unpardonably heedless attitude to matters pertaining to the theory of the state, in spite of the fact that we have had 20 years of practical experience in state affairs which provides rich material for theoretical generalizations, and in spite of the fact that, given the desire, we have every opportunity of successfully filling this gap in theory. We have forgotten Lenin's highly important injunction about the theoretical duties of Russian Marxists, that it is their mission to further develop the Marxist theory. Here is what Lenin said in this connection. We do not regard Marxist theory as something completed and inviolable, on the contrary, we are convinced that it has only laid the cornerstone of the science which socialists must further advance in all directions if they wish to keep pace with life. We think that an independent elaboration of the Marxist theory is especially essential for Russian socialists, for this theory provides only general guiding principles, which, in particular, are applied in Eng. 382. Land differently from France, in France differently from Germany, and in Germany differently from Russia. Consider, for example, the classical formulation of the theory of the development of the socialist state given by Engels. As soon as there is no longer any class of society to be held in subjection, as soon as, along with class domination and the struggle for individual existence based on the former anarchy of production, the collisions and excesses arising from these have also been abolished, there is nothing more to be repressed which would make a special repressive force, a state, necessary. The first act in which the state really comes forward as the representative of society as a whole, the taking possession of the means of production in the name of society, is at the same time its last independent act as a state. The interference of the state power in social relations becomes superfluous in one sphere after another, and then ceases of itself. The government of persons is replaced by the administration of things and the direction of the process of production. The state is not abolished, it withers away. F. Engels, Anti-Diering. Is this proposition of Engels correct? Yes, it is correct, but only on one of two conditions. 1. If we study the socialist state only from the angle of the internal development of a country, abstracting ourselves in advance from the international factor, isolating, for the convenience of investigation, the country and the state from the international situation, or, 2, if we assume that socialism is already victorious in all countries, or in the majority of countries, that a socialist encirclement exists instead of a capitalist encirclement, that there is no more danger of foreign attack, and that there is no more need to strengthen the army and the state. Well, but what if socialism has been victorious only in one, separate country, and if, in view of this, it is quite impossible to abstract oneself from international conditions? 383. What then? Engels' formula does not furnish an answer to this question. As a matter of fact, Engels did not set himself this question, and therefore could not have given an answer to it. Engels proceeds from the assumption that socialism has already been victorious more or less simultaneously in all countries, or in a majority of countries. Consequently, Engels is not here investigating any specific socialist state of any particular country, but the development of the socialist state in general, on the assumption that socialism has been victorious in a majority of countries according to the formula. Assuming that socialism is victorious in a majority of countries, what changes must the proletarian, socialist state undergo? Only this general and abstract character of the problem can explain why in his investigation of the question of the socialist state Engels completely abstracted himself from such a factor as international conditions, the international situation. But it follows from this that Engels' general formula about the destiny of the socialist state in general cannot be extended to the partial and specific case of the victory of socialism in one country only. A country which is surrounded by a capitalist world, is subject to the menace of foreign military attack, cannot therefore abstract itself from the international situation, and must have at its disposal a well-trained army, well-organized punitive organs, and a strong intelligence service. Consequently, must have its own state, strong enough to defend the conquests of socialism from foreign attack. We cannot expect the Marxian classics, separated as they were from our day by a period of 45 or 55 years, to have foreseen each and every zigzag of history in the distant future in every separate country. It would be ridiculous to expect that the Marxian classics should have elaborated for our benefit ready-made solutions for each and every theoretical problem that might arise in any particular country 50 or 100 years afterwards, so that we, the descendants of the Marxian classics, might calmly doze at the fireside and munch ready-made solutions. General laughter. But we can and should expect of the Marxists-Leninists of our day that they do not confine themselves to 384. Learning by rote a few general tenets of Marxism, that they delve deeply into the essence of Marxism, that they learn to take account of the experience gained in the 20 years of existence of the socialist state in our country, that, lastly, they learn, with the use of this experience and with knowledge of the essence of Marxism, to apply the various general tenets of Marxism concretely, to lend them greater precision and improve them. Lenin wrote his famous book, The State and Revolution, in August 1917, that is, a few months before the October Revolution and the establishment of the Soviet state. Lenin considered it the main task of this book to defend Marx's and Engels' doctrine of the state from distortion and vulgarization by the opportunists. Lenin was preparing to write a second volume of The State and Revolution, in which he intended to sum up the principal lessons of the experience of the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917. There can be no doubt that Lenin intended in the second volume of his book to elaborate and to further develop the theory of the state on the basis of the experience gained during the existence of Soviet power in our country. Death, however, prevented him from carrying this task into execution. But what Lenin did not manage to do should be done by his disciples. Loud applause. The state arose because society split up into antagonistic classes, It arose in order to keep in restraint the exploited majority in the interests of the exploiting minority. The instruments of state authority became concentrated mainly in the army, the punitive organs, the espionage service, the prisons. Two basic functions characterize the activity of the state: at home, the main function, to keep in restraint the exploited majority; abroad, not the main function, to extend the territory of its class, the ruling class, at the expense of the territory of other states, or to defend the territory of its own state from attack by other states. Such was the case in slave society and under feudalism. Such is the case under capitalism. In order to overthrow capitalism, it was not only necessary to remove the bourgeoisie from power, not only to expropriate the capitalists, but also to smash entirely the bourgeois state machine, its old army, its bureaucratic OFFI 385 chaldom and its police force, and to substitute for it a new, proletarian form of state, a new, socialist state. And that, as we know, is exactly what the Bolsheviks did. But it does not follow that the new, proletarian state may not retain certain functions of the old state, modified to suit the requirements of the proletarian state. Still less does it follow that the forms of our socialist state must remain unchanged, that all the original functions of our state must be fully retained in future. As a matter of fact, the forms of our state are changing and will continue to change in line with the development of our country and with the changes in the international situation. Lenin was absolutely right when he said, "The forms of bourgeois states are extremely varied, but their essence is the same, whatever their form. These states, in the final analysis, are inevitably the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie." The transition from capitalism to communism certainly cannot but yield a great abundance and variety of political forms, but the essence will inevitably be the same, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Since the October Revolution, our socialist state has passed through two main phases in its development. The first phase was the period from the October Revolution to the elimination of the exploiting classes. The principal task in that period was to suppress the resistance of the overthrown classes, to organize the defense of the country against the attack of the interventionists, to restore industry and agriculture, and to prepare the conditions for the elimination of the capitalist elements. Accordingly, in this period our state performed two main functions. The first function was to suppress the overthrown classes within the country. In this respect our state bore a superficial resemblance to previous states whose functions had also been to suppress recalcitrants, with the fundamental difference, however, that our state suppressed the exploiting minority in the interests of the laboring majority, while previous states had suppressed the exploited majority in the interests of the exploiting minority. The second function was to defend the country. 386. From foreign attack. In this respect it likewise bore a superficial resemblance to previous states, which also undertook the armed defense of their countries, with the fundamental difference, however, that our state defended from foreign attack the gains of the laboring majority, while previous states in such cases defended the wealth and privileges of the exploiting minority. Our state had yet a third function. This was the work of economic organization and cultural education performed by our state bodies with the purpose of developing the infant shoots of the new, socialist economic system and re-educating the people in the spirit of socialism. But this new function did not attain to any considerable development in that period. The second phase was the period from the elimination of the capitalist elements in town and country to the complete victory of the socialist economic system and the adoption of the new constitution. The principal task in this period was to establish the socialist economic system all over the country and to eliminate the last remnants of the capitalist elements, to bring about a cultural revolution, and to form a thoroughly modern army for the defense of the country. And the functions of our socialist state changed accordingly. The function of military suppression within the country ceased, died away, for exploitation had been abolished, there were no more exploiters left, and so there was no one to suppress. In place of this function of suppression the state acquired the function of protecting socialist property from thieves and pilferers of the property of the people. The function of armed defense of the country from foreign attack fully remained, Consequently, the Red Army and the Navy also fully remained, as did the punitive organs and the intelligence service, which are indispensable for the detection and punishment of the spies, assassins, and wreckers sent into our country by foreign espionage services. The function of economic organization and cultural education by the state organs also remained, and was developed to the full. Now the main task of our state within the country is peaceful economic organization and cultural education. As for our army, punitive organs, and intelligence service, their edge is no longer turned to within the country but to without, against external enemies. 387. As you see, we now have an entirely new, socialist state, one without precedent in history and differing considerably in form and functions from the socialist state of the first phase. But development cannot stop there. We are moving ahead, towards communism. Will our state remain in the period of communism also? Yes, it will, unless the capitalist encirclement is liquidated, and unless the danger of foreign military attack has been eliminated, although naturally, the forms of our state will again change in conformity with the change in the situation at home and abroad. No, it will not remain and will wither away if the capitalist encirclement is liquidated and is replaced by a socialist encirclement. That is how the question stands with regard to the socialist state. The second question is that of the Soviet intelligentsia. On this question, too, as on the question of the state, there is a certain unclearness and confusion among party members. In spite of the fact that the position of the party on the question of the Soviet intelligentsia is perfectly clear, there are still current in our party views hostile to the Soviet intelligentsia and incompatible with the party position. As you know, those who hold these false views practice a disdainful and contemptuous attitude to the Soviet intelligentsia and regard it as a force alien and even hostile to the working class and the peasantry. True, during the period of Soviet development the intelligentsia has undergone a radical change both in composition and status. It has become closer to the people and is honestly collaborating with it, in which respect it differs fundamentally from the old, bourgeois intelligentsia. But this apparently means nothing to these comrades. They go on harping on the old tune and wrongly apply to the Soviet intelligentsia views and attitudes which were justified in the old days when the intelligentsia was in the service of the landlords and capitalists. In the old pre-revolutionary days, under capitalism, the intelligentsia consisted primarily of members of the propertied classes, noblemen, manufacturers, merchants, kulaks and 388. So on. Some members of the intelligentsia were sons of small tradesmen, petty officials, and even of peasants and workingmen, but they did not and could not play a decisive part. The intelligentsia as a whole depended for their livelihood on the propertied classes and ministered to them. Hence it is easy to understand the mistrust, often bordering on hatred, with which the revolutionary elements of our country and above all the workers regarded the intellectuals. True, the old intelligentsia produced some courageous and revolutionary individuals or handfuls of individuals who adopted the standpoint of the working class and completely threw in their lot with the working class. But such people were all too few among the intelligentsia, and they could not change the complexion of the intelligentsia as a whole. But the position with regard to the intelligentsia has radically changed since the October Revolution, since the defeat of the foreign armed intervention, and especially since the victory of industrialization and collectivization, when the abolition of exploitation and the firm establishment of the socialist economic system made it effectively possible to give the country a new constitution and to put it into effect. The most influential and highly qualified section of the old intelligentsia broke away from the main body in the very first days of the October Revolution, proclaimed war on the Soviet government, and joined the ranks of the saboteurs. They met with well-deserved punishment for this. They were smashed and dispersed by the organs of Soviet power. Subsequently the majority of those that survived were recruited by the enemies of our country as wreckers and spies, and thus expunged themselves by their own deeds from the ranks of the intellectuals. Another section of the old intelligentsia, less qualified but more numerous, continued for a long time to temporize, waiting for better days, but then, apparently giving up hope, decided to go and serve and live in harmony with the Soviet government. The greater part of this group of the old intelligentsia are getting well on in years and are beginning to go out of commission. A third section of the old intelligentsia, mainly comprising its rank and file, and still less qualified than the section just mentioned, joined forces with the people and supported the Soviet government. 389. They needed to perfect their education, and they set about doing so in our universities. But parallel with this painful process of differentiation and breakup of the old intelligentsia, there was going on a rapid process of formation, mobilization, and mustering of forces of a new intelligentsia. Hundreds of thousands of young people from the ranks of the working class, the peasantry, and the working intelligentsia entered the universities and technical colleges, from which they emerged to reinforce the attenuated ranks of the intelligentsia. They infused fresh blood into it and animated it with a new, Soviet spirit. They radically changed the whole aspect of the intelligentsia, molding it in their own form and image. The remnants of the old intelligentsia were dissolved in the new, Soviet intelligentsia, the intelligentsia of the people. There thus arose a new, Soviet intelligentsia, intimately bound up with the people and, for the most part, ready to serve them faithfully and loyally. As a result, we now have a numerous, new, popular, socialist intelligentsia, fundamentally different from the old, bourgeois intelligentsia both in composition and in social and political character. The old theory about the intelligentsia, which taught that it should be distrusted and combated, fully applied to the old, pre-revolutionary intelligentsia, which served the landlords and capitalists. This theory is now out of date and does not fit our new, Soviet intelligentsia. A new theory is needed for our new intelligentsia, one teaching the necessity for a cordial attitude towards it, solicitude and respect for it, and cooperation with it in the interests of the working class and the peasantry. That is clear, I should think. It is therefore all the more astonishing and strange that after all these fundamental changes in the status of the intelligentsia, there should be people in our party who attempt to apply the old theory, which was directed against the bourgeois intelligentsia, to our new, Soviet intelligentsia, which is basically a socialist intelligentsia. These people, it appears, assert that workers and peasants who until recently were working in Stakhanov fashion in the factories and collective farms and who were then sent to universities to be educated. 390. Thereby ceased to be real people and became second-rate people. So we are to conclude that education is a pernicious and dangerous thing. Laughter. We want all our workers and peasants to be cultured and educated, and we shall achieve this in time. But in the opinion of these queer comrades, this purpose harbors a grave danger, for after the workers and peasants become cultured and educated they may face the danger of being classified as second-rate people. Loud laughter. The possibility is not precluded that these queer comrades may in time sink to the level of extolling backwardness, ignorance, benightedness, and obscurantism. It would be quite in the nature of things. Theoretical vagaries have never led, and never can lead, to any good. Such is the position with regard to our new, socialist intelligentsia. Asterisk. Our tasks in respect to the further strengthening of the party are, 1. To systematically improve the composition of the party, raising the ideological level of its membership, and admitting into its ranks, by a process of individual selection, only tried and tested comrades who are loyal to the cause of communism. 2. To establish closer contact between the leading bodies and the work of the lower bodies, so as to make their work of leadership more practical and specific and less confined to meetings and offices. 3. To centralize the work of selecting cadres, to train them carefully and foster them, to study the merits and demerits of workers thoroughly, to promote young workers boldly and adapt the selection and allocation of cadres to the requirements of the political line of the party. 4. To centralize party propaganda and agitation, to extend the propaganda of the ideas of Marxism-Leninism, and to tize the theoretical level and improve the political schooling of our cadres. 391. Comrades, I am now about to conclude my report. I have sketched in broad outline the path traversed by our party during the period under review. The results of the work of the party and of its Central Committee during this period are well known. There have been mistakes and shortcomings in our work. The party and the Central Committee did not conceal them and strove to correct them. There have also been important successes and big achievements, which must not however be allowed to turn our heads. The chief conclusion to be drawn is that the working class of our country, having abolished the exploitation of man by man and firmly established the socialist system, has proved to the world the truth of its cause. That is the chief conclusion, for it strengthens our faith in the power of the working class and in the inevitability of its ultimate victory. The bourgeoisie of all countries asserts that the people cannot get along without capitalists and landlords, without merchants and kulaks. The working class of our country has proved in practice that the people can get along perfectly well without exploiters. The bourgeoisie of all countries asserts that the working class, having destroyed the old bourgeois system, will be incapable of building anything new to replace the old. The working class of our country has proved in practice that it is quite capable not only of destroying the old system but of building a new and better system, a socialist system, a system, moreover, to which crises and unemployment are unknown. The bourgeoisie of all countries asserts that the peasantry is incapable of taking the path of socialism. The collective farm peasants of our country have proved in practice that they can do so quite successfully. The chief endeavor of the bourgeoisie of all countries and of its reformist hangers-on is to kill in the working class faith in its own strength, faith in the possibility and inevitability of its victory, and thus to perpetuate capitalist slavery. For the bourgeoisie knows that if capitalism has not yet been overthrown and still continues to exist, it owes this not to its own merits, but to the fact that the proletariat still has not enough faith in the possibility of its victory. It cannot be said. 392. That the efforts of the bourgeoisie in this respect have been altogether unsuccessful. It must be confessed that the bourgeoisie and its agents among the working class have to some extent succeeded in poisoning the minds of the working class with the virus of doubt and disbelief. If the successes of the working class of our country, if its fight and victory serve to rouse the spirit of the working class in the capitalist countries and to strengthen its faith in its own power and in its victory, then our party may say that its work has not been in vain. And there need be no doubt that this will be the case. Loud and prolonged applause. Long live our victorious working class. Applause. Long live our victorious collective farm peasantry. Applause. Long live our socialist intelligentsia. Applause. Long live the great friendship of the nations of our country. Applause. Long live the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Applause. The delegates rise and hail Comrade Stalin with loud and stormy cheers. Cries of, "Long live Comrade Stalin! Hurrah for our great Stalin! Hurrah for our beloved Stalin!" The 26th anniversary of the October Revolution. Comrades, today the peoples of the Soviet Union celebrate the 26th anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution. For the third time our country marks the anniversary of her people's revolution in the conditions of the Patriotic War. In October 1941, our motherland lived through hard days. The enemy approached the capital. He surrounded Leningrad from the land. Our troops were compelled to retreat. Enormous efforts of the army and the exertion of all the forces of the people were necessary to check the enemy and to strike a serious blow at him at Moscow. By October 1942, the danger to our motherland had become even greater. The enemy stood then barely 120 kilometers from Moscow, had broken into Stalingrad, and entered the foothills of the Caucasus. But even in those grave days the army and the people did not lose heart, but stanchly bore all trials. They found strength to check the enemy and to deal him a retaliating blow. True to the behests of our great Lenin, they defended the achievements of the October Revolution without sparing their strength and their lives. As is well known, those efforts of the army and the people were not in vain. Shortly after the October days of last year our troops passed over to the offensive and struck a fresh powerful blow at the Germans, first at Stalingrad, in the Caucasus, in the area of the middle reaches of the Don, and then, at the beginning of 1943, at Veliki Luki, at Leningrad, and in the area of Rzhev and Vyazma. Since then the Red Army has never let the initiative out of its hands. Its blows through one speech delivered at Moscow, November 6, 1943. 394. Out the summer of this year became increasingly strong, its military mastery grew with every month. Since then our troops have won big victories and the Germans have suffered one defeat after another. No matter how hard the enemy tried, he still failed to score any success on the Soviet-German front that was of the least importance. A year of radical turn. In the course of the war. The past year, between the 25th and 26th anniversaries of the October Revolution, marked a turn in the patriotic war. This year marked a turn, in the first place, because in this year the Red Army, for the first time during the course of the war, succeeded in carrying through a big summer offensive against the German troops, and under the blows of our forces the German fascist troops were compelled to abandon hurriedly the territory they had seized, not infrequently saving themselves from encirclement by flight and abandoning on the battlefield huge quantities of equipment, stores of armaments and ammunition, and large numbers of wounded officers and men. Thus the successes of our summer campaign in the second half of this year followed up and completed the successes of our winter campaign at the beginning of this year. Now, when the Red Army is developing the successes of the winter campaign and has dealt a powerful blow at German troops in summer, it is possible to consider as finally dead and buried the fairy tale that the Red Army is allegedly incapable of conducting a successful offensive in the summertime. The past year has shown that the Red Army can advance in summer just as well as in winter. As a result of these offensive operations in the course of the past year, our troops were able to fight their way forward from 500 kilometers in the central part of the front up to 1,300 kilometers in the south and to liberate nearly 1 million square kilometers of territory, that is, almost two-thirds of the Soviet land temporarily seized by the enemy. Along with this, the enemy troops have been hurled back. The 26th anniversary 395 from Vladikavkaz to Kherson, from Elista to Krivoy Raj, from Stalingrad to Kiev, from Voronezh to Gomel, from Vyazma and Rzhev to the approaches of Orsha and Vitebsk. Having no faith in the stability of their earlier successes on the Soviet-German front, the Germans had been building powerful defense lines for a long time beforehand, especially along the big rivers. But in this year's battles neither rivers nor powerful fortifications saved the Germans. Our troops shattered the Germans' defense and within only 3 months of the summer of 1943 skillfully forced 4 very serious water barriers: the Northern Donets, the Desna, the Sos, and the Dnieper. I do not speak even about such barriers as the Germans' defense in the area of the Meuse River west of Rostov and the defense in the area of the Moloknaya River near Melitopol. At present the Red Army is battering the enemy successfully on the other side of the Dnieper. This year also marked a turn, because the Red Army within a comparatively short time was able to annihilate and grind down the most experienced old cotters of German fascist troops, and at the same time to steal and multiply its own cotters in successful offensive battles in the course of the year. In the battles on the Soviet-German front during the past year, the German fascist army lost more than 4 million officers and men, including not less than 1,800,000 killed. During this year the Germans also lost more than 14,000 aircraft, over 25,000 tanks, and not less than 40,000 guns. The German fascist army now is not what it was at the outbreak of war. While at the outbreak of war it had sufficient numbers of experienced cotters, now it has been diluted with newly baked, young, inexperienced officers whom the Germans are hurriedly throwing onto the front, as they have neither the necessary reserves of officers nor the time to train them. The picture presented today by the Red Army is quite different. Its cotters have grown and been tempered in successful offensive battles in the course of the past year. The numbers of its fighting cotters are growing and will grow further as the existence of the necessary officer reserve gives it time and opportunity to train young officer cadets and promote them to responsible posts. 396. It is characteristic that instead of the 240 divisions which faced our front last year, 179 of which were German divisions, this year the Red Army at the front is faced with 257 divisions, of which 207 are German. The Germans evidently count upon compensating for the lower quality of their divisions by increasing their numbers. However, the defeat of the Germans in the past year shows that it is impossible to compensate for deterioration in the quality of divisions by increasing their numbers. From a purely military point of view, the defeat of the German troops on our front at the close of this year was predetermined by two major events, the Battle of Stalingrad and the Battle of Kursk. The Battle of Stalingrad ended in the encirclement of a German army 300,000 strong, its rout and the capture of about one-third of the surrounded troops. To form an idea of the scale of that slaughter unparalleled in history which took place on the fields of Stalingrad, one should know that after the Battle of Stalingrad was over, there were found and buried 147,200 dead German officers and men and 46,700 dead Soviet officers and men. Stalingrad signified the decline of the German fascist army. As is well known, the Germans were unable to recover after the Stalingrad slaughter. As to the Battle of Kursk, it ended in the rout of the two main advancing groups of German fascist troops, and in our troops launching a counter-offensive which turned subsequently into the powerful summer offensive of the Red Army. The Battle of Kursk began with the offensive of the Germans on Kursk from the north and south. That was the last attempt of the Germans to carry out a big summer offensive and in the event of its success to redeem their losses. As is well known, the offensive ended in failure. The Red Army not only repulsed the German offensive, but passed over to the offensive itself and by a series of consecutive blows in the course of the summer period hurled back the German fascist troops beyond the Dnieper. If the Battle of Stalingrad foreshadowed the decline of the German fascist army, the Battle of Kursk confronted it with disaster. Finally, this year marked a turn, because the successful of the 26th anniversary 397 offensive of the Red Army radically aggravated the economic and military political situation of fascist Germany and confronted her with a profound crisis. The Germans counted on carrying out in the summer of this year a successful offensive on the Soviet-German front to redeem their losses and to bolster their shaken prestige in Europe. But the Red Army upset the Germans' calculations, repulsed their offensive, launched an offensive itself, and proceeded to drive the Germans westward and thereby crushed the prestige of German arms. The Germans counted on taking the line of prolonging the war, started building defense lines and walls, and proclaimed for all to hear that their new positions were impregnable. But the Red Army again upset the Germans' calculations, broke through their defense lines and walls, and continues to advance successfully, giving them no time to drag out the war. The Germans counted on rectifying the situation at the front by total mobilization. But here, too, events upset the Germans' calculations. The summer campaign has already consumed two-thirds of the totally mobilized men. However, it does not look as if this circumstance has brought about any improvement in the position of the German fascist army. It may prove necessary to proclaim another total mobilization, and there is no reason why a repetition of such a measure should not result in the total collapse of a certain state. The Germans counted on retaining a firm hold on the Ukraine in order to avail themselves of the Ukrainian agricultural produce for their army and population, and of the Donbas coal for the factories and railways serving the German army. But here, too, they miscalculated. As a result of the successful offensive of the Red Army, the Germans have lost not only the Donbas coal but also the richest grain-growing regions of the Ukraine, and there is no reason to think that they will not lose the rest of the Ukraine, too, in the nearest future. Naturally, all these miscalculations could not but impair and in fact did impair radically the economic and military. 398, Political situation of Fascist Germany. Fascist Germany experiences a profound crisis. She faces disaster. Two nationwide assistance to the front. The successes of the Red Army would have been impossible without the support of the people, without the selfless work of the Soviet people in the factories and plants, collieries and mines, in transport and agriculture. In hard wartime conditions, the Soviet people proved able to ensure its army everything most necessary and constantly perfected its fighting equipment. Never during the whole course of the war has the enemy been able to surpass our army as regards quality of armaments. At the same time, our industry has supplied the front with ever greater quantities of fighting equipment. The past year marked a time not only in the progress of hostilities, but also in the work of our rear. We were no longer confronted with such tasks as evacuating enterprises to the east and of switching industry to the production of armaments. The Soviet state now has an efficient and rapidly expanding war economy. Thus all the efforts of the people could be concentrated on the increase of production and on the further improvement of armaments, especially of tanks, aircraft, guns, and self-propelling artillery. In this we have gained big successes. Supported by the entire people, the Red Army received uninterrupted supplies of fighting equipment, rained millions of bombs, mines, and shells upon the enemy, brought thousands of tanks and aircraft into battle. There is every ground to say that the selfless labor of Soviet people in the rear will go down in history along with the heroic struggle of the Red Army as an unexampled feat of people in defense of their motherland. The workers of the Soviet Union who in the years of peaceful construction built up a highly developed, powerful socialist industry, have during this patriotic war been working with a real fury of energy to help the front, displaying true labor heroism. Everyone knows that in the war against the USSR the Hitlerites had at their disposal not only the highly developed, the 26th anniversary 399 industry of Germany, but also the rather powerful industries of the vassal and occupied countries. Nevertheless, the Hitlerites failed to maintain the quantitative superiority in military equipment which they had at the outbreak of the war against the Soviet Union. Now the former superiority of the enemy as regards the number of tanks, aircraft, mortars, and automatic rifles has been eliminated. If our army now experiences no serious shortage of arms, ammunition, and equipment, credit for this goes in the first place to our working class. The peasants of the Soviet Union who during the year of peaceful construction, on the basis of the collective farming system, transformed backward farming into up-to-date agriculture, have displayed during the patriotic war a high degree of understanding of the common national interest which has no parallel in the history of the countryside. By selfless labor to help the front they have shown that the Soviet peasantry considers this war against the Germans its own cause, a war for its own life and liberty. It is well known that as a result of its invasion by the fascist hordes our country was deprived temporarily of the important agricultural districts of the Ukraine, of the Don and the Kuban valleys. Nevertheless, our collective and state farms supplied the army and the country with food without any serious interruptions. Naturally, without the collective farming system, without the selfless labor of the men and women collective farmers, we could not have coped with this most difficult task. If in the third year of the war our army experiences no shortage of food, if the population is supplied with food, and industry with raw materials, this is evidence of the strength and vitality of our collective farming system and of the patriotism of our collective farm peasantry. A great part in helping the front has been played by our transport, by railway transport in the first place, and also by river, sea, and motor transport. As is known, transport is a vital means of communication between the rear and the front. One may manufacture great quantities of arms and ammunition, but if transport does not deliver them to the front in time they may remain a dead weight as far as the front is concerned. It must be said that transport plays a 400 decisive part in the timely delivery to the front of arms, ammunition, food, clothing, etc. And if in spite of wartime difficulties and shortages of fuel, we have been able to supply the front with everything necessary, this should be credited in the first place to our transport workers and employees. Nor does our intelligentsia lag behind the working class and peasantry in helping the front. The Soviet intelligentsia is working with devotion for the defense of our country, constantly improving the armaments of the Red Army, and the technology and organization of production. It helps the workers and collective farmers to expand industry and agriculture, and promotes Soviet science and culture in the conditions of war. This does credit to our intelligentsia. All the peoples of the Soviet Union have risen as one to defend their motherland, rightly considering the present patriotic war the common cause of all working people, irrespective of nationality or religion. By now the Hitlerite politicians have themselves seen how hopelessly stupid were their hopes of discord and strife among the peoples of the Soviet Union. The friendship of the peoples of our country has withstood all hardships and trials of war and has become tempered still further in the common struggle of all Soviet people against the fascist invaders. This is a source of the strength of the Soviet Union. As in the years of peaceful construction, so in the days of war, the leading and guiding force of the Soviet people has been the party of Lenin, the party of the Bolsheviks. No other party has ever enjoyed or enjoys such prestige among the masses of the people as our Bolshevik party. And this is natural. Under the leadership of the party of the Bolsheviks, the workers, peasants, and intelligentsia of our country have won their freedom and built a socialist society. In this patriotic war the party stood before us as the inspirer and organizer of the nationwide struggle against the fascist invaders. The organizational work of the party has united and directed toward a common goal all the efforts of the Soviet people, subordinating all our forces and means to the cause of the enemy's defeat. During the war the party has cemented the 26th anniversary 401 still further its kinship with the people, has established still closer connections with the broad masses of the working people. This is a source of strength for our state. The present war has forcefully confirmed Lenin's well-known statement that war is an all-around test of a nation's material and spiritual forces. The history of wars teaches that only those states stood this test which proved stronger than their adversaries as regards the development and organization of their economy, as regards the experience, skill, and fighting spirit of their troops, and as regards the fortitude and unity of their people throughout the war. Ours is just such a state. The Soviet state was never so stable and solid as now in the third year of the patriotic war. The lessons of the war show that the Soviet system proved not only the best form of organizing the economic and cultural development of the country in the years of peaceful construction, but also the best form of mobilizing all the forces of the people for resistance to the enemy in time of what? The Soviet power set up 26 years ago has transformed our country within a short historical period into an impregnable fortress. The Red Army has the most stable and reliable rear of all the armies in the world. This is a source of the strength of the Soviet Union. There is no doubt that the Soviet state will emerge from the war even stronger and even more consolidated. The German invaders are desolating and devastating our lands in an endeavor to undermine the power of our state. To an even greater extent than before, the offensive of the Red Army has exposed the barbarous bandit nature of the Hitlerite army. In the districts they seized the Germans have exterminated hundreds of thousands of our civilians. Like the medieval barbarians of Attila's hordes, the German fiends trample the fields, burn down villages and towns, and demolish industrial enterprises and cultural institutions. The German crimes are evidence of the weakness of the fascist invaders, for only usurpers who themselves do not believe in their victory act in this way. And the more hopeless the position of the Hitlerites becomes, the more viciously they rage in their atrocities and plunder. 402. Our people will not forgive the German fiends for these crimes. We shall make the German criminals answer for all their misdeeds. In areas where the fascist cutthroats have for a time been masters we shall have to restore the demolished towns and villages, industry, transport, agriculture, and cultural institutions. We shall have to create normal living conditions for the Soviet people delivered from fascist slavery. The work of the restoration of the economy and culture is already going full blast in the districts liberated from the enemy. But this is only the beginning. We must completely eliminate the consequences of the Germans' domination in the districts liberated from German occupation. This is the great national task. We can and must cope with this difficult task within a short time. 3. Consolidation of the anti-Hitler coalition. Disintegration of the fascist bloc. The past year has marked a time not only in the patriotic war of the Soviet Union but in the whole world war. The changes which have taken place during this year in the military and international situation have been favorable to the US.S.R. and the Allied countries friendly to it, and detrimental to Germany and her accomplices in brigandage in Europe. The victories of the Red Army have had results and consequences far beyond the limits of the Soviet-German front. They have changed the whole further course of the World War and acquired great international significance. The victory of the Allied countries over the common enemy has come nearer, while the relations among the Allies, the fighting partnership of their armies, far from weakening have, contrary to the expectations of their enemies, grown stronger and more enduring. Eloquent evidence of this also are the historic decisions of the Moscow Conference of Representatives of the Soviet Union, Great Britain, and the United States of America recently published in the press. Now our united countries are filled. The 26th anniversary 403 with determination to deal the enemy common blows which will result in final victory over him. This year the Red Army's blows at the German fascist troops were supported by the combat operations of our allies in North Africa, in the Mediterranean basin and in southern Italy. At the same time the Allies subjected and are still subjecting important industrial centers of Germany to substantial bombing and thus considerably weakening the enemy's military power. If to all this is added the fact that the Allies are regularly supplying us with various munitions and raw materials, it can be said without exaggeration that by all this they considerably facilitated the successes of our summer campaign. Of course the present actions of the Allied armies in the south of Europe cannot as yet be regarded as a second front. But still this is something like a second front. Obviously the opening of a real second front in Europe, which is not so distant, will considerably hasten the victory over Hitlerite Germany and will consolidate even more the fighting partnership of the Allied countries. Thus the events of the past year show that the anti-Hitler coalition is a firm association of peoples, and rests on a solid foundation. By now it is obvious to everyone that by unleashing this war the Hitlerite clique has led Germany and her flunkies into a hopeless impasse. The defeats of the fascist troops on the Soviet-German front and the blows of our allies at the Italo-German troops have shaken the whole edifice of the fascist bloc, and it is crumbling now before our very eyes. Italy has dropped out of the Hitlerite coalition never to return. Mussolini can change nothing because he is in fact a prisoner of the Germans. Next in line are the other partners in the coalition. Finland, Hungary, Romania, and other vassals of Hitler, discouraged by Germany's military defeats, have now finally lost faith in an outcome of the war favorable for them, and are anxious to find a way out of the bog into which Hitler has dragged them. Now, when the time has come to answer for their brigandage, Hitlerite Germany's accomplices in plunder but recently so obedient to their master are in search of a vent. 404. Looking for an opportune moment to slip out of the bandit gang unnoticed. In entering the war the partners in the Hitlerite bloc counted on a quick victory. They had already allotted beforehand who would get what, who would get buns and pies and who bumps and black eyes. They naturally meant the bumps and black eyes for their adversaries, and the buns and pies for themselves. But now it is obvious that Germany and her flunkies will get no buns and pies, but will have to share the bumps and black eyes. Anticipating this unattractive prospect, Hitler's accomplices are now racking their brains for a way to get out of the war with as few bumps and black eyes as possible. Italy's example shows Hitler's vassals that the longer they postpone their inevitable break with the Germans and permit them to lord it in their states, the greater the devastation in store for their countries, the more suffering their peoples will have to bear. Italy's example also shows that Hitlerite Germany has no intention of defending her vassal countries, but means to convert them into a scene of devastating war if only she can stave off the hour of her own defeat. The cause of German fascism is lost, and the sanguinary new order it has set up is on the way to collapse. An outburst of the people's wrath against the fascist enslavers is brewing in the occupied countries of Europe. Germany's former prestige in the countries of her allies and in the neutral countries is lost beyond recovery, and her economic and political ties with neutral states have been undermined. The time is long past when the Hitlerite clique clamored boisterously about the Germans winning world domination. Now, as is well known, the Germans have other matters than world domination to worry about. They have to think about keeping body and soul together. Thus the course of the war has shown that the alliance of fascist states did not and does not rest on a reliable foundation. The Hitlerite coalition was formed on the basis of the predatory, rapacious ambitions of its members. As long as the Hitlerites were scoring military successes, the fascist coalition seemed to be a stable association. But the very first the 26th anniversary 405 feats of the fascist troops resulted in the actual disintegration of the bandit bloc. Hitlerite Germany and her vassals stand on the verge of disaster. The victory of the Allied countries over Hitlerite Germany will put on the agenda the important questions of the organizing and rebuilding of the state, economic and cultural life of the European peoples. The policy of our government in these questions remains unchanging. Together with our allies we shall have to, 1. Liberate the peoples of Europe from the fascist invaders and help them rebuild their national states dismembered by the fascist enslavers. The peoples of France, Belgium, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Greece, and other states now under the German yoke must again become free and independent. Z. Grant the liberated peoples of Europe the full right and freedom to decide for themselves the question of their form of government. 3. Take measures that all fascist criminals responsible for this war and the sufferings of the peoples bear stern punishment and retribution for all the crimes they committed, no matter in what country they may hide. 4. Establish such an order in Europe as will completely preclude the possibility of new aggression on the part of Germany. 5. Establish lasting economic, political, and cultural collaboration among the peoples of Europe based on mutual confidence and mutual assistance for the purpose of rehabilitating the economic and cultural life destroyed by the Germans. During the past year the Red Army and the Soviet people have achieved great successes in the struggle against the German invaders. We achieved a radical turning point in the war in favor of our country, and now the war is heading for its final outcome. But it is not like the Soviet people to rest on their achievements, to exult in their successes. Victory may elude us if complacency appears in our ranks. Victory cannot be won without struggle and strain. It is won in battle. Victory is near now, but to win it a fresh exertion of strength is needed, selfless. 406 Work throughout the rear, skillful and resolute actions of the Red Army at the front. It would be a crime against the motherland, against the Soviet people who have fallen temporarily under the fascist yoke, against the peoples of Europe languishing under German oppression, if we failed to use all opportunities to hasten the enemy's defeat. The enemy must not be given any respite. That is why we must exert all our strength to finish off the enemy. The Soviet people and the Red Army clearly see the difficulties of the coming struggle. But now it is already clear that the day of our victory is approaching. The war has entered that stage when it is a question of driving the invaders completely from Soviet soil and liquidating the fascist new order in Europe. The time is not far distant when we shall completely clear the enemy from the Ukraine and Belarusia and the Leningrad and Kaliningrad regions, liberate from the German invaders the peoples of the Crimea, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Moldavia, and the Kurilo-Finnish Republic. Comrades, for the victory of the Anglo-Soviet-American fighting alliance, for the liberation of the peoples of Europe from the fascist yoke, for the complete expulsion of the German fiends from our land. Long live our Red Army! Long live our Navy! Long live our gallant men and women guerrillas! Long live our great motherland! Death to the German invaders! 1943. Marxism and Linguistics. Concerning Marxism. In linguistics, a group of comrades of the younger generation have asked me to give my opinion in the press on questions relating to the science of language, particularly in reference to Marxism in linguistics. I am not a linguist and cannot of course satisfy these comrades fully. But as to Marxism in linguistics, as well as in other social sciences, this is a subject with which I have a direct connection. I have therefore consented to answer a number of questions put by these comrades. Question: is it true that language is a superstructure on the base? Answer: no, it is not true. The base is the economic structure of society at a given stage of its development. The superstructure consists of the political, legal, religious, artistic, and philosophical views of society and the political, legal, and other institutions corresponding to them. Every base has its own superstructure corresponding to it. The base of the feudal system has its superstructure, its political, legal, and other views and the corresponding institutions. The capitalist base has its own superstructure, and so has the socialist base. If the base changes or is eliminated, then following this its superstructure changes or is eliminated. If these 5 letters, all published in the summer of 1950, represent part of Stalin's offensive against some of the authorities dominating Soviet thought. The first letter is a polemic against the disciples of N. Weimar, a Soviet scholar whose ideas had long ruled the field of linguistics in the USSR. 408. New base arises, then following this a superstructure arises corresponding to it. In this respect language radically differs from superstructure. Take, for example, Russian society and the Russian language. During the past 30 years the old, capitalist base was eliminated in Russia and a new, socialist base was built. Correspondingly, the superstructure on the capitalist base was eliminated and a new superstructure created corresponding to the socialist base. The old political, legal, and other institutions were consequently supplanted by new, socialist institutions. But in spite of this the Russian language has remained essentially what it was before the October Revolution. What has changed in the Russian language in this period? To a certain extent the vocabulary of the Russian language has changed, in the sense that it has been supplemented by a large number of new words and expressions, which have arisen in connection with the rise of a new socialist production, of a new state, a new socialist culture, a new public spirit and ethics, and lastly, in connection with the development of technology and science, a number of words and expressions have changed their meaning, a number of obsolete words have fallen out of the vocabulary. As to the basic vocabulary and grammatical structure of the Russian language, which constitute the foundation of the language, they, after the elimination of the capitalist base, far from having been eliminated and supplanted by a new basic vocabulary and a new grammatical system of the language, have been preserved in their entirety and have not undergone any serious changes, have been preserved precisely as the foundation of modern Russian. Further, the superstructure is a product of the base, but this does not mean that it merely reflects the base, that it is passive, neutral, indifferent to the fate of its base, to the fate of the classes, to the character of the system. On the contrary, no sooner does it arise than it becomes an exceedingly active force, actively assisting its base to take shape and consolidate itself, and doing everything it can to help the new system finish off and eliminate the old base and the old classes. It cannot be otherwise. The base creates the superstructure precisely in order that it may serve it, that it may actively help it to take shape and consolidate itself, that it may actively. Marxism and linguistics 409 strive for the elimination of the old, moribund base and its old superstructure. The superstructure has only to renounce its role of auxiliary, it has only to pass from a position of active defense of its base to one of indifference toward it, to adopt the same attitude to all classes, and it loses its virtue and ceases to be a superstructure. In this respect language radically differs from superstructure. Language is not a product of one or another base, old or new, within the given society, but of the whole course of the history of society and the history of bases throughout centuries. It was created not by any class, but by all society, by all the classes of society, by the efforts of hundreds of generations. It was created for the satisfaction of the needs wrought of only one class, but of all society, of all the classes of society. Precisely for this reason it was created as a single language for society, common to all members of that society, as the common language of its people. Hence the role of language as an auxiliary, as a means of intercourse between people, consists not in serving one class to the detriment of other classes, but in equally serving all society, all classes of society. This, in fact, explains why a language may equally serve both the old, moribund system and the new, nascent system, both the old base and the new base, both the exploiters and the exploited. It is no secret to anyone that the Russian language served Russian capitalism and Russian bourgeois culture before the October Revolution just as well as it now serves the socialist system and the socialist culture of Russian society. The same must be said of the Ukrainian, Belarusian, Uzbek, Kazakh, Georgian, Armenian, Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Moldavian, Tatar, Azerbaijan, Bashkir, Turkmen, and other languages of the Soviet nations. They served the old, bourgeois systems of these nations just as well as they serve the new, socialist system. It could not be otherwise. Language exists, and it has been created precisely in order to serve society as a whole, as a means of intercourse between people, in order to be common to the members of society and the single language of society, serving members of society equally, irrespective of their class status. A language has only to depart from this position of being the common language of the people and to give preference and 410 support to any one social group to the detriment of other social groups of that society, and it loses its virtue, ceases to be a means of intercourse between the people of that society, and becomes the jargon of some social group, degenerates, and is doomed to disappear. In this respect, while it differs in principle from the superstructure, language does not differ from the implements of production, from machines, let us say, which may equally serve a capitalist system and a socialist system. Further, the superstructure is the product of one epoch, an epoch in which the given economic base exists and operates. The superstructure is therefore short-lived, it is eliminated and disappears with the elimination and disappearance of the given base. Language, on the contrary, is the product of a whole number of epochs, in the course of which it takes shape, is enriched, develops, and is polished. A language therefore exists immeasurably longer than any base or any superstructure. This in fact explains why the rise and disappearance not only of one base and its superstructure, but of several bases and their corresponding superstructures have not led in history to the elimination of a given language, to the elimination of its structure, and to the rise of a new language with a new vocabulary and a new grammatical system. It is more than 100 years since Pushkin died. In this period the feudal system and the capitalist system were eliminated in Russia, and the third, a socialist, system has arisen. Hence two bases, with their superstructures, have been eliminated, and a new, socialist base has arisen, with its new superstructure. Yet if we take the Russian language, for example, it has not in this great length of time undergone any fundamental change, and the modern Russian language differs very little in structure from the language of Pushkin. What has changed in the Russian language in this period? In this period the Russian vocabulary has been much enlarged, a great number of obsolete words have dropped out of the vocabulary, the meaning of a large number of words has changed, the grammatical system of the language has improved. As to the general structure of Pushkin's language, with its grammatical system and its basic vocabulary, it has Marxism and linguistics 411 been preserved in all essentials as the basis of modern Russian. And this is quite understandable. Indeed, what necessity is there, after every revolution, for the existing structure of the language, its grammatical construction and basic vocabulary to be destroyed and supplanted by new ones, as is usually the case with the superstructure? Who would benefit if water, earth, mountain, forest, fish, man, to walk, to do, to produce, to trade, etc., were called not water, earth, mountain, etc., but something else? Who would benefit from the change of words in a language and the combination of words in sentences following not the existing, but some entirely different grammar? What would be the use to the revolution of such an upheaval in language? History, generally, never does anything of moment without some particular necessity. What, one asks, can be the necessity for such a language upheaval, when it is demonstrated that the existing language and its structure are fundamentally quite suitable for the needs of the new system? The old superstructure can and should be destroyed and replaced by a new one in the course of a few years, in order to give free scope for the development of the productive forces of society, But how can an existing language be destroyed and a new one built in its place in the course of a few years without causing anarchy in social life and without creating the threat of the collapse of society? Who but Don Quixote's two old set themselves such a task? Lastly, there is one other radical distinction between superstructure and language. The superstructure is not directly connected with production, with man's productive activity. It is connected with production only indirectly through the economy, through the base. The superstructure therefore does not reflect changes of development of the productive forces immediately and directly, but only after changes in the base, through the prism of changes wrought in the base by the changes in production. This means that the sphere of action of the superstructure is narrow and restricted. Language, on the contrary, is connected with man's productive activity directly, and not only with man's productive activity, but with all his other activities in all spheres of work, from production to the base and from the base to the superstructure. That is why language reflects changes in production. 412. Immediately and directly, without waiting for changes in the base. That is why the sphere of action of language, which embraces all spheres of man's activity, is far broader and more varied than the sphere of action of the superstructure. More, it is practically unlimited. It is this which primarily explains why language, or rather its vocabulary, is in an almost constant state of change. The continuous development of industry and agriculture, of trade and transport, of technology and science, demands that language should supplement its vocabulary with new words and expressions, needed for their operation. And language, directly reflecting these needs, does replenish its vocabulary with new words, and perfects its grammatical system. Hence, a Marxist cannot regard language as a superstructure on the base. b. To confuse language and superstructure is a serious error. Gusty 0n, is it true that language always was and is of a class character, that there is no such thing as a non-class language common and uniform to all the people of a society? Answer: no, it is not true. It is not difficult to understand that in a society which has no classes there can be no such thing as a class language. There were no classes in the primitive communal clan system, and consequently there could be no class language. The language was then the common and single language of the whole collective body. The objection that the word class should be taken as covering every human collective, including the primitive communal collective, is not an objection but a play on words that is not worth refuting. As to the subsequent development from clan languages to tribal languages, from tribal languages to the languages of nationalities, and from languages of nationalities to national languages everywhere and at all stages of development, language, as a means of intercourse between the people of a society, was the common and single language of that society. Marxism and Linguistics 413 serving its members equally, irrespective of their social standing. I am not referring here to the empires of the slave and medieval periods, the empires of Cyrus or Alexander the Great, let us say, or of Caesar or of Charles the Great, which had no economic base of their own and were transitory and unstable military and administrative associations. These empires not only did not have, but they could not have a single language common to the whole empire and understood by all the members of the empire. They were conglomerations of tribes and nationalities, each of which lived its own life and had its own language. Consequently, it is not these or similar empires I have in mind, but the tribes and nationalities forming part of an empire which had their own economic base and their own languages, formed in the distant past. History tells us that the languages of these tribes and nationalities were not class languages, but general languages of the people, common languages for tribes and nationalities, used and understood by all people. Side by side with this, of course, there were dialects, vernaculars, but they were dominated by, and subordinated to the single and common language of the tribe or nationality. Later, with the appearance of capitalism, the elimination of feudal division, and the formation of national markets, nationalities developed into nations, and the languages of nationalities into national languages. History tells us that the national languages are not class, but common languages, common to the members of each nation and constituting the single language of the nation. It was said above that, as a means of intercourse between the people of a society, language serves all classes of that society equally, and in this respect displays what may be called an indifference to classes. But people, the individual social groups, the classes, are far from indifferent to language. They strive to utilize the language in their own interests, to impose their own special vocabulary, special terms, and special expressions upon it. The upper strata of the propertied classes, who are divorced from and detest the people, the aristocratic nobility, the upper strata of the bourgeoisie particularly distinguished themselves in this respect. Class dialects, jar. 414. Gons, drawing room languages are created. These dialects and jargons are often incorrectly referred to in literature as the aristocratic language or bourgeois language in contradistinction to proletarian language or peasant language. For this reason, strange as it may seem, some of our comrades have come to the conclusion that national language is a fiction, and that in reality, only class languages exist. There is nothing, I think, more erroneous than this conclusion. Can these dialects and jargons be regarded as languages? Certainly not. They cannot, firstly, because these dialects and jargons have no grammatical system or basic vocabularies of their own, they borrow them from the national language. They cannot, secondly, because these dialects and jargons are confined to a narrow sphere of members of the upper strata of a given class and are entirely unsuitable as a means of intercourse for society as a whole. What, then, do they have? They have a collection of specific words reflecting the specific tastes of the aristocracy or the upper strata of the bourgeoisie, a certain number of expressions and turns of speech distinguished by refinement and gallantry, and free of the coarse expressions and turns of speech of the national language, lastly, a certain number of foreign words. However, the bulk, that is, the overwhelming majority, of the words and the grammatical system are borrowed from the common national language. Dialects and jargons are therefore offshoots of the common national language, possessing no linguistic independence of any kind and doomed to stagnation. Anyone who believes that dialects and jargons can develop into independent languages, that they are capable of ousting and supplanting the national language, has lost all sense of historical perspective and has abandoned the Marxist position. References are made to Marx, and the passage from his article, Saint Max, is quoted where it is said that the bourgeois have their own language, that this language is a product of the bourgeoisie, that it is permeated with the spirit of Mehr. To the second section of the joint philosophical work by Marx and Engels, the German ideology, of which only the first and third sections have been published in English. Saint Max is a satirical reference to Max Stirner, 1806-56, philosophical anarchist and author of The Ego and His Own. Marxism and Linguistics 415 Cantilism and Sale and Purchase. Certain comrades cite this passage with the idea of proving that Marx believes in the class character of language and denied the existence of a single national language. If these comrades were impartial, they should have cited another passage from this same article, Saint Max, where Marx, touching on the way common national languages arose, speaks of the concentration of dialects into a single national language as the result of economic and political concentration. Marx, consequently, did recognize the necessity of a single national language, as the highest form, to which dialects, as lower forms, are subordinate. What, then, can this bourgeois language be which, according to Marx, is a product of the bourgeoisie? Did Marx consider it as much a language as the national language, with its own specific linguistic structure? Could he have considered it such a language? Of course not. Marx merely wanted to say that the bourgeois had polluted the common national language with their huckster vocabulary, that the bourgeois, in other words, have their huckster jargon. It thus appears that these comrades have misrepresented Marx. And they misrepresented him because they quoted Marx, not like Marxists, but like dogmatists, without delving into the essence of the matter. References are made to Engels, and the words from his Condition of the Working Class in England are cited, where he says that the English working class has with the course of time become a different people from the English bourgeoisie, that the working men speak a different dialect, have different ideas and concepts, different morals and moral principles, different religion and politics from the bourgeoisie. Certain comrades conclude from this passage that Engels denied the necessity for a common, national language, that he believed, consequently, in the class character of language. True, Engels speaks here of a dialect, not of a language, fully realizing that, being an offshoot of the national language, a dialect cannot supplant the national language. But these comrades, apparently, do not regard with sympathy the existence of a difference between language and dialect. It is obvious that the quotation is inappropriate, because 416 degrees Engels here speaks, not of class languages but chiefly of class ideas, concepts, morals, moral principles, religion, and politics. It is perfectly true that the ideas, concepts, morals, moral principles, religion, and politics of the bourgeois and proletarian are directly antithetic. But where does national language or the class character of language come in here? Can the existence of class contradictions in society serve as an argument in favor of the class character of language, or against the necessity of a common national language? Marxism says that a common language is one of the most important earmarks of a nation, although knowing very well that there are class contradictions within the nation. Do the comrades referred to recognize this Marxist thesis? References are made to Lafargue, and it is said that in his pamphlet, Language and Revolution, he recognized the class character of language, and that he denied the necessity of a common, national language. This is not true. Lafargue does indeed speak of a noble or aristocratic language and of the jargons of various strata of society. But these comrades forget that Lafargue is not interested in the differences between languages and jargons, and that, referring to dialects now as artificial speech, now as jargon, he definitely says in this pamphlet that the artificial speech of the aristocracy arose out of the common language of the people, which was spoken by bourgeois and artisan, town and country. Consequently, Lafargue recognizes the existence and necessity of a common national language, and fully realizes that the aristocratic language and other dialects and jargons are subordinate to and dependent on a common national language. It follows that the reference to Lafargue misses the mark. References are made to the fact that at one time in England the feudal lords talked for centuries in French, while the English people spoke English, and this is alleged to be an argument in favor of the class character of language and against the necessity of a common national language. This is not an argument, it is more like a joke. Firstly, not all the feudal lords spoke French at that time, but only a small upper eight. Paul Lafargue, 1842–1911, a member of the Paris Commune, Marx's son-in-law and one of the founders of French socialism. Marxism and Linguistics. 417 Stratum of English feudal lords attached to the court and in the counties. Secondly, it was not some class language they spoke, but the ordinary national language of the French. Thirdly, we know that in the course of time this French language had disappeared without trace, yielding to the common national language of the English. Do these comrades think that the English feudal lords for centuries held intercourse with the English people through interpreters, that they did not use the English language, that there was no common national language of the English at that time, and that the French language in England was then anything more serious than a drawing-room language current only within the narrow circle of the upper English aristocracy? How can one possibly deny the existence and the necessity of a common national language on the basis of laughable arguments like this? There was a time when Russian aristocrats also toyed with the French language at the Tsar's court and in the drawing rooms. They prided themselves on the fact that when they spoke Russian they stumbled into French, that they could only speak Russian with a French accent. Does this mean that there was no common national Russian language at that time in Russia, that the common national language was a fiction, and the class language a reality? Our comrades are here making at least two mistakes. The first mistake is that they confuse language with superstructure. They think that since superstructure has a class character, language must be a class, and not a common, national, language. But I have already said that language and superstructure are two different concepts, and that a Marxist must not confuse them. The second mistake of these comrades is that they conceive the opposing interests of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the fierce class struggle between them, as meaning the disintegration of society, as a break of all ties between the hostile classes. They believe that, since society has split and there is no longer a single society but only classes, a common language of society, a national language, is unnecessary. If society is split and there is no longer a common national language, what remains? There remain classes and class languages. 418. Naturally, every class language will have its class grammar, a proletarian grammar or a bourgeois grammar. True, such grammars do not exist in nature. But this does not worry these comrades, they believe that such grammars will appear in due course. There used to be Marxists in our country who asserted that the railways left to us after the October Revolution were bourgeois railways, that it would be unseemly for us, Marxists, to utilize them, that they should be torn up and new, proletarian railways be built. For this they were nicknamed troglodytes. It is obvious that such a primitive anarchist view of society, classes, and language has nothing in common with Marxism. But it undoubtedly exists and continues to prevail in the minds of certain of our muddled comrades. It is of course wrong to say that because of the existence of a fierce class struggle society has split into classes which are no longer economically connected one with another in one society. On the contrary, as long as capitalism exists, the bourgeois and proletarians will be bound together by every economic thread as parts of one capitalist society. The bourgeois cannot live and grow rich unless they have hired laborers, the proletarians cannot exist unless they hire themselves to the capitalists. If the economic ties between them were to cease, it would mean the entire cessation of production, and the entire cessation of production would mean the doom of society, and the doom of the classes themselves. Naturally, no class wants to incur self-destruction. Consequently, however sharp the class struggle may be, it cannot lead to the disintegration of society. Only ignorance of Marxism and complete failure to understand the nature of language could have suggested to some of our comrades the fairy tale about the disintegration of society, class languages, and class grammars. Reference is further made to Lenin, and it is said that Lenin recognized the existence of two cultures under capitalism, bourgeois and proletarian, and that the slogan of national culture under capitalism is a nationalist slogan. All this is true, and Lenin is absolutely right in this. But where does the class character of language come in? When these comrades refer to what Lenin said about two cultures under capitalism, it is Marxism and linguistics. 419 evidently with the idea of suggesting to the reader that the existence of two cultures, bourgeois and proletarian, in society means that there must also be two languages, inasmuch as language is linked with culture and, consequently, that Lenin denies the necessity of a common national language, and consequently, that Lenin believes in class languages. The mistake of these comrades is that they identify and confuse language with culture. But culture and language are two different things. Culture may be either bourgeois or socialist, but language, as a means of intercourse, is always a common national language and can serve both bourgeois and socialist culture. Is it not a fact that the Russian, Ukrainian, and Uzbek languages are now serving the socialist culture of these nations just as well as they served their bourgeois cultures before the October Revolution? Consequently, these comrades are profoundly mistaken when they assert that the existence of two different cultures leads to the formation of two different languages and to the negation of the necessity of a common language. When Lenin spoke of two cultures, he proceeded precisely from the precept that the existence of two cultures cannot lead to the negation of a common language and the formation of two languages, that the language must be a common one. When the Bundists accused Lenin of denying the necessity of a national language and regarding culture as non-national, Lenin, as we know, vigorously protested and declared that he was fighting bourgeois culture and not a national language, the necessity for which he regarded as indisputable. It is strange that some of our comrades have followed in the footsteps of the Bundists. As to a common language, the necessity of which Lenin allegedly denies, it would be well to pay attention to the following words of Lenin. Language is a most important means of human intercourse. A common language and its unhampered development is one of the most important conditions of really free and broad trade, commensurate with modern capitalism, of the free and broad grouping of the population in all the separate classes. 420. It follows that our respected comrades misrepresented the views of Lenin. Reference, lastly, is made to Stalin. The passage from Stalin is quoted where he says that the bourgeoisie and its nationalist parties were and remain in this period the chief directing force of such nations. This is all true. The bourgeoisie and its nationalist party really do direct bourgeois culture, just as the proletariat and its internationalist party direct proletarian culture. But where does the class character of the language come in? Do not these comrades know that national language is a form of national culture, that national language may serve both bourgeois and socialist culture? Are not our comrades familiar with the well-known formula of the Marxists that the present Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian, and other cultures are socialist in content and national in form, i.e., in language? Do they agree to this Marxist formula? The mistake of our comrades is that they do not see the difference between culture and language, and do not understand that culture changes in content with every new period in the development of society, whereas language remains basically the same throughout a number of periods, equally serving both the new culture and the old. Hence, language, as a means of intercourse, always was and remains the single language of a society, common to all its members. b. The existence of dialects and jargons does not negate but confirms the existence of a common national language, of which they are offshoots and to which they are subordinate. c. The formula about the class character of language is erroneous and non-Marxist. Question: What are the characteristic features of language? Answer: Language is one of those social phenomena which operate throughout the existence of society. It arises and develops with the rise and development of a society. It dies when the society dies. Without society there is no language. Accordingly, language and its laws of development may be understood only if studied in inseparable connection with the Marxism and Linguistics 421 History of Society, with the history of the people to whom the language under study belongs, and who are its creators and repositories. Language is a medium, an instrument with the help of which people communicate with one another, exchange thoughts, and seek mutual understanding. Being directly connected with thought, language registers and records in words and in words combined into sentences the results of thought and man's successes in his quest for knowledge, and thus makes possible the exchange of ideas in human society. Exchange of ideas is a constant and vital necessity, for without it, it is impossible to coordinate the actions of people in the struggle against the forces of nature, in the effort to produce essential material values. Without it, it is impossible to ensure the success of society's productive activity, and, hence, the very existence of social production becomes impossible. Consequently, without a language understood by a society and common to all its members, that society must cease to produce, must disintegrate, and cease to exist as a society. In this sense, language, while it is a medium of communication, is at the same time an instrument of struggle and development of society. As we know, all the words in a language together constitute its vocabulary. The chief thing in a language's vocabulary is its basic word stock, which includes all the root words as its nucleus. It is less extensive than the language's vocabulary, but it persists for a very long time, 4 centuries, and provides the language with a basis for building new words. The vocabulary reflects the state of the language. The richer and more varied the vocabulary, the richer and more developed the language. However, by itself the vocabulary does not constitute the language, it is rather the building material of the language. Just as in construction work the building materials do not constitute the building, although the latter cannot be constructed without them, so too a language's vocabulary does not constitute the language itself, although no language is conceivable without it. But the vocabulary of a language assumes a tremendous significance when it falls under the charge of its grammar, which determines the rules governing the modifica. 422. Of words and the grouping of words into sentences, and thus lends language a harmonious and intelligible character. Grammar, morphology and syntax, is the collection of rules governing the modification of words and their combination into sentences. It is, therefore, thanks to grammar that language acquires the ability to invest man's thoughts in a material linguistic integument. The distinguishing feature of grammar is that it determines the rules of modification of words, not particular concrete words, but words in general, without any concreteness. It also determines the rules for the formation of sentences, not particular concrete sentences with, let us say, a concrete subject, a concrete predicate, etc., but all sentences in general, irrespective of the concrete form of any sentence in particular. Hence, abstracting itself, as regards both words and sentences, from the particular and concrete, grammar takes that which is general and basic in the modification of words and their combination into sentences, and builds it into grammatical rules, grammatical laws. Grammar is the outcome of a prolonged work of abstraction of human thought. It is a gauge of the tremendous achievement of thought. In this respect, grammar resembles geometry, which creates its laws by a process of abstraction from concrete objects, regarding objects as bodies without any concreteness, and defining the relations between them, not as the concrete relations of concrete objects, but as the relations of bodies in general, without any concreteness. Unlike the superstructure, which is not connected with production directly but through the economy, language is directly connected with man's productive activity, as well as with all his other activity in all his spheres of work without exception. That is why a language's vocabulary, being the most sensitive to change, is in a state of almost constant change, and unlike the superstructure, language does not have to wait until the base is eliminated. It makes changes in its vocabulary before the base is eliminated and irrespective of the state of the base. However, a language's vocabulary does not change in the way the superstructure does, that is, by abolishing the old and building something new, but by replenishing the existing. Marxism and Linguistics 423. Vocabulary with new words which have arisen with changes in the social system, with the development of production, of culture, science, etc. At the same time, although a certain number of obsolescent words keep falling out of a language's vocabulary, a far larger number of new words are added. As to the basic stock of words, it continues to persist in all its fundamentals and is used as the basis for the language's vocabulary. This is quite understandable. There is no necessity to destroy the basic word stock when it can be effectively used through the course of several historical periods, not to speak of the fact that, it being impossible to create a new basic word stock in a short period, the destruction of the basic word stock accumulated in the course of centuries would result in the paralysis of the language, the complete disruption of intercourse between people. The grammatical structure of language changes even more slowly than its basic word stock. Elaborated in the course of epochs, and having become part of the flesh and blood of the language, the grammatical system changes still more slowly than the basic word stock. Of course, it undergoes change with the lapse of time, becomes more perfected, improves, and gives greater definition to its rules, and acquires new rules, but the fundamentals of the grammatical system persist for a very long time, since, as history shows, they are able to render effective service to society throughout a succession of epochs. Hence the grammatical system of a language and its basic word stock constitute its foundation, the specific nature of the language. History shows that languages possess great stability and a tremendous power of resistance to forcible assimilation. Some historians, instead of explaining this phenomenon, confine themselves to expressing their surprise at it. But there is absolutely no reason for surprise. Languages owe their stability to their grammatical system and their basic word stock. The Turkish assimilators strove for hundreds of years to mutilate, shatter, and destroy the language of the Balkan peoples. During this period the vocabulary of the Balkan languages underwent considerable change, Many Turkish words and expressions were absorbed, there were convergencies and divergencies. Nevertheless, the Balkan languages stood firm and survived. 424. Why? Because their grammatical system and basic word stocks were preserved in the main. It follows from this that a language, its structure, cannot be regarded as the product of only one epoch. The structure, grammatical system, and basic word stock of a language are the product of a number of epochs. It is to be presumed that the rudiments of modern language arose in hoary antiquity, before the epoch of slavery. It was a rather simple language with a very meager stock of words but with a grammatical system, although, it is true, a primitive one, but a grammatical system nonetheless. The subsequent development of production, the appearance of classes, the appearance of writing, the rise of states, which needed a more or less well-regulated correspondence for their administration, the development of trade, which needed a well-regulated correspondence even more, the invention of the printing press, the development of literature, all these were the causes of very great changes in the development of language. During this period tribes and nationalities broke up and scattered, intermingled and crossed, later there arose national languages and states, revolutions took place, and old social systems were replaced by new. All this caused even greater changes in language and its development. However, it would be a profound mistake to think that language developed in the way superstructure developed by destroying that which existed and building something new in its place. In actual fact, language did not develop by destroying existing languages and creating new ones, but by extending and perfecting the basic elements of the existing language. At the same time, the transition of language from one quality to another did not take the form of an explosion, of the destruction at one blow of the old and the creation of something new, but by the gradual and prolonged accumulation of the elements of the new quality, of the new language structure, and the gradual dying away of the elements of the old quality. It is said that the theory that languages developed by stages is a Marxist theory, since it recognizes the necessity of sudden explosions as a condition for the transition of the languages from an old quality to a new one. This is, of course, untrue. 4. Marxism and Linguistics 425. It is difficult to find anything Marxist in this theory. And if the theory of stages really does recognize sudden explosions in the history of the development of language, so much the worse for it. Marxism does not recognize sudden explosions in the development of languages, the sudden death of an existing language and the sudden creation of a new language. Lafargue was wrong when he spoke of a sudden linguistic revolution between 1789 and 1794 in France, see Lafargue's pamphlet, Language and Revolution. There was no linguistic revolution, let alone a sudden one, in France at that time. True enough, the vocabulary of the French language was replenished during that period with new words and expressions, a certain number of obsolete words disappeared, and the meaning of certain words changed, but that was all. Changes of this nature, however, do not determine the destiny of a language. The chief thing in a language is its grammatical system and basic word stock. But far from disappearing in the period of the French bourgeois revolution, the grammatical system and basic word stock of the French language were preserved without substantial change, and not only were they preserved, but they continue to live to this day in the modem French language. I need hardly say that a period of 5 or 6 years is a ridiculously small period for the elimination of an existing language and the building of a new national language, a sudden linguistic revolution. Centuries are needed for this. Marxism holds that the transition of a language from an old quality to a new does not take place by way of an explosion, by the destruction of an existing language and the creation of a new one, but by the gradual accumulation of the elements of the new quality, and, hence, by the gradual dying away of the elements of the old quality. It should be said in general for the benefit of comrades who have an infatuation for such explosions that the law of transition from an old quality to a new by means of an explosion is inapplicable not only to the history of the development of languages, it is not always applicable to some other social phenomena of a basal or superstructural character. It is compulsory for a society divided into hostile classes. but it is not at all compulsory for a society which has no hostile classes. In a period of 8 to 10 years we effected a transition in 426 degrees the agriculture of our country from the bourgeois individual peasant system to the socialist, collective farm system. This was a revolution which eliminated the old bourgeois economic system in the countryside and created a new, socialist system. But this revolution did not take place by means of an explosion, that is, by the overthrow of the existing power and the creation of a new power, but by a gradual transition from the old bourgeois system of the countryside to a new system. And we succeeded in doing this because it was a revolution from above, because the revolution was accomplished on the initiative of the existing power with the support of the overwhelming mass of the peasantry. It is said that the numerous instances of mixture of languages in the past furnish reason to believe that when languages mix, a new language is formed by means of an explosion, by the sudden transition from an old quality to a new. This is absolutely untrue. The mixing of languages cannot be regarded as an instantaneous and decisive blow, the results of which became manifest within a few years. The mixing of languages is a prolonged process which continues for hundreds of years. Therefore, there can be no question of explosion in such cases. Further, it would be absolutely wrong to think that the result of the mixture of, say, two languages is a new, third language, which does not resemble either of the mixed languages and differs qualitatively from both of them. As a matter of fact, one of the languages usually emerges victorious from the mixture, retains its grammatical system, its basic word stock, and continues to advance in accordance with its inherent laws of development, while the other language loses its quality and gradually dies out. Consequently, mixing does not result in a new, third language, rather, one of the languages persists, retains its grammatical system and basic word stock and is able to advance in accordance with the inherent laws of its development. True, the vocabulary of the victorious language is somewhat enriched at the expense of the vanquished language, but this strengthens, rather than weakens, it. Such was the case, for instance, with the Russian language. Marxism and Linguistics 427, with which the languages of a number of other peoples mixed in the course of historical development, and which always emerged the victor. Of course, the vocabulary of the Russian language was enlarged in the process from the vocabularies of the other languages, but this not only did not weaken, but on the contrary enriched and strengthened the Russian language. And the national individuality of the Russian language did not suffer in the slightest, because the Russian language preserved its grammatical system and basic word stock and continued to advance and perfect itself in accordance with the inherent laws of its development. Undoubtedly, Soviet linguistics has nothing valuable to gain from the theory of mixture. If it is true that the chief task of linguistics is to study the inherent laws of language development, it has to be admitted that the theory of mixture does not even set itself this task, let alone accomplish it. It simply does not notice it or does not understand it. OUESTION, did Pravda act correctly in inaugurating an open discussion on questions of linguistics? Answer, it did. In what way these linguistic questions will be settled will become clear when the discussion ends. But it may already be said that the discussion has been very useful. It has brought out, in the first place, that in linguistic bodies both in the capital and in the republics a regime has prevailed which is alien to science and men of science. The slightest criticism of the state of affairs in Soviet linguistics, even the most timid attempts to criticize the so-called new doctrine in linguistics, were persecuted and suppressed by the leading linguistic circles. Valuable workers and researchers in linguistics were dismissed from their posts or demoted for being critical of Neumarkt's legacy or expressing the slightest disapproval of his teachings. Linguists were appointed to responsible posts, not on their merits, but because of their unqualified acceptance of Neumarkt's theories. It is generally recognized that no science can develop and flourish without a battle of opinions, without freedom of critique. 428ism. But this generally recognized rule was ignored and flouted in the most outrageous fashion. A tight group of infallible leaders, having insured themselves against all possible criticism, began to act arbitrarily and high-handedly. To give one example, the so-called Baku course, lectures delivered by N. Weimar in Baku, which the author himself had rejected and had forbidden to be republished, was republished nevertheless by order of this leading caste. Comrade Meshchaninov calls them disciples of N. Weimar, and unreservedly included in the list of manuals recommended to students. This means that the students were deceived by having a rejected course presented to them as a first-class textbook. If I were not convinced of the integrity of Comrade Meshchaninov and the other linguistic leader, I would say that such conduct is tantamount to sabotage. How could this have happened? It happened because the Arakcheyev regime prevailing in linguistics cultivates irresponsibility and encourages such high-handed actions. The discussion has been useful above all because it brought this Arakcheyev regime into the light of day and smashed it to smithereens. But this has not been the only use of the discussion. It not only smashed the old regime in linguistics, but it also brought out the incredible confusion of ideas on cardinal questions of linguistics which prevails among the leading circles in this branch of science. Before the discussion they hushed up and glossed over the unhealthy state of affairs in linguistics. But after the discussion began, silence became impossible and they were compelled to come out in the pages of the press. And what did we find? It turned out that in N. Weimar's teachings there are many shortcomings, errors, undefined problems, and unelaborated tenets. Why, one asks, have N. Weimar's disciples begun to talk about this only now, after the discussion began? Why did they not see to it before? Why did they not speak about it in due time openly and honestly, as befits scientists? Having admitted some of N. Weimar's errors, his discus for meaning an arbitrary and cruel regime. Count Alexei Arakcheyev, 1769–1834, was a court favorite under the Tsars Paul I and Alexander I. Marxism and Linguistics 429. Please, it appears, think that Soviet linguistics can only be advanced on the basis of a rectified version of N. Weimar's theory, which they consider a Marxist one. No. Save us from N. Weimar's Marxism. N. Weimar did indeed want to be, and endeavored to be, a Marxist, but he could not become one. He was nothing but a simplifier and vulgarizer of Marxism, like the prolet cultists or the rapists. 5. N. Weimar introduced into linguistics the incorrect, non-Marxist formula that language is a superstructure, and got himself into a muddle and put linguistics into a muddle. Soviet linguistics cannot be advanced on the basis of an incorrect formula. N. Weimar introduced into linguistics another and also incorrect and non-Marxist formula regarding the class character of language, and got himself into a muddle and put linguistics into a muddle. Soviet linguistics cannot be advanced on the basis of an incorrect formula which is contrary to the course of the history of peoples and languages. N. Weimar introduced into linguistics an immodest, boastful, arrogant tone alien to Marxism and tending toward a crass and frivolous negation of everything done in linguistics prior to N. Weimar. N. Weimar surely abused the comparative historical method as idealistic. Yet it must be said that, despite all its serious shortcomings, the comparative historical method was nevertheless better than N. Weimar's really idealistic foral, snant analysis, because the former gives a stimulus to work, to a study of languages, while the latter gives a stimulus only to lie on one's back and tell fortunes from teacups with the help of the celebrated four elements. N. Weimar haughtily discountenanced every attempt to study groups, families, of languages as a manifestation of the ancestral language theory. Yet it cannot be denied that the linguistic affinity of the Slav nations, say, is beyond question, and that a study of the linguistic affinity of those nations might be of great value to linguistics in the study of the laws. 5. Soviet cultural and writers' organizations of the early years following the Russian Revolution. They were severely criticized for their extremely sectarian policies and activities. 430 of language development. The ancestral language theory, of course, has nothing to do with the matter. Listening to N. Weimar, and especially to his disciples, one might think that prior to N. Weimar there was no such thing as linguistics, that linguistics appeared with N. Weimar's new teachings. Marx and Engels were much more modest, they held that their dialectical materialism was a product of the development of the sciences, including philosophy, in preceding periods. Thus the discussion was also useful in bringing to light ideological shortcomings in Soviet linguistics. I think that the sooner our linguistics is rid of N.Y. Mayer's errors, the sooner will it be possible to extricate it from its present crisis. Elimination of the Arakcheyev regime in linguistics, rejection of N.Y. Mart's errors, and the introduction of Marxism into linguistics are, in my opinion, the way in which Soviet linguistics may be put on a sound basis. June 20, 1950. IL. Reply to Krashenin-Nikova. Comrade Krashenin-Nikova. I am answering your questions. Question 1. Your article convincingly shows that language is neither the base nor the superstructure. Would it be right to consider that language is a phenomenon peculiar to both the base and the superstructure, or would it be more correct to regard language as an intermediate phenomenon? Answer: of course, peculiar to language, as a social phenomenon, is that which is common to all social phenomena, including the base and the superstructure, namely, it serves society in the same manner as society is served by all the other social phenomena, including the base and the superstructure. But this, essentially speaking, exhausts that which is common to and inherent in all social phenomena. Further on, serious distinctions begin between social phenomena. Marxism and Linguistics 431. The point is that social phenomena have, in addition to this common feature, their own specific peculiarities which distinguish them from each other and which are above all important for science. The specific peculiarities of the base consist in that it serves society economically. The specific peculiarities of the superstructure consist in that it serves society by means of political, legal, aesthetic, and other ideas and creates for society the corresponding political, legal, and other institutions. Of what then do the specific peculiarities of language consist, the peculiarities distinguishing it from other social phenomena? They consist in that language serves society as a means of intercourse between people, as a means for exchanging thoughts in society, as a means enabling people to understand each other and to organize joint work in all spheres of human activity, both in the sphere of production and in the sphere of economic relations, in the sphere of politics and in the sphere of culture, in public and in everyday life. These peculiarities belong only to language, and precisely because they belong only to language, language constitutes the object of study of an independent science, linguistics. Without these peculiarities of language, linguistics would lose its right to independent existence. Briefly, language cannot be ranked either among bases or among superstructures. Neither can it be ranked among intermediate phenomena between the base and the superstructure, as such intermediate phenomena do not exist. But perhaps language could be ranked among the productive forces of society, among, let us say, the implements of production? Indeed, there does exist a certain analogy between language and implements of production, as does language, manifest a kind of indifference toward classes and can equally serve different classes of society, both old and new. Does this circumstance provide ground for ranking language among implements of production? No, it does not. At one time, N. Weimar, seeing that his formula language is a superstructure on the base was encountering objections, decided to readjust himself and announced that language is an implement of production. Was N. Weimar 432 right in ranking language among implements of production? No, he certainly was not. The point is that the similarity between language and implements of production ends with that analogy of which I have just spoken. But, on the other hand, there is a radical difference between language and implements of production. This difference is that while implements of production produce material wealth, language produces nothing or produces words only. To be more exact, people possessing implements of production can produce material wealth, but those very same people, while having a language, but not having the implements of production, cannot produce material wealth. It is not difficult to understand that were language capable of the production of material wealth, windbags would be the richest men on earth. Question 2. Marx and Engels define language as the direct reality of thought, as practical, actual consciousness. Ideas, Marx says, do not exist divorced from language. To what extent, in your opinion, should linguistics occupy itself with the semantic aspect of language, semantics, and historical semasiology and stylistics, or should the subject of linguistics be form only? Answer: semantics, semasiology, is one of the important sections of linguistics. The semantic aspect of words and expressions is of serious importance for the study of language. Therefore semantics, semasiology, must be assured a fitting place in linguistics. However, in developing problems of semantics and in utilizing its data, its significance must in no way be overestimated, and still more its use must not be abused. I have in mind certain philologists, who, indulging excessively in semantics, disregard language as the direct reality of thought inseparably connected with thinking, who divorce thinking from language and maintain that language is outliving its age and that it is possible to get along without language. Listen to what N. Weimar says: language exists only inasmuch as it expresses itself in sounds, the action of thinking occurs also without revealing itself. Language, vocal. Marxism and Linguistics 433. Language has now already begun to yield its functions to the latest inventions which are unreservedly conquering space, while thinking is on the upgrade, departing from its unutilized accumulations in the past and its new acquisitions, and it is to oust and fully replace language. The future language is thinking, which is developing in technique free of natural matter. No language, even vocal language, which is nonetheless connected with the standards of nature, will succeed in standing up against it. If we interpret this labor magic gibberish into simple human language, the conclusion may be drawn that a. N. Weimar divorces thinking from language, b. N. Weimar considers that intercourse between people can be achieved without language, with the help of thinking itself, of thinking free of the natural matter of language, free of the standards of nature. c. In divorcing thinking from language and having freed it from the natural matter of language, N. Weimar lands in the swamp of idealism. It is said that thoughts arise in the mind of man prior to their being expressed in speech, that they arise without language material, without the language shell, in, so to speak, a naked form. But this is absolutely wrong. Whatever the thoughts that may arise in the mind of man, they can arise and exist only on the basis of the language material, on the basis of language terminology and phrases. Bare thoughts, free of the language material, free of the natural matter of language, do not exist. Language is the direct reality of thought, Marx. The reality of thought manifests itself in language. Only idealists can speak of thinking as not connected with the natural matter of language, of thinking without language. In brief, an overestimation of semantics and abuse of the latter led N. Weimar to idealism. Consequently, if semantics, semasiology, is safeguarded from exaggerations and abuses, similar to those N. Weimar and some of his disciples indulge in, it can greatly benefit linguistics. Question 3. You quite justly say that the bourgeoisie and the proletariat have ideas, concepts, customs, and moral principles. 434 degrees that are diametrically opposed. The class character of these phenomena certainly affected the semantic aspect of language, and at times its form the vocabulary too, as is correctly pointed out in your article. In analyzing concrete language material and, first of all, the semantic aspect of language, can we speak of the class essence of the concepts they express, particularly in those cases when the matter concerns the language expression not only of the thought of man but also of his attitude toward reality, where his class affinity manifests itself especially clearly? Answer: in brief, you want to know whether classes influence language, whether they contribute their specific words and expressions to language, whether there are cases when people attach a different meaning, in accordance with the class to which they belong, to one and the same words and expressions. Yes, classes do influence language, contribute their own specific words and expressions to language, and at times understand one and the same words and expressions differently. That is unquestionably so. From this, however, it does not follow that specific words and expressions, as well as the difference in semantics, can be of serious importance for the development of a single language common to the whole people, that they are capable of debilitating its significance or of changing its character. Firstly, such specific words and expressions, as well as cases of difference in semantics, are so few in language that they hardly make up 1% of the entire language material. Consequently, all the remaining preponderant mass of words and expressions, as well as their semantics, are common to all classes of society. Secondly, specific words and expressions having a class shade are used in speech not according to rules of some sort of class grammar, which does not exist in reality, but according to rules of the grammar of the existing common language of the whole people. Hence, the presence of specific words and expressions and the facts of differences in the semantics of language do not. Marxism and Linguistics 435 refute, but, on the contrary, confirm the presence of, and need for, a single language common to all the people. Question 4. In your article you quite correctly qualify Mar as a vulgarizer of Marxism. Does this mean that linguists, including us, the young generation, should discard the whole of the linguistic legacy of Mar, who nonetheless has a number of valuable linguistic research works? Comrades Chikobeva, Sanzayev, and others wrote about them curing the discussion. Can we, in approaching Mar critically, take from him nonetheless what is useful and valuable? Answer: of course, the works of N. Y. Mar do not consist only of errors. N. Y. Mar made the crassest mistakes when he introduced into linguistics elements of Marxism in a distorted form, when he tried to create an independent theory of language. But N. Y. Mar has certain good works, written with talent, wherein, forgetting his theoretical claims, he conscientiously and, one must say, capably studies individual languages. In such works one may find no little that is valuable and instructive. It stands to reason that what is valuable and instructive should be taken from N. Y. Mar and used. Question 5. Many linguists consider formalism as one of the main reasons for the stagnation in Soviet linguistics. We would very much like to know your opinion on what formalism in linguistics consists of and how it should be overcome. Answer: N. Y. Mar and his disciples accuse of formalism all linguists who do not accept N. Y. Mar's new doctrine. This of course is frivolous and foolish. N. Y. Mar held grammar to be an empty formality, and the people considering the grammatical system as the foundation of language as formalists. This is altogether foolish. I think that formalism was invented by the authors of the new doctrine to make it easier for them to struggle against their opponents in linguistics. The reason for the stagnation in Soviet linguistics is not the formalism invented by N. Y. Mar and his disciples but the Arakcheyev regime and the theoretical gaps in linguistics. 436. The Arakcheyev regime was set up by N. Y. Mar's disciples. It was N. Y. Mar and his closest colleagues who put linguistics in a theoretical muddle. To get rid of the stagnation, both the one and the other must be eliminated. The elimination of these plagues will cure Soviet linguistics, lead it out onto a broad highway, and enable Soviet linguistics to occupy the first place in world linguistics. June 29, 1950. 3. Reply to Sanzayev. To Comrade Sanzayev. Esteemed Comrade Sanzayev. My answer to your letter has been long delayed, since your letter was forwarded to me only yesterday from the offices of the Central Committee. You are unquestionably correct in your interpretation of my standpoint on the question of dialects. Class dialects, which would be more correctly called jargons, serve a limited upper stratum of society and not the masses of the people. Moreover, they lack their own grammatical system and basic word stocks. In view of this, they can by no means develop into independent languages. On the other hand, local, territorial, dialects serve the masses of the people, and they have their own grammatical systems and basic word stocks. In view of this, some local dialects may, in the process of the formation of nations, become the basis of national languages and develop into independent national languages. Such was the case, for example, with the Kursk-Orel dialect, Kursk-Orel speech, of the Russian language, which became the basis of the Russian national language. The same should be said of the Poltava-Kiev dialect of the Ukrainian language, which became the basis of the Ukrainian national language. As for the other dialects of such languages, they lose their original character, become fused with these languages, and disappear within them. There are also reverse processes, when the single language of a nationality which had not yet developed into a nation, owing to the absence of the necessary economic conditions. Marxism and Linguistics 437 of development, collapses as a result of the state disintegration of this nationality, while the local dialects, which were not yet digested in a single language, come to life and give birth to the formation of separate independent languages. This probably was the case with the single Mongolian language, for example. July 11, 1950. For reply to D. Belkin. N.S. Führer. I have received your letters. Your mistake is that you have confused two different things and substituted a different subject for the subject treated in my reply to Comrade Krasheninnikova. 1. In this reply I criticize N. Weimar, who, speaking of language, phonetic, and thought, separates language from thought and thus lapses into idealism. Consequently, my reply applies to normal people possessing a language. And I maintain that ideas can originate in these people only on the basis of language material, that bare ideas not connected with language material do not exist in people possessing a language. Instead of accepting or rejecting this proposition, you put up anomalous, tongueless people, deaf mutes who lack a language, and whose thoughts cannot of course originate on the basis of language material. As you see, it is an entirely different theme which I have not dwelt upon and could not dwell upon, since linguistics treats of normal people possessing a language, and not of anomalous deaf mutes who lack a language. You have substituted another topic which was not discussed for the topic under discussion. 2. From Comrade Belkin's letter it appears that he places on the same level the language of words, the phonetic language, and the language of gestures, the hand language in N. Weimar's terms. He apparently thinks that the language of gestures and the language of words are equivalent, that at one time human society lacked a language of words. 438 and that at that time the hand language substituted for the language of words which appeared later. But if this is really what Comrade Belkin thinks, he is making a serious mistake. The phonetic language, or the language of words, has always been the only language of human society capable of serving as a fully valid means of human intercourse. History does not know of a single human society, even the most backward, which did not have its own phonetic language. Ethnography does not know of any backward nationality, even if it was as primitive as or even more primitive than the Australians or the Tierra del Fuegans of the last century, that did not possess its own phonetic language. The phonetic language is one of those forces in the history of mankind which help people to detach themselves from the animal kingdom, to unite in societies, develop their thinking, organize social production, conduct a successful struggle against the forces of nature, and achieve the progress we have at the present time. In this respect, the significance of the so-called language of gestures is negligible owing to its extreme poverty and limitations. This, precisely speaking, is not a language, and not even a surrogate language which may in one way or another substitute for the phonetic language, but an auxiliary medium with extremely limited means used by man sometimes for emphasizing this or that point in his speech. The language of gestures cannot be placed on a level with the phonetic language, just as the primitive wooden hoe cannot be placed on a level with the modern caterpillar tractor with a quintuple plow and tractor-drawn drill. 3. You are apparently interested primarily in deaf mutes and only then in problems of linguistics. Apparently, this very circumstance has prompted you to address a number of questions to me. Well, if you insist, I am not averse to granting your request. And so, how do matters stand with regard to the deaf mutes? Does their thought function, do ideas originate? Yes, their thought functions, ideas do originate. It is clear that since the deaf-mutes lack a language, their ideas cannot originate on the basis of language material. But does this mean that the ideas of deaf-mutes are bare, not connected with the tools of nature, and Weimart's expression? No, it does not. Marxism and Linguistics 439 mean that the ideas of deaf-mutes originate and can exist only on the basis of the images, perceptions, and conceptions formed in practice about objects of the exterior world and their relations among themselves, thanks to the senses of sight, touch, taste, and smell. Outside of these images, perceptions, and conceptions, thought is empty, devoid of any content whatever, i.e., it does not exist. July 22, 1950. V. Reply to A. Kolopov. I have received your letter. My answer has been slightly delayed owing to my preoccupation with work. Your letter tacitly proceeds from two assumptions, from the assumption that it is possible to quote the works of one author or another apart from the historical period treated by the quotation, and, secondly, from the assumption that this or that conclusion or formula of Marxism, obtained as a result of studying one period of historical development, is correct for all periods of development and must therefore remain unchanged. I must say that both these assumptions are deeply erroneous. A few examples. 1. In the 40s of the past century, when monopoly capitalism did not yet exist, when capitalism was developing more or less smoothly along an ascending line, spreading to new territories it had not occupied, and the law of uneven development could not yet be fully effective, Marx and Engels arrived at the conclusion that the socialist revolution could not triumph in any single country, that it could triumph only as a result of a general blow in all or in the majority of the civilized countries. This conclusion subsequently became the guiding principle for all Marxists. But at the beginning of the 20th century, especially in the period of the First World War, when it became evident to everybody that pre-monopoly capitalism had clearly grown into monopoly capitalism, when ascending capitalism was 440 transformed into moribund capitalism, when the war disclosed the incurable weaknesses of the world imperialist front, and the law of uneven development predetermined differing periods of duration for the maturing of the proletarian revolution in different countries, Lenin, proceeding from the Marxist theory, arrived at the conclusion that under the new conditions of development the socialist revolution could well triumph in one particular country, that the simultaneous victory of the socialist revolution in all countries or in the majority of the civilized countries was impossible owing to the uneven maturing of the revolution in these countries, that the old formula of Marx and Engels no longer corresponded to the new historical conditions. It appears that we have here two different conclusions on the question of the victory of socialism, which are not only mutually contradictory, but also mutually exclusive. Some textualists and Talmudists, who quote formally, without delving into the substance of the matter and in isolation from historical conditions, may say that one of these conclusions should be rejected as absolutely wrong, and the second conclusion should be extended to all periods of development as absolutely correct. However, Marxists cannot but know that textualists and Talmudists err, they cannot but know that both these conclusions are correct, not absolutely, but each for its time, the conclusion of Marx and Engels for the period of pre-monopoly capitalism, and Lenin's conclusion for the period of monopoly capitalism. 2. In his Anti-Deering, Engels wrote that the state must wither away after the victory of the socialist revolution. On this basis, the textualists and Talmudists in our party began to demand, after the victory of the socialist revolution in our county, that the Communist Party should take steps to bring about the speedy withering away of our state, to dissolve state institutions, to give up a permanent army. But the Soviet Marxists, on the basis of the study of the world's situation in our time, came to the conclusion that, under conditions of capitalist encirclement, when the victory of the socialist revolution has taken place in only one country, while capitalism rules in all the other countries, the country of the victorious revolution must not weaken, but in every way. Marxism and Linguistics 441 strengthen its state, the state institutions, the intelligence organs, and the army, if this country does not wish to be crushed by the capitalist encirclement. The Russian Marxists came to the conclusion that Engels' formula implies the victory of socialism in all countries or in the majority of countries, that it is inapplicable to the case when socialism triumphs in one particular country, while capitalism rules in all the other countries. Obviously we have here two different, mutually exclusive formulas on the destinies of the socialist state. The textualists and Talmudists may say that this circumstance creates an impossible situation, that one of the formulas should be rejected as absolutely wrong, and the other should be extended to all periods of development of the socialist state as absolutely correct. However, Marxists cannot but know that textualists and Talmudists err, for these two formulas are correct, not absolutely, but each for its own time. The formula of the Soviet Marxists, for the period of the victory of socialism in one or several countries, and Engels' formula, for the period when the consecutive victory of socialism in separate countries will lead to the victory of socialism in the majority of countries, and when the necessary conditions will thus be created for the application of Engels' formula. Many more such examples could be cited. The same should be said of the two different formulas on the question of language taken from different works by Stalin and cited by Comrade Kolopov in his letter. Comrade Kolopov refers to Stalin's work, concerning Marxism in linguistics, where the conclusion is drawn that, as a result of the crossing of two languages, let us say, one of the languages usually comes out the victor, whereas the other dies away, that consequently this cross does not yield some new, third language, but preserves one of the languages. He further refers to another conclusion taken from Stalin's report to the 16th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, where it is said that in the period of the victory of socialism on a world scale, when socialism has been consolidated and has become a matter of everyday life, the national languages must inevitably fuse into one common language, which, of course, will be neither Great Russian nor German. 442. But something new. Comparing these two formulas and seeing that far from coinciding, they exclude each other, Comrade Kolopov is driven to despair. From your article, he writes in his letter, I understand that the crossing of languages can never result in some new language, whereas before the article I was firmly convinced that, according to your speech at the 16th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, languages will fuse into one common language under communism. Obviously, having discovered a contradiction between these two formulas, and believing deeply that this contradiction must be eliminated, Comrade Kolopov considers it necessary to get rid of one of the formulas as the incorrect one and to clutch at the other formula as the correct one for all times and countries, but he does not know exactly which formula to clutch at. It seems like a hopeless situation. Comrade Kolopov does not even guess that both formulas may be correct each for its time. This is always the case with textualists and Talmudists who, quoting formally without penetrating into the substance of the matter and irrespective of the historical conditions treated in the quotations, invariably land in a hopeless situation. And yet, if the essence of the question is analyzed, there are no grounds for a hopeless situation. The point is that Stalin's pamphlet concerning Marxism in linguistics and Stalin's speech at the 16th Party Congress have in mind two entirely different epochs, as a result of which the formulas too are different. Stalin's formula in the part of his pamphlet relating to the crossing of languages refers to the epoch before the victory of socialism on a world scale, when the exploiting classes are the dominating force in the world, when national and colonial oppression remains in effect, when the national isolation and mutual distrust of the nations are reinforced by state differences, when there is as yet no national equality, when the crossing of languages takes place in the course of a struggle for the domination of one of the languages, when the conditions are as yet lacking for peaceful and friendly cooperation of nations and languages, when not cooperation and mutual enrichment of the languages but the assimilation of some and Marxism and linguistics. 443 The victory of other languages are on the order of the day. It is understandable that under such conditions there can only be victorious and defeated languages. Precisely these conditions are presupposed in Stalin's formula when it says that the crossing of two languages, let us say, will result not in the formation of a new language, but in the victory of one of these languages and the defeat of the other. As regards Stalin's other formula, taken from the speech at the 16th Party Congress, in the section relating to the fusion of languages into one common language, it has in mind an entirely different epoch, namely, the epoch after the victory of socialism on a world scale, when world imperialism will no longer exist, the exploiting classes will be overthrown, national and colonial oppression will be eliminated, the national isolation and mutual distrust of nations will be replaced by mutual confidence and the rapprochement of nations, national equality will be put into practice, the policy of oppression and assimilation of languages will be eliminated, cooperation among nations will be organized, and national languages will have the opportunity freely to enrich one another on the basis of cooperation. It is understandable that the suppression and defeat of some languages and the victory of other languages are out of the question under such conditions. In this case we will have not two languages, one of which is suffering defeat while the other emerges victorious from the struggle, but hundreds of national languages from which at first the most enriched single zonal languages will emerge as a result of lengthy economic, political, and cultural cooperation of nations, and subsequently the zonal languages will fuse into one common international language, which will of course be neither German, nor Russian, nor English, but a new language which has absorbed the best elements of the national and zonal languages. Consequently, the two different formulas correspond to two different epochs in the development of society, and precisely because they correspond to them, the two formulas are correct, each for its own epoch. To demand that these formulas should not be mutually contradictory, that they should not exclude each other, is just as absurd as it would be to demand that there should be no 444 contradiction between the epoch of the domination of capitalism and the epoch of the domination of socialism, that socialism and capitalism should not exclude each other. Textualists and Talmudists regard Marxism, the separate deductions and formulas of Marxism, as a collection of dogmas which never change, regardless of the changes in the condition of development of society. They think that if they memorize these deductions and formulas by heart and begin to cite them in every manner, they will be able to solve any problem, calculating that the memorized deductions and formulas will be useful to them for all times and countries, for all cases in life. But this can be the reasoning only of those people who see the letter of Marxism, but do not see its essence, who memorize the texts of deductions and formulas of Marxism, but do not understand their content. Marxism is the science of the laws of development of nature and society, the science of the revolution of the oppressed and exploited masses, the science of the victory of socialism in all countries, the science of the building of communist society. Marxism as a science cannot stand still, it develops and perfects itself. In the course of its development Marxism cannot but be enriched by new experience, by new knowledge, consequently, its separate formulas and deductions cannot but change in the course of time, cannot but be replaced by new formulas and deductions corresponding to the new historical tasks. Marxism does not recognize any immutable deductions and formulas, applicable to all epochs and periods. Marxism is an enemy of all dogmatism. July 28, 1950. Economic Problems of Socialism. In the US.S.R.1. To the participants in the economic discussion. I remarks. On economic questions. Connected with the November 1951 discussion. I have received all the materials on the economic discussion arranged to assess the draft textbook on political economy. The material received includes the proposals for the improvement of the draft textbook on political economy, proposals for the elimination of mistakes and inaccuracies in the draft, and the memorandum on disputed issues. On all these materials, as well as on the draft textbook, I consider it necessary to make the following remarks. 1. Character of economic laws under socialism. Some comrades deny the objective character of laws of science, and of the laws of political economy particularly, under socialism. They deny that the laws of political economy reflect law-governed processes which operate independently of the will of man. They believe that in view of the specific role assigned to the Soviet state by history, the Soviet state and its leaders can abolish existing laws of political economy and can create, new laws. One Stalin surely intended this treatise, which appeared in the spring of 1952, to serve as a basis for discussion in the 19th Party Congress, the first held since 1939, set to convene in October. It is a theoretical work of major importance, see Introduction. 446. These comrades are profoundly mistaken. It is evident that they confuse laws of science, which reflect objective processes in nature or society, processes which take place independently of the will of man, with the laws which are issued by governments, which are made by the will of man, and which have only juridical validity. But they must not be confused. Marxism regards laws of science, whether they be laws of natural science or laws of political economy, as the reflection of objective processes which take place independently of the will of man. Man may discover these laws, get to know them, study them, reckon with them in his activities and utilize them in the interests of society, but he cannot change or abolish them. Still less can he form or create new laws of science. Does this mean, for instance, that the results of the action of the laws of nature, the results of the action of the forces of nature, are generally inevitable, that the destructive action of the forces of nature always and everywhere proceeds with an elemental and inexorable power that does not yield to the influence of man? No, it does not. Leaving aside astronomical, geological, and other similar processes, which, even if he has come to know the laws of their development, man really is powerless to influence, in many other cases man is very far from powerless, in the sense of being able to influence the processes of nature. In all such cases, having come to know the laws of nature, reckoning with them and relying on them, and intelligently applying and utilizing them, man can restrict their sphere of action, and can impart a different direction to the destructive forces of nature and convert them to the use of society. To take one of numerous examples. In olden times the overflow of big rivers, flood, and the resulting destruction of homes and crops, was considered an inevitable calamity, against which man was powerless. But with the lapse of time and the development of human knowledge, when man had learned to build dams and hydropower stations, it became possible to protect society from the calamity of flood which had formerly seemed to be inevitable. More, man learned to curb the destructive forces of nature, to harness them, so to speak, to convert the force of water to the use of society and to economic problems of socialism in the USSR. 447 utilize it for the irrigation of fields and the generation of power. Does this mean that man has thereby abolished laws of nature, laws of science, and has created new laws of nature, new laws of science? No, it does not. The fact is that all this procedure of averting the action of the destructive forces of water and of utilizing them in the interests of society takes place without any violation, alteration, or abolition of scientific laws or the creation of new scientific laws. On the contrary, all this procedure is effected in precise conformity with the laws of nature and the laws of science, since any violation, even the slightest, of the laws of nature would only upset matters and render the procedure futile. The same must be said of the laws of economic development, the laws of political economy, whether in the period of capitalism or in the period of socialism. Here, too, the laws of economic development, as in the case of natural science, are objective laws, reflecting processes of economic development which take place independently of the will of man. Man may discover these laws, get to know them and, relying upon them, utilize them in the interests of society, impart a different direction to the destructive action of some of the laws, restrict their sphere of action, and allow fuller scope to other laws that are forcing their way to the forefront, but he cannot destroy them or create new economic laws. One of the distinguishing features of political economy is that its laws, unlike those of natural science, are impermanent, that they, or at least the majority of them, operate for a definite historical period, after which they give place to new laws. However, these laws are not abolished, but lose their validity owing to the new economic conditions and depart from the scene in order to give place to new laws, laws which are not created by the will of man, but which arise from the new economic conditions. Reference is made to Engels' anti-Dühring, to his formula which says that, with the abolition of capitalism and the socialization of the means of production, man will obtain control of his means of production, that he will be set free from the yoke of social and economic relations and become the master of his social life. Engels calls this freedom a p. 448 appreciation of necessity. And what can this appreciation of necessity mean? It means that, having come to know objective laws, necessity, man will apply them with full consciousness in the interests of society. That is why Engels says in the same book, the laws of his own social activity, which have hitherto confronted him as extraneous laws of nature dominating him, will then be applied by man with complete understanding, and hence will be dominated by man. As we see, Engels' formula does not speak at all in favor of those who think that under socialism economic laws can be abolished and new ones created. On the contrary, it demands, not the abolition, but the understanding of economic laws and their intelligent application. It is said that economic laws are elemental in character, that their action is inevitable and that society is powerless against them. That is not true. It is making a fetish of laws, and oneself the slave of laws. It has been demonstrated that society is not powerless against laws, that, having come to know economic laws and relying upon them, society can restrict their sphere of action, utilize them in the interests of society and harness them, just as in the case of the forces of nature and their laws, just as in the case of the overflow of big rivers cited in the illustration above. Reference is made to the specific role of Soviet government in building socialism, which allegedly enables it to abolish existing laws of economic development and to form new ones. That also is untrue. The specific role of Soviet government was due to two circumstances. First, that what Soviet government had to do was not to replace one form of exploitation by another, as was the case in earlier revolutions, but to abolish exploitation altogether. Second, that in view of the absence in the country of any ready-made rudiments of a socialist economy, it had to create new, socialist forms of economy, starting from scratch, so to speak. That was undoubtedly a difficult, complex, and unprecedented task. Nevertheless, the Soviet government accomplished this task with credit. But it accomplished it not because it supposedly destroyed the existing economic laws and economic problems of socialism in the USSR 449 formed new ones, but only because it relied on the economic law that the relations of production must necessarily conform with the character of the productive forces. The productive forces of our country, especially in industry, were social in character. The form of ownership, on the other hand, was private, capitalistic. Relying on the economic law that the relations of production must necessarily conform with the character of the productive forces, the Soviet government socialized the means of production, made them the property of the whole people, and thereby abolished the exploiting system and created socialist forms of economy. Had it not been for this law, and had the Soviet government not relied upon it, it could not have accomplished its mission. The economic law that the relations of production must necessarily conform with the character of the productive forces has long been forcing its way to the forefront in the capitalist countries. If it has failed so far to force its way into the open, it is because it is encountering powerful resistance on the part of obsolescent forces of society. Here we have another distinguishing feature of economic laws. Unlike the laws of natural science, where the discovery and application of a new law proceeds more or less smoothly, the discovery and application of a new law in the economic field, affecting as it does the interests of obsolescent forces of society, meets with the most powerful resistance on their part. A force, a social force, capable of overcoming this resistance, is therefore necessary. In our country, such a force was the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, who represented the overwhelming majority of society. There is no such force yet in other capitalist countries. This explains the secret why the Soviet government was able to smash the old forces of society, and why in our country the economic law that the relations of production must necessarily conform with the character of the productive forces received full scope. It is said that the necessity for balanced, proportionate, development of the national economy in our country enables the Soviet government to abolish existing economic laws and to create new ones. That is absolutely untrue. Our yearly and 5-yearly plans must not be confused with the objective economic law of balanced, proportionate development of the NA. 450. National economy. The law of balanced development of the national economy arose in opposition to the law of competition and anarchy of production under capitalism. It arose from the socialization of the means of production, after the law of competition and anarchy of production had lost its validity. It became operative because a socialist economy can be conducted only on the basis of the economic law of balanced development of the national economy. That means that the law of balanced development of the national economy makes it possible for our planning bodies to plan social production correctly. But possibility must not be confused with actuality. They are two different things. In order to turn the possibility into actuality, it is necessary to study this economic law, to master it, to learn to apply it with full understanding, and to compile such plans as fully reflect the requirements of this law. It cannot be said that the requirements of this economic law are fully reflected by our yearly and 5-yearly plans. It is said that some of the economic laws operating in our country under socialism, including the law of value, have been transformed, or even radically transformed, on the basis of planned economy. That is likewise untrue. Laws cannot be transformed, still less radically transformed. If they can be transformed, then they can be abolished and replaced by other laws. The thesis that laws can be transformed is a relic of the incorrect formula that laws can be abolished or formed. Although the formula that economic laws can be transformed has already been current in our country for a long time, it must be abandoned for the sake of accuracy. The sphere of action of this or that economic law may be restricted, its destructive action, that is, of course, if it is liable to be destructive, may be averted, but it cannot be transformed or abolished. Consequently, when we speak of subjugating natural forces or economic forces, of dominating them, etc., this does not mean that man can abolish or form scientific laws. On the contrary, it only means that man can discover laws, get to know them and master them, learn to apply them with full understanding, utilize them in the interests of society, and thus subjugate them, secure mastery over them. Hence, the laws of political economy under socialism are: Economic problems of socialism in the USSR. 451 Objective laws, which reflect the fact that the processes of economic life are law-governed and operate independently of our will. People who deny this postulate are in point of fact denying science, and, by denying science, they are denying all possibility of prognostication and, consequently, are denying the possibility of directing economic activity. It may be said that all this is correct and generally known, but that there is nothing new in it, and that it is therefore not worth spending time reiterating generally known truths. Of course, there really is nothing new in this, but it would be a mistake to think that it is not worth spending time reiterating certain truths that are well known to us. The fact is that we, the leading corps, are joined every year by thousands of new and young forces who are ardently desirous of assisting us and ardently desirous of proving their worth, but who do not possess an adequate Marxist education, are unfamiliar with many truths that are well known to us, and are therefore compelled to grope in the darkness. They are staggered by the colossal achievements of Soviet government, they are dazzled by the extraordinary successes of the Soviet system, and they begin to imagine that Soviet government can do anything, that nothing is beyond it, that it can abolish scientific laws and form new ones. What are we to do with these comrades? How are we to educate them in Marxism-Leninism? I think that systematic reiteration and patient explanation of so-called generally known truths is one of the best methods of educating these comrades in Marxism. 2. Commodity production under socialism. Certain comrades affirm that the party acted wrongly in preserving commodity production after it had assumed power and nationalized the means of production in our country. They consider that the party should have banished commodity production there and then. In this connection they cite Engels, who says, "The seizure of the means of production by society puts an end to commodity production, and therewith to the domination of the product over the producer." See Anti-Diering. 452. These comrades are profoundly mistaken. Let us examine Engels' formula. Engels' formula cannot be considered fully clear and precise, because it does not indicate whether it is referring to the seizure by society of all or only part of the means of production, that is, whether all or only part of the means of production are converted into public property. Hence, this formula of Engels may be understood either way. Elsewhere in Anti-Diering Engels speaks of mastering all the means of production, of taking possession of all means of production. Hence, in this formula Engels has in mind the nationalization not of part, but of all the means of production, that is, the conversion into public property of the means of production not only of industry, but also of agriculture. It follows from this that Engels has in mind countries where capitalism and the concentration of production have advanced far enough both in industry and in agriculture to permit the expropriation of all the means of production in the country and their conversion into public property. Engels, consequently, considers that in such countries, parallel with the socialization of all the means of production, commodity production should be put an end to. And that, of course, is correct. There was only one such country at the close of the last century, when Anti-Diering was published, Britain. There the development of capitalism and the concentration of production both in industry and in agriculture had reached such a point that it would have been possible, in the event of the assumption of power by the proletariat, to convert all the country's means of production into public property and to put an end to commodity production. I leave aside in this instance the question of the importance of foreign trade to Britain and the vast part it plays in her national economy. I think that only after an investigation of this question can it be finally decided what would be the future of commodity production in Britain after the proletariat had assumed power and all the means of production had been nationalized. However, not only at the close of the last century, but today. Economic problems of socialism in the USSR. 453-2, no country has attained such a degree of development of capitalism and concentration of production in agriculture as is to be observed in Britain. As to the other countries, notwithstanding the development of capitalism in the countryside, they still have a fairly numerous class of small and medium rural owner-producers, whose future would have to be decided if the proletariat should assume power. But here is a question: what are the proletariat and its party to do in countries, ours being a case in point, where the conditions are favorable for the assumption of power by the proletariat and the overthrow of capitalism, where capitalism has so concentrated the means of production in industry that they may be expropriated and made the property of society, but where agriculture, notwithstanding the growth of capitalism, is divided up among numerous small and medium owner-producers to such an extent as to make it impossible to consider the expropriation of these producers. To this question Engels' formula does not furnish an answer. Incidentally, it was not supposed to furnish an answer to it, since it arose from another question, namely, what should be the fate of commodity production after all the means of production had been socialized? And so, what is to be done if not all, but only part of the means of production have been socialized, yet the conditions are favorable for the assumption of power by the proletariat should the proletariat assume power and should commodity production be abolished immediately after this? We cannot, of course, consider and answer the opinion of certain half-baked Marxists who believe that under such conditions the thing to do is to refrain from taking power and to wait until capitalism has succeeded in ruining the millions of small and medium producers and converting them into farm laborers and in concentrating the means of production in agriculture, and that only after this would it be possible to consider the assumption of power by the proletariat and the socialization of all the means of production. Naturally, this is a solution which Marxists cannot accept if they do not want to disgrace themselves completely. Nor can we consider and answer the opinion of other half-baked Marxists, who think that the thing to do would be to 454. Assume power and to expropriate the small and medium rural producers and to socialize their means of production. Marxists cannot adopt this senseless and criminal course either, because it would destroy all chances of victory for the socialist revolution, and would throw the peasantry into the camp of the enemies of the proletariat for a long time. The answer to this question was given by Lenin in his writings on the tax in kind and in his celebrated cooperative plan. Lenin's answer may be briefly summed up as follows: A. Favorable conditions for the assumption of power should not be missed. The proletariat should assume power without waiting until capitalism succeeded in ruining the millions of small and medium individual producers. B. The means of production in industry should be expropriated and converted into public property. C. As to the small and medium individual producers, they should be gradually united in producers' cooperatives. €1. In large agricultural enterprises, collective farms. D. Industry should be developed to the utmost and the collective farms should be placed on the modem technical basis of large-scale production, not expropriating them, but on the contrary generously supplying them with first-class tractors and other machines. E. In order to ensure an economic bond between town and country, between industry and agriculture. Commodity production, exchange through purchase and sale, should be preserved for a certain period, it being the form of economic tie with the town which is alone acceptable to the peasants, and Soviet trade state, cooperative, and collective farm should be developed to the full and the capitalists of all types and descriptions ousted from trading activity. The history of socialist construction in our country has shown that this path of development, mapped out by Lenin, has fully justified itself. There can be no doubt that in the case of all capitalist countries with a more or less numerous class of small and medium producers, this path of development is the only possible and expedient one for the victory of socialism. It is said that commodity production must lead, is bound. Economic problems of socialism in the USSR 455 to lead, to capitalism all the same, under all conditions. That is not true. Not always and not under all conditions. Commodity production must not be identified with capitalist production. They are two different things. Capitalist production is the highest form of commodity production. Commodity production leads to capitalism only if there is private ownership of the means of production, if labor power appears in the market as a commodity which can be bought by the capitalist and exploited in the process of production, and if, consequently, the system of exploitation of wage workers by capitalists exists in the country. Capitalist production begins when the means of production are concentrated in private hands, and when the workers are bereft of means of production and are compelled to sell their labor power as a commodity. Without this there is no such thing as capitalist production. Well, and what is to be done if the conditions for the conversion of commodity production into capitalist production do not exist, if the means of production are no longer private but socialist property, if the system of wage labor no longer exists and labor power is no longer a commodity, and if the system of exploitation has long been abolished, can it be considered then that commodity production will lead to capitalism all the same? No, it cannot. Yet ours is precisely such a society where private ownership of the means of production, the system of wage labor, and the system of exploitation have long ceased to exist. Commodity production must not be regarded as something sufficient unto itself, something independent of the surrounding economic conditions. Commodity production is older than capitalist production. It existed in slave-owning society, and served it, but did not lead to capitalism. It existed in feudal society and served it, yet, although it prepared some of the conditions for capitalist production, it did not lead to capitalism. Why then, one asks, cannot commodity production similarly serve our socialist society for a certain period without leading to capitalism, bearing in mind that in our country commodity production is not so boundless and all-embracing as it is under capitalist conditions, being confined within strict bounds thanks to such decisive economic conditions. 456 as social ownership of the means of production, the abolition of the system of wage labor, and the elimination of the system of exploitation? It is said that, since the domination of social ownership of the means of production has been established in our country, and the system of wage labor and exploitation has been abolished, commodity production has lost all meaning and should therefore be done away with. That is also untrue. Today there are two basic forms of socialist production in our country: state, or publicly owned production, and collective farm production, which cannot be said to be publicly owned. In the state enterprises, the means of production and the product of production are national property. In the collective farm, although the means of production, land, machines, do belong to the state, the product of production is the property of the different collective farms, since the labor, as well as the seed, is their own, while the land, which has been turned over to the collective farms in perpetual tenure, is used by them virtually as their own property, in spite of the fact that they cannot sell, buy, lease or mortgage it. The effect of this is that the state disposes only of the product of the state enterprises, while the product of the collective farms, being their property, is disposed of only by them. But the collective farms are unwilling to alienate their products except in the form of commodities, in exchange for which they desire to receive the commodities they need. At present the collective farms will not recognize any other economic relation with the town except the commodity relation exchange through purchase and sale. Because of this, commodity production and trade are as much a necessity with us today as they were 30 years ago, say, when Lenin spoke of the necessity of developing trade to the utmost. Of course, when instead of the two basic production sectors, the state sector and the collective farm sector, there will be only one all-embracing production sector, with the right to dispose of all the consumer goods produced in the country, commodity circulation, with its money economy, will disappear, as being an unnecessary element in the national economy. But so long as this is not the case, so long as the two economic problems of socialism in the USSR 457 basic production sectors remain, commodity production and commodity circulation must remain in force, as a necessary and very useful element in our system of national economy. How the formation of a single and united sector will come about, whether simply by the swallowing up of the collective farm sector by the state sector, which is hardly likely, because that would be looked upon as the expropriation of the collective farms, or by the setting up of a single national economic body, comprising representatives of state industry and of the collective farms, with the right at first to keep account of all consumer product in the country, and eventually also to distribute it, by way, say, of products exchange, is a special question which requires separate discussion. Consequently, our commodity production is not of the ordinary type, but is a special kind of commodity production without capitalists, which is concerned mainly with the goods of associated socialist producers, the state, the collective farms, the cooperatives, the sphere of action of which is confined to items of personal consumption, which obviously cannot possibly develop into capitalist production, and which, together with its money economy, is designed to serve the development and consolidation of socialist production. Absolutely mistaken, therefore, are those comrades who allege that, since socialist society has not abolished commodity forms of production, we are bound to have the reappearance of all the economic categories characteristic of capitalism: labor power as a commodity, surplus value, capital, capitalist profit, the average rate of profit, etc. These comrades confuse commodity production with capitalist production, and believe that once there is commodity production there must also be capitalist production. They do not realize that our commodity production radically differs from commodity production under capitalism. More, I think that we must also discard certain other concepts taken from Marx's Capital, where Marx was concerned with an analysis of capitalism and artificially pasted onto our socialist relations. I am referring to such concepts, among others, as necessary and surplus labor, necessary and surplus product, necessary and surplus time. Marx. 458 analyzed capitalism in order to elucidate the source of exploitation of the working class surplus value and to arm the working class, which was bereft of means of production, with an intellectual weapon for the overthrow of capitalism. It is natural that Marx used concepts, categories, which fully corresponded to capitalist relations. But it is strange, to say the least, to use these concepts now, when the working class is not only not bereft of power and means of production, but, on the contrary, is in possession of the power and controls the means of production. Talk of labor power being a commodity, and of hiring of workers sounds rather absurd now, under our system, as though the working class, which possesses means of production, hires itself and sells its labor power to itself. It is just as strange to speak now of necessary and surplus labor, as though, under our conditions, the labor contributed by the workers to society for the extension of production, the promotion of education and public health, the organization of defense, etc., is not just as necessary to the working class, now in power, as the labor expended to supply the personal needs of the worker and his family. It should be remarked that in his critique of the Gotha program, where it is no longer capitalism that he is investigating, but, among other things, the first phase of communist society, Marx recognizes labor contributed to society for extension of production, for education and public health, for administrative expenses, for building up reserves, etc., to be just as necessary as the labor expended to supply the consumption requirements of the working class. 3. The law of value under socialism. I think that our economists should put an end to this incongruity between the old concepts and the new state of affairs in our socialist country, by replacing the old concepts with new ones that correspond to the new situation. We could tolerate this incongruity for a certain period, but the time has come to put an end to it. It is sometimes asked whether the law of value exists and operates in our country, under the socialist system. Yes, it does exist and does operate. Wherever commodities, economic problems of socialism in the USSR 459 and commodity production exist, there the law of value must also exist. In our country, the sphere of operation of the law of value extends, first of all, to commodity circulation, to the exchange of commodities through purchase and sale, the exchange, chiefly, of articles of personal consumption. Here, in this sphere, the law of value preserves, within certain limits, of course, the function of a regulator. But the operation of the law of value is not confined to the sphere of commodity circulation. It also extends to production. True, the law of value has no regulating function in our socialist production, but it nevertheless influences production, and this fact cannot be ignored when directing production. As a matter of fact, consumer goods, which are needed to compensate the labor power expended in the process of production, are produced and realized in our country as commodities coming under the operation of the law of value. It is precisely here that the law of value exercises its influence on production. In this connection, such things as cost accounting and profitableness, production costs, prices, etc., are of actual importance in our enterprises. Consequently, our enterprises cannot, and must not, function without taking the law of value into account. Is this a good thing? It is not a bad thing. Under present conditions, it really is not a bad thing, since it trains our business executives to conduct production on rational lines and disciplines them. It is not a bad thing because it teaches our executives to count production magnitudes, to count them accurately, and also to calculate the real things in production precisely, and not to talk nonsense about approximate figures, spun out of thin air. It is not a bad thing because it teaches our executives to look for, find and utilize hidden reserves latent in production, and not to trample them underfoot. It is not a bad thing because it teaches our executives systematically to improve methods of production, to lower production costs, to practice cost accounting, and to make their enterprises pay. It is a good practical school which accelerates the development of our executive personnel and their growth into genuine leaders of socialist production at the present stage of development. 460 Copyright. The trouble is not that production in our country is influenced by the law of value. The trouble is that our business executives and planners, with few exceptions, are poorly acquainted with the operations of the law of value, do not study them, and are unable to take account of them in their computations. This, in fact, explains the confusion that still reigns in the sphere of price-fixing policy. Here is one of many examples. Some time ago it was decided to adjust the prices of cotton and grain in the interest of cotton growing, to establish more accurate prices for grain sold to the cotton growers, and to raise the prices of cotton delivered to the state. Our business executives and planners submitted a proposal on this score which could not but astound the members of the Central Committee, since it suggested fixing the price of a ton of grain at practically the same level as a ton of cotton, and, moreover, the price of a ton of grain was taken as equivalent to that of a ton of baked bread. In reply to the remarks of members of the Central Committee that the price of a ton of bread must be higher than that of a ton of grain, because of the additional expense of milling and baking, and that cotton was generally much dearer than grain, as was also borne out by their prices in the world market, the authors of the proposal could find nothing coherent to say. The Central Committee was therefore obliged to take the matter into its own hands and to lower the prices of grain and raise the prices of cotton. What would have happened if the proposal of these comrades had received legal force? We should have ruined the cotton growers and would have found ourselves without cotton. But does this mean that the operation of the law of value has as much scope with us as it has under capitalism, and that it is the regulator of production in our country too? No, it does not. Actually, the sphere of operation of the law of value under our economic system is strictly limited and placed within definite bounds. It has already been said that the sphere of operation of commodity production is restricted and placed within definite bounds by our system. The same must be said of the sphere of operation of the law of value. Undoubtedly, the fact that private ownership of the means of production does not exist, and that the means of economic problems of socialism in the USSR. 461. Both in town and country are socialized, cannot but restrict the sphere of operation of the law of value and the extent of its influence on production. In this same direction operates the law of balanced, proportionate, development of the national economy, which has superseded the law of competition and anarchy of production. In this same direction, too, operate our yearly and 5-yearly plans and our economic policy generally, which are based on the requirements of the law of balanced development of the national economy. The effect of all this, taken together, is that the sphere of operation of the law of value in our country is strictly limited, and that the law of value cannot under our system function as the regulator of production. This, indeed, explains the striking fact that whereas in our country the law of value, in spite of the steady and rapid expansion of our socialist production, does not lead to crises of overproduction, in the capitalist countries the same law, whose sphere of operation is very wide under capitalism, does lead, in spite of the low rate of expansion of production, to periodical crises of overproduction. It is said that the law of value is a permanent law, binding upon all periods of historical development, and that if it does lose its function as a regulator of exchange relations in the second phase of communist society, it retains at this phase of development its function as a regulator of the relations between the various branches of production, as a regulator of the distribution of labor among them. That is quite untrue. Value, like the law of value, is a historical category connected with the existence of commodity production. With the disappearance of commodity production, value and its forms and the law of value also disappear. In the second phase of communist society, the amount of labor expended on the production of goods will be measured not in a roundabout way, not through value and its forms, as is the case under commodity production, but directly and immediately by the amount of time, the number of hours, expended on the production of goods. As to the distribution of labor, its distribution among the branches of production. 462 will be regulated not by the law of value, which will have ceased to function by that time, but by the growth of society's demand for goods. It will be a society in which production will be regulated by the requirements of society, and computation of the requirements of society will acquire paramount importance for the planning bodies. Totally incorrect, too, is the assertion that under our present economic system, in the first phase of development of communist society, the law of value regulates the proportions of labor distributed among the various branches of production. If this were true, it would be incomprehensible why our light industries, which are the most profitable, are not being developed to the utmost, and why preference is given to our heavy industries, which are often less profitable, and sometimes altogether unprofitable. If this were true, it would be incomprehensible why a number of our heavy industry plants which are still unprofitable and where the labor of the worker does not yield the proper returns, are not closed down, and why new light industry plants, which would certainly be profitable and where the labor of the workers might yield big returns, are not opened. If this were true, it would be incomprehensible why workers are not transferred from plants that are less profitable, but very necessary to our national economy, to plants which are more profitable in accordance with the law of value, which supposedly regulates the proportions of labor distributed among the branches of production. Obviously, if we were to follow the lead of these comrades, we should have to cease giving primacy to the production of means of production in favor of the production of articles of consumption. And what would be the effect of ceasing to give primacy to the production of the means of production? The effect would be to destroy the possibility of the continuous expansion of our national economy, because the national economy cannot be continuously expanded without giving primacy to the production of means of production. These comrades forget that the law of value can be a regulator of production only under capitalism, with private economic problems of socialism in the USSR. 463 Ownership of the means of production, and competition, anarchy of production, and crises of overproduction. They forget that in our country the sphere of operation of the law of value is limited by the social ownership of the means of production, and by the law of balanced development of the national economy, and is consequently also limited by our yearly and 5-yearly plans, which are an approximate reflection of the requirements of this law. Some comrades draw the conclusion from this that the law of balanced development of the national economy and economic planning annul the principle of profitableness of production. That is quite untrue. It is just the other way round. If profitableness is considered not from the standpoint of individual plants or industries, and not over a period of 1 year, but from the standpoint of the entire national economy and over a period of, say, 10 or 15 years, which is the only correct approach to the question, then the temporary and unstable profitableness of some plants or industries is beneath all comparison with that higher form of stable and permanent profitableness which we get from the operation of the law of balanced development of the national economy and from economic planning, which save us from periodical economic crises disruptive to the national economy and causing tremendous material damage to society, and which ensure a continuous and high rate of expansion of our national economy. In brief, there can be no doubt that under our present socialist conditions of production, the law of value cannot be a regulator of the proportions of labor distributed among the various branches of production. For abolition of the antithesis between town and country, and between mental labor and physical labor, and elimination of distinctions between them. This heading covers a number of problems which essentially differ from one another. I combine them in one section, not in order to lump them together, but solely for brevity of exposition. Abolition of the antithesis between town and country, between industry and agriculture, is a well-known problem. 464 which was discussed long ago by Marx and Engels. The economic basis of this antithesis is the exploitation of the country by the town, the expropriation of the peasantry and the ruin of the majority of the rural population by the whole course of development of industry, trade, and credit under capitalism. Hence, the antithesis between town and country under capitalism must be regarded as an antagonism of interests. This it was that gave rise to the hostile attitude of the country towards the town and towards townfolk in general. Undoubtedly, with the abolition of capitalism and the exploiting system in our country, and with the consolidation of the socialist system, the antagonism of interests between town and country, between industry and agriculture, was also bound to disappear. And that is what happened. The immense assistance rendered by the socialist town, by our working class, to our peasantry in eliminating the landlords and kulaks strengthened the foundation for the alliance between the working class and the peasantry, while the systematic supply of first-class tractors and other machines to the peasantry and its collective farms converted the alliance between the working class and the peasantry into friendship between them. Of course, the workers and the collective farm peasantry do represent two classes differing from one another in status. But this difference does not weaken their friendship in any way. On the contrary, their interests lie along one common line, that of strengthening the socialist system and attaining the victory of communism. It is not surprising, therefore, that not a trace remains of the former distrust, not to speak of the former hatred, of the country for the town. All this means that the ground for antithesis between town and country, between industry and agriculture, has already been eliminated by our present socialist system. This, of course, does not mean that the effect of the abolition of the antithesis between town and country will be that the great towns will perish. Engels, Anti-Diering. Not only will the great towns not perish, but new great towns will appear as centers of the maximum development of culture, and as centers not only of large-scale industry, but also of the processing of agricultural produce and of powerful economic problems of socialism in the USSR. 465 meant of all branches of the food industry. This will facilitate the cultural progress of the nation and will tend to even up conditions of life in town and country. We have a similar situation as regards the problem of the abolition of the antithesis between mental and physical labor. This too is a well-known problem which was discussed by Marx and Engels long ago. The economic basis of the antithesis between mental and physical labor is the exploitation of the physical workers by the mental workers. Everyone is familiar with the gulf which under capitalism divided the physical workers of enterprises from the managerial personnel. We know that this gulf gave rise to a hostile attitude on the part of the workers towards managers, foremen, engineers, and other members of the technical staff, whom the workers regarded as their enemies. Naturally, with the abolition of capitalism and the exploiting system, the antagonism of interests between physical and mental labor was also bound to disappear. And it really has disappeared in our present socialist system. Today, the physical workers and the managerial personnel are not enemies, but comrades and friends, members of a single collective body of producers who are vitally interested in the progress and improvement of production. Not a trace remains of the former enmity between them. Of quite a different character is the problem of the disappearance of distinctions between town, industry, and country, agriculture, and between physical and mental labor. This problem was not discussed by the Marxian classics. It is a new problem, one that has been raised practically by our socialist construction. Is this problem an imaginary one? Has it any practical or theoretical importance for us? No, this problem cannot be considered an imaginary one. On the contrary, it is for us a problem of the greatest seriousness. Take, for instance, the distinction between agriculture and industry. In our country it consists not only in the fact that the conditions of labor in agriculture differ from those in industry, but, mainly and chiefly, in the fact that whereas in industry we have public ownership of the means of production and of the product of industry, in agriculture we have not public, but collective farm ownership. It has already 466 been said that this fact leads to the preservation of commodity circulation, and that only when this distinction between industry and agriculture disappears, can commodity production with all its attendant consequences also disappear. It therefore cannot be denied that the disappearance of this essential distinction between agriculture and industry must be a matter of paramount importance for us. The same must be said of the problem of the abolition of the essential distinction between mental labor and physical labor. It, too, is a problem of paramount importance for us. Before the socialist emulation movement assumed mass proportions, the growth of our industry proceeded very haltingly, and many comrades even suggested that the rate of industrial development should be retarded. This was due chiefly to the fact that the cultural and technical level of the workers was too low and lagged far behind that of the technical personnel. But the situation changed radically when the socialist emulation movement assumed a mass character. It was from that moment on that industry began to advance at accelerated speed. Why did socialist emulation assume the character of a mass movement? Because among the workers whole groups of comrades came to the fore who had not only mastered the minimum requirements of technical knowledge, but had gone further and risen to the level of the technical personnel. They began to correct technicians and engineers, to break down the existing norms as antiquated, to introduce new and more up-to-date norms, and so on. What should we have had if not only isolated groups, but the majority of the workers had raised their cultural and technical level to that of the engineering and technical personnel? Our industry would have risen to a height unattainable by industry in other countries. It therefore cannot be denied that the abolition of the essential distinction between mental and physical labor by raising the cultural and technical level of the workers to that of the technical personnel cannot but be of paramount importance for us. Some comrades assert that in the course of time not only will the essential distinction between industry and agriculture, and between physical and mental labor, disappear, but so will all distinction between them. That is not true. Aboli. Economic problems of socialism in the USSR 467 of the essential distinction between industry and agriculture cannot lead to the abolition of all distinction between them. Some distinction, even if inessential, will certainly remain, owing to the difference between the conditions of work in industry and in agriculture. Even in industry the conditions of labor are not the same in all its branches. The conditions of labor, for example, of coal miners differ from those of the workers of a mechanized shoe factory, and the conditions of labor of ore miners from those of engineering workers. If that is so, then all the more must a certain distinction remain between industry and agriculture. The same must be said of the distinction between mental and physical labor. The essential distinction between them, the difference in their cultural and technical levels, will certainly disappear. But some distinction, even if inessential, will remain, if only because the conditions of labor of the managerial staffs and those of the workers are not identical. The comrades who assert the contrary do so presumably on the basis of the formulation given in some of my statements, which speaks of the abolition of the distinction between industry and agriculture, and between mental and physical labor, without any reservation to the effect that what is meant is the abolition of the essential distinction, not of all distinction. That is exactly how the comrades understood my formulation, assuming that it implied the abolition of all distinction. But this indicates that the formulation was imprecise, unsatisfactory. It must be discarded and replaced by another formulation, one that speaks of the abolition of essential distinctions and the persistence of inessential distinctions between industry and agriculture, and between mental and physical labor. 5. Disintegration of the single world market and deepening of the crisis of the world capitalist system. The disintegration of the single, all-embracing world market must be regarded as the most important economic sequel of the Second World War and of its economic consequences. It has had the effect of further deepening the general crisis of the world capitalist system. The Second World War was itself a product of this crisis. 468. Each of the two capitalist coalitions which locked horns in the war calculated on defeating its adversary and gaining world supremacy. It was in this that they sought a way out of the crisis. The United States of America hoped to put its most dangerous competitors, Germany and Japan, out of action, seize foreign markets and the world's raw material resources, and establish its world supremacy. But the war did not justify these hopes. It is true that Germany and Japan were put out of action as competitors of the three major capitalist countries, the USA, Great Britain, and France. But at the same time China and other, European, people's democracies broke away from the capitalist system and, together with the Soviet Union, formed a united and powerful socialist camp confronting the camp of capitalism. The economic consequences of the existence of two opposite camps was that the single all-embracing world market disintegrated, so that now we have two parallel world markets, also confronting one another. It should be observed that the USA, and Great Britain and France, themselves contributed without themselves desiring it, of course, to the formation and consolidation of the new, parallel world market. They imposed an economic blockade on the USSR, China, and the European people's democracies, which did not join the Marshall Plan system, thinking thereby to strangle them. The effect, however, was not to strangle, but to strengthen the new world market. But the fundamental thing, of course, is not the economic blockade, but the fact that since the war these countries have joined together economically and established economic cooperation and mutual assistance. The experience of this cooperation shows that not a single capitalist country could have rendered such effective and technically competent assistance to the people's democracies as the Soviet Union is rendering them. The point is not only that this assistance is the cheapest possible and technically superb. The chief point is that at the bottom of this cooperation lies a sincere desire to help one another and to promote the economic progress of all. The result is a fast pace of industrial development in these countries. It may be confidently said that, with this pace of industrial development, it will soon come to pass that these economic problems of socialism in the USSR 469 countries will not only be in no need of imports from capitalist countries, but will themselves feel the necessity of finding an outside market for their surplus products. But it follows from this that the sphere of exploitation of the world's resources by the major capitalist countries, USA, Britain, France, will not expand, but contract, that their opportunities for sale in the world market will deteriorate, and that their industries will be operating more and more below capacity. That, in fact, is what is meant by the deepening of the general crisis of the world capitalist system in connection with the disintegration of the world market. This is felt by the capitalists themselves, for it would be difficult for them not to feel the loss of such markets as the USSR and China. They are trying to offset these difficulties with the Marshall Plan, the war in Korea, frantic rearmament and industrial militarization. But that is very much like a drowning man clutching at a straw. This state of affairs has confronted the economists with two questions. A. Can it be affirmed that the thesis expounded by Stalin before the Second World War regarding the relative stability of markets in the period of the general crisis of capitalism is still valid? B. Can it be affirmed that the thesis expounded by Lenin in the spring of 1916, namely, that, in spite of the decay of capitalism, on the whole, capitalism is growing far more rapidly than before, is still valid? I think that it cannot. In view of the new conditions to which the Second World War has given rise, both these theses must be regarded as having lost their validity. 6. Inevitability of wars between capitalist countries. Some comrades hold that, owing to the development of new international conditions since the Second World War, wars between capitalist countries have ceased to be inevitable. They consider that the contradictions between the socialist camp and the capitalist camp are more acute than the contradictions among the capitalist countries, that the USA has brought the other capitalist countries sufficiently 470 under its sway to be able to prevent them going to war among themselves and weakening one another, that the foremost capitalist minds have been sufficiently taught by the two world wars and the severe damage they caused to the whole capitalist world not to venture to involve the capitalist countries in war with one another again, and that, because of all this, wars between capitalist countries are no longer inevitable. These comrades are mistaken. They see the outward phenomena that come and go on the surface, but they do not see those profound forces which, although they are so far operating imperceptibly, will nevertheless determine the course of developments. Outwardly, everything would seem to be going well. The USA has put Western Europe, Japan, and other capitalist countries on rations. Germany, Britain, France, Italy, and Japan have fallen into the clutches of the USA and are meekly obeying its commands. But it would be mistaken to think that things can continue to go well for all eternity, that these countries will tolerate the domination and oppression of the United States endlessly, that they will not endeavor to tear loose from American bondage and take the path of independent development. Take, first of all, Britain and France. Undoubtedly, they are imperialist countries. Undoubtedly, cheap raw materials and secure markets are of paramount importance to them. Can it be assumed that they will endlessly tolerate the present situation, in which, under the guise of Marshall Plan aid, Americans are penetrating into the economies of Britain and France and trying to convert them into adjuncts of the United States economy, and American capital is seizing raw materials and markets in the British and French colonies and thereby plotting disaster for the high profits of the British and French capitalists? Would it not be truer to say that capitalist Britain, and, after her, capitalist France, will be compelled in the end to break from the embrace of the USA and enter into conflict with it in order to secure an independent position and, of course, high profits? Let us pass to the major vanquished countries, Germany, Western, and Japan. These countries are now languishing. Economic problems of socialism in the USSR 471 in misery under the jackboot of American imperialism. Their industry and agriculture, their trade, their foreign and home policies, and their whole life are fettered by the American occupation regime. Yet only yesterday these countries were great imperialist powers and were shaking the foundations of the domination of Britain, the USA, and France in Europe and Asia. To think that these countries will not try to get on their feet again, will not try to smash the US regime, and force their way to independent development, is to believe in miracles. It is said that the contradictions between capitalism and socialism are stronger than the contradictions among the capitalist countries. Theoretically, of course, that is true. It is not only true now, today, it was true before the Second World War. And it was more or less realized by the leaders of the capitalist countries. Yet the Second World War began not as a war with the USSR, but as a war between capitalist countries. Why? Firstly, because war with the USSR, as a socialist land, is more dangerous to capitalism than war between capitalist countries, for whereas war between capitalist countries puts in question only the supremacy of certain capitalist countries over others, war with the USSR must certainly put in question the existence of capitalism itself. Secondly, because the capitalists, although they clamor, for propaganda purposes, about the aggressiveness of the Soviet Union, do not themselves believe that it is aggressive, because they are aware of the Soviet Union's peaceful policy and know that it will not itself attack capitalist countries. After the First World War it was similarly believed that Germany had been definitely put out of action, just as certain comrades now believe that Japan and Germany have been definitely put out of action. Then, too, it was said and clamored in the press that the United States had put Europe on rations, that Germany would never rise to her feet again, and that there would be no more wars between capitalist countries. In spite of this, Germany rose to her feet again as a great power within the space of some 15 or 20 years after her defeat, having broken out of bondage and taken the path of independent development. And it is significant that it was none other than Britain and the United States that 472 helped Germany to recover economically and to enhance her economic war potential. Of course, when the United States and Britain assisted Germany's economic recovery, they did so with a view to setting a recovered Germany against the Soviet Union, to utilizing her against the land of socialism. But Germany directed her forces in the first place against the Anglo-French-American bloc. And when Hitler Germany declared war on the Soviet Union, the Anglo-French-American bloc, far from joining with Hitler Germany, was compelled to enter into a coalition with the USSR against Hitler Germany. Consequently, the struggle of the capitalist countries for markets and their desire to crush their competitors proved in practice to be stronger than the contradictions between the capitalist camp and the socialist camp. What guarantee is there, then, that Germany and Japan will not rise to their feet again, will not attempt to break out of American bondage and live their own independent lives? I think there is no such guarantee. But it follows from this that the inevitability of wars between capitalist countries remains in force. It is said that Lenin's thesis that imperialism inevitably generates war must now be regarded as obsolete, since powerful popular forces have come forward today in defense of peace and against another world war. That is not true. The object of the present-day peace movement is to rouse the masses of the people to fight for the preservation of peace and for the prevention of another world war. Consequently, the aim of this movement is not to overthrow capitalism and establish socialism. It confines itself to the democratic aim of preserving peace. In this respect, the present-day peace movement differs from the movement of the time of the First World War for the conversion of the imperialist war into civil war, since the latter movement went farther and pursued socialist aims. It is possible that in a definite conjuncture of circumstances the fight for peace will develop here or there into a fight for socialism. But then it will no longer be the present-day peace movement, it will be a movement for the overthrow of capitalism. What is most likely is that the present-day peace move. Economic problems of socialism in the USSR 473 meant, as a movement for the preservation of peace, will, if it succeeds, result in preventing a particular war, in its temporary postponement, in the temporary preservation of a particular peace, in the resignation of a bellicose government and its supersession by another that is prepared temporarily to keep the peace. That, of course, will be good. Even very good. But, all the same, it will not be enough to eliminate the inevitability of wars between capitalist countries generally. It will not be enough, because, for all the successes of the peace movement, imperialism will remain, continue in force and, consequently, the inevitability of wars will also continue in force. To eliminate the inevitability of war, it is necessary to abolish imperialism. 7. The basic economic laws of modern capitalism and of socialism. As you know, the question of the basic economic laws of capitalism and of socialism arose several times in the course of the discussion. Various views were expressed on this score, even the most fantastic. True, the majority of the participants in the discussion reacted feebly to the matter, and no decision on the point was indicated. However, none of the participants denied that such laws exist. Is there a basic economic law of capitalism? Yes, there is. What is this law, and what are its characteristic features? The basic economic law of capitalism is such a law as determines not some particular aspect or particular processes of the development of capitalist production, but all the principal aspects and all the principal processes of its development. 1. Consequently, which determines the essence of capitalist production, its essential nature. Is the law of value the basic economic law of capitalism? No. The law of value is primarily a law of commodity production. It existed before capitalism, and, like commodity production, will continue to exist after the overthrow of capitalism, as it does, for instance, in our country, although, it is true, with a restricted sphere of operation. Having a wide sphere of operation in capitalist conditions, the law of value. 474 degrees. Of course, plays a big part in the development of capitalist production. But not only does it not determine the essence of capitalist production and the principles of capitalist profit, it does not even pose these problems. Therefore, it cannot be the basic economic law of modern capitalism. For the same reasons, the law of competition and anarchy of production, or the law of uneven development of capitalism in the various countries cannot be the basic economic law of capitalism either. It is said that the law of the average rate of profit is the basic economic law of modern capitalism. That is not true. Modern capitalism, monopoly capitalism, cannot content itself with the average profit, which moreover has a tendency to decline, in view of the decreasing organic composition of capital. It is not the average profit, but the maximum profit that modern monopoly capitalism demands, which it needs for more or less regular extended reproduction. Most appropriate to the concept of a basic economic law of capitalism is the law of surplus value, the law of the origin and growth of capitalist profit. It really does determine the basic features of capitalist production. But the law of surplus value is too general a law, It does not cover the problem of the highest rate of profit, the securing of which is a condition for the development of monopoly capitalism. In order to fill this hiatus, the law of surplus value must be made more concrete and developed further in adaptation to the conditions of monopoly capitalism, at the same time bearing in mind that monopoly capitalism demands not any sort of profit, but precisely the maximum profit. That will be the basic economic law of modern capitalism. The main features and requirements of the basic economic law of modern capitalism might be formulated roughly in this way: the securing of the maximum capitalist profit through the exploitation, ruin and impoverishment of the majority of the population of the given country, through the enslavement and systematic robbery of the peoples of other countries, especially backward countries, and, lastly, through wars and militarization of the national economy, which are utilized for the obtaining of the highest profits. It is said that the average profit might nevertheless be. Economic problems of socialism in the USSR 475 regarded as quite sufficient for capitalist development under modern conditions. That is not true. The average profit is the lowest point of profitableness, below which capitalist production becomes impossible. But it would be absurd to think that, in seizing colonies, subjugating peoples, and engineering wars, the magnates of modern monopoly capitalism are striving to secure only the average profit. No, it is not the average profit, nor yet super profit which, as a rule, represents only a slight addition to the average profit, but precisely the maximum profit that is the motor of monopoly capitalism. It is precisely the necessity of securing the maximum profits that drives monopoly capitalism to such risky undertakings as the enslavement and systematic plunder of colonies and other backward countries, the conversion of a number of independent countries into dependent countries, the organization of new wars, which to the magnates of modern capitalism is the business best adapted to the extraction of the maximum profit, and, lastly, attempts to win world economic supremacy. The importance of the basic economic law of capitalism consists, among other things, in the circumstance that, since it determines all the major phenomena in the development of the capitalist mode of production, its booms and crises, its victories and defeats, its merits and demerits, the whole process of its contradictory development, it enables us to understand and explain them. Here is one of many striking examples. We are all acquainted with facts from the history and practice of capitalism illustrative of the rapid development of technology under capitalism, when the capitalists appear as the standard bearers of the most advanced techniques, as revolutionaries in the development of the technique of production. But we are also familiar with facts of a different kind, illustrative of a halt in technical development under capitalism, when the capitalists appear as reactionaries in the development of new techniques and not infrequently resort to hand labor. How is this howling contradiction to be explained? It can only be explained by the basic economic law of modern capitalism, that is, by the necessity of obtaining the maximum. 476 Copyright profit. Capitalism is in favor of new techniques when they promise it the highest profit. Capitalism is against new techniques, and for resort to hand labor, when the new techniques do not promise the highest profit. That is how matters stand with the basic economic law of modern capitalism. Is there a basic economic law of socialism? Yes, there is. What are the essential features and requirements of this law? The essential features and requirements of the basic law of socialism might be formulated roughly in this way: the securing of the maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole of society through the continuous expansion and perfection of socialist production on the basis of higher techniques. Consequently, instead of maximum profits, maximum satisfaction of the material and cultural requirements of society, instead of development of production with breaks in continuity from boom to crisis and from crisis to boom, unbroken expansion of production, instead of periodic breaks in technical development, accompanied by destruction of the productive forces of society, an unbroken process of perfecting production on the basis of higher techniques. It is said that the law of the balanced, proportionate development of the national economy is the basic economic law of socialism. That is not true. Balanced development of the national economy, and, Hence, economic planning, which is a more or less faithful reflection of this law, can yield nothing by themselves, if it is not known for what purpose economic development is planned, or if that purpose is not clear. The law of balanced development of the national economy can yield the desired result only if there is a purpose for the sake of which economic development is planned. This purpose the law of balanced development of the national economy cannot itself provide. Still less can economic planning provide it. This purpose is inherent in the basic economic law of socialism, in the shape of its requirements, as expounded above. Consequently, the law of balanced development of the national economy can operate to its full scope only if its operation rests on the basic economic law of socialism. As to economic planning, it can achieve positive results. Economic problems of socialism in the U.S.S. are 477 only if two conditions are observed: a. If it correctly reflects the requirements of the law of balanced development of the national economy, and b. If it conforms in every way to the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. 8 other questions. 1. Extra economic coercion under feudalism. Of course, extra economic coercion did play a part in strengthening the economic power of the feudal landlords, however, not it, but feudal ownership of the land was the basis of feudalism. 2. Personal property of the collective farm household. It would be wrong to say, as the draft textbook does, that every household in a collective farm has in personal use a cow, small livestock, and poultry. Actually, as we know, it is not in personal use, but as personal property that the collective farm household has its cow, small livestock, poultry, etc. The expression in personal use has evidently been taken from the model rules of the agricultural artel. But a mistake was made in the model rules of the agricultural artel. The Constitution of the USSR, which was drafted more carefully, puts it differently, viz. Every household in a collective farm has as its personal property a subsidiary husbandry on the plot, a dwelling house, livestock, poultry, and minor agricultural implements. That, of course, is correct. It would be well, in addition, to state more particularly that every collective farmer has as his personal property from 1 to so many cows, depending on local conditions, so many sheep, goats, pigs, also from 2, depending on local conditions, and an unlimited quantity of poultry, ducks, geese, hens, turkeys. Such detailed particulars are of great importance for our comrades abroad, who want to know what exactly has remained as the personal property of the collective farm household now that agriculture in our country has been collectivized. 478.3. Total rent paid by the peasants to the landlords, also total expenditure on the purchase of land. The draft textbook says that as a result of the nationalization of the land, the peasantry were released from paying rent to the landlords to a total of about 500 million rubles annually. It should be gold rubles. This figure should be verified, because it seems to me that it does not include the rent paid over the whole of Russia, but only in a majority of the Russian gubernias. It should also be borne in mind that in some of the border regions of Russia rent was paid in kind, a fact which the authors of the draft textbook have evidently overlooked. Furthermore, it should be remembered that the peasants were released not only from the payment of rent, but also from annual expenditure for the purchase of land. Was this taken into account in the draft textbook? It seems to me that it was not, but it should have been. 4. Coalescence of the monopolies with the state machine. The word coalescence is not appropriate. It superficially and descriptively notes the process of merging of the monopolies with the state, but it does not reveal the economic import of this process. The fact of the matter is that the merging process is not simply a process of coalescence, but the subjugation of the state machine to the monopolies. The word coalescence should therefore be discarded and replaced by the word subjugation of the state machine to the monopolies. 5. Use of machines in the USSR. The draft textbook says that in the USSR machines are used in all cases when they economize the labor of society. That is by no means what should be said. In the first place, machines in the USSR always economize the labor of society, and we accordingly do not know of any cases when, in the USSR, they have not economized the labor of society. In the second place, machines not only economize labor, they also lighten the labor of the worker, and accordingly, in our conditions, in contradistinction to the conditions of capitalism, the workers use machines in the processes of labor with the greatest eagerness. It should therefore be said that nowhere are machines used so willingly as in the USSR, because they economize the economic problems of socialism in the USSR 479 labor of society and lighten the labor of the worker, and, as there is no unemployment in the USSR, the workers use machines in the national economy with the greatest eagerness. 6. Living standards of the working class in capitalist countries. Usually, when speaking of the living standards of the working class, what is meant is only the standards of employed workers, and not of what is known as the reserve army of unemployed. Is such an attitude to the question of the living standards of the working class correct? I think it is not. If there is a reserve army of unemployed, whose members cannot live except by the sale of their labor power, then, the unemployed must necessarily form part of the working class, and if they do form part of the working class, then their destitute condition cannot but influence the living standards of the workers engaged in production. I therefore think that when describing the living standards of the working class in capitalist countries, the condition of the reserve army of unemployed workers should also be taken into account. 7. National income. I think it absolutely necessary to add a chapter on national income to the draft textbook. 8. Should there be a special chapter in the textbook on Lenin and Stalin as the founders of the political economy of socialism? I think that the chapter, The Marxist Theory of Socialism, Founding of the Political Economy of Socialism by V.I. Lenin and J.V. Stalin, should be excluded from the textbook. It is entirely unnecessary, since it adds nothing, and only colorlessly reiterates what has already been said in greater detail in earlier chapters of the textbook. As regards the other questions, I have no remarks to make on the proposals of comrades Ostrovetyanov, Leontiev, Shepilov, Gaitovsky, etc. 9. International importance of a Marxian textbook on political economy. I think that the comrades do not appreciate the importance of a Marxist textbook on political economy as fully. 480. As they should. It is needed not only by our Soviet youth. It is particularly needed by communists and communist sympathizers in all countries. Our comrades abroad want to know how we broke out of capitalist slavery, how we rebuilt the economy of our country on socialist lines, how we secured the friendship of the peasantry, how we managed to convert a country which was only so recently poverty-stricken and weak into a rich and mighty country. What are the collective farms? Why, although the means of production are socialized, we do not abolish commodity production, money, trade, etc. They want to know all this, and much else, not out of mere curiosity, but in order to learn from us and to utilize our experience in their own countries. Consequently, the appearance of a good Marxian textbook on political economy is not only of political importance at home, but also of great international importance. What is needed, therefore, is a textbook which might serve as a reference book for the revolutionary youth not only at home, but also abroad. It must not be too bulky, because an over-bulky textbook cannot be a reference book and is difficult to assimilate, to master. But it must contain everything fundamental relating both to the economy of our country and to the economy of capitalism and the colonial system. During the discussion, some comrades proposed the inclusion in the textbook of a number of additional chapters: the historians on history, the politicians on politics, the philosophers on philosophy, the economists on economics. But the effect of this would be to swell the textbook to unwieldy dimensions. That, of course, must not be done. The textbook employs the historical method to illustrate problems of political economy, but that does not mean that we must turn a textbook on political economy into a history of economic relations. What we need is a textbook of 500, at most 600 pages, not more. That will be a reference book on Marxian political economy and an excellent gift to the young communists of all countries. Incidentally, in view of the inadequate level of Marxist development of the majority of the communist parties, economic problems of socialism in the USSR 481 abroad, such a textbook might also be of great use to communist cadres abroad who are no longer young. 10 Ways of Improving the Draft Textbook on Political Economy. During the discussion, some comrades ran down the draft textbook much too assiduously, berated its authors for errors and oversights, and claimed that the draft was a failure. That is unfair. Of course, there are errors and oversights in the textbook. They are to be found in practically every big undertaking. Be that as it may, the overwhelming majority of the participants in the discussion were nevertheless of the opinion that the draft might serve as a basis for the future textbook and only needed certain corrections and additions. Indeed, one has only to compare the draft with the textbooks on political economy already in circulation to see that the draft stands head and shoulders above them. For that the authors of the draft deserve great credit. I think that in order to improve the draft textbook, it would be well to appoint a small committee which would include not only the authors of the textbook, and not only supporters, but also opponents of the majority of the participants in the discussion, out-and-out critics of the draft textbook. It would also be well to include in the committee a competent statistician to verify the figures and to supply additional statistical material for the draft, as well as a competent jurist to verify the accuracy of the formulations. The members of the committee should be temporarily relieved of all other work and should be well provided for, so that they might devote themselves entirely to the textbook. Furthermore, it would be well to appoint an editorial committee, of 3 persons, say, to take care of the final editing of the textbook. This is necessary also in order to achieve unity of style, which, unfortunately, the draft textbook lacks. Time limit for presentation of the finished textbook to the Central Committee: 1 year. February 1, 1952. Reply to Comrade Alexander Ilyich Notkin. Comrade Notkin. I was in no hurry to reply, because I saw no urgency in the questions you raised. All the more that there are other questions which are urgent, and which naturally deflected attention from your letter. I shall answer point by point. The first point. There is a statement in the remarks to the effect that society is not powerless against the laws of science, that man, having come to know economic laws, can utilize them in the interests of society. You assert that this postulate cannot be extended to other social formations, that it holds good only under socialism and communism, that the elemental character of the economic processes under capitalism, for example, makes it impossible for society to utilize economic laws in the interests of society. That is not true. At the time of the bourgeois revolution in France, for instance, the bourgeoisie utilized against feudalism the law that relations of production must necessarily conform with the character of the productive forces, overthrew the feudal relations of production, created new, bourgeois relations of production, and brought them into conformity with the character of the productive forces which had arisen in the bosom of the feudal system. The bourgeoisie did this not because of any particular abilities it possessed, but because it was vitally interested in doing so. The feudalists put up resistance to this not from stupidity, but because. Reply to Comrade Alexander Ilyich Notkin 483. They were vitally interested in preventing this law from becoming effective. The same must be said of the socialist revolution in our country. The working class utilized the law that the relations of production must necessarily conform with the character of the productive forces, overthrew the bourgeois relations of production, created new, socialist relations of production and brought them into conformity with the character of the productive forces. It was able to do so not because of any particular abilities it possessed, but because it was vitally interested in doing so. The bourgeoisie, which from an advanced force at the dawn of the bourgeois revolution had already become a counter-revolutionary force, offered every resistance to the implementation of this law, and it did so not because it lacked organization, and not because the elemental nature of economic processes drove it to resist, but chiefly because it was to its vital interest that the law should not become operative. Consequently, 1. Economic processes, economic laws are in one degree or another utilized in the interests of society not only under socialism and communism, but under other formations as well. 2. The utilization of economic laws in class society always and everywhere has a class background to it, and, moreover, always and everywhere the champion of the utilization of economic laws in the interests of society is the advanced class, while the obsolescent classes resist it. The difference in this matter between the proletariat and the other classes which at any time in the course of history revolutionized the relations of production consists in the fact that the class interests of the proletariat merge with the interests of the overwhelming majority of society, because proletarian revolution implies the abolition not of one or other form of exploitation, but of all exploitation, while the revolutions of other classes, which abolished only one or other form of exploitation, were confined within the limits of their narrow class interests, which conflicted with the interests of the majority of society. The remarks speak of the class background of the utilization of economic laws in the interests of society. It is stated there that unlike the laws of natural science, where the dis. 484 discovery and application of a new law proceeds more or less smoothly, the discovery and application of a new law in the economic field, affecting as it does the interests of obsolescent forces of society, meets with the most powerful resistance on their part. This point you missed. The second point. You assert that complete conformity of the relations of production with the character of the productive forces can be achieved only under socialism and communism, and that under other formations the conformity can only be partial. That is not true. In the epoch following the bourgeois revolution, when the bourgeoisie had shattered the feudal relations of production and established bourgeois relations of production, there undoubtedly were periods when the bourgeois production relations did fully conform with the character of the productive forces. Otherwise, capitalism could not have developed as swiftly as it did after the bourgeois revolution. Further, the words full conformity must not be understood in the absolute sense. They must not be understood as meaning that there is no lagging of the relations of production behind the growth of the productive forces under socialism. The productive forces are the most mobile and revolutionary forces of production. They undeniably move in advance of the relations of production even under socialism. Only after a certain lapse of time do the relations of production change in line with the character of the productive forces. How, then, are the words full conformity to be understood? They are to be understood as meaning that under socialism things do not usually go to the length of a conflict between the relations of production and the productive forces, that society is in a position to take timely steps to bring the lagging relations of production into conformity with the character of the productive forces. Socialist society is in a position to do so because it does not include obsolescent classes that might organize resistance. Of course, even under socialism there will be backward, inert forces that do not realize the necessity for changing the relations of production, but they reply to Comrade Alexander Ilyich Notkin 485 of course will not be difficult to overcome without bringing matters to a conflict. The third point. It appears from your argument that you regard the means of production, and, in the first place, the implements of production produced by our nationalized enterprises, as commodities. Can means of production be regarded as commodities in our socialist system? In my opinion they certainly cannot. A commodity is a product which may be sold to any purchaser, and when its owner sells it, he loses ownership of it and the purchaser becomes the owner of the commodity, which he may resell, pledge or allow to rot. Do means of production come within this category? They obviously do not. In the first place, means of production are not sold to any purchaser, they are not sold even to collective farms, they are only allocated by the state to its enterprises. In the second place, when transferring means of production to any enterprise, their owner the state does not at all lose the ownership of them, on the contrary, it retains it fully. In the third place, directors of enterprises who receive means of production from the Soviet state, far from becoming their owners, are deemed to be the agents of the state in the utilization of the means of production in accordance with the plans established by the state. It will be seen, then, that under our system means of production can certainly not be classed in the category of commodities. Why, in that case, do we speak of the value of means of production, their cost of production, their price, etc.? For two reasons. Firstly, this is needed for purposes of calculation and settlement, for determining whether enterprises are paying or running at a loss, for checking and controlling the enterprises. But that is only the formal aspect of the matter. Secondly, it is needed in order, in the interests of our foreign trade, to conduct sales of means of production to foreign countries. Here, in the sphere of foreign trade, but only in this 486 sphere, our means of production really are commodities, and really are sold, in the direct meaning of the term. It therefore follows that in the sphere of foreign trade the means of production produced by our enterprises retain the properties of commodities both essentially and formally, but that in the sphere of domestic economic circulation, means of production lose the properties of commodities, cease to be commodities and pass out of the sphere of operation of the law of value, retaining only the outward integument of commodities, calculation, etc. How is this peculiarity to be explained? The fact of the matter is that in our socialist conditions economic development proceeds not by way of upheavals, but by way of gradual changes, the old not simply being abolished out of hand, but changing its nature in adaptation to the new, and retaining only its form, while the new does not simply destroy the old, but infiltrates into it, changes its nature and its functions, without smashing its form, but utilizing it for the development of the new. This, in our economic circulation, is true not only of commodities, but also of money, as well as of banks, which, while they lose their old functions and acquire new ones, preserve their old form, which is utilized by the socialist system. If the matter is approached from the formal angle, from the angle of the processes taking place on the surface of phenomena, one may arrive at the incorrect conclusion that the categories of capitalism retain their validity under our economy. If, however, the matter is approached from the standpoint of Marxist analysis, which strictly distinguishes between the substance of an economic process and its form, between the deep processes of development and the surface phenomena, one comes to the only correct conclusion, namely, that it is chiefly the form, the outward appearance, of the old categories of capitalism that have remained in our country, but that their essence has radically changed in adaptation to the requirements of the development of the socialist economy. Reply to Comrade Alexander Ilyich Notkin 487. The fourth point. You assert that the law of value exercises a regulating influence on the prices of the means of production produced by agriculture and delivered to the state at the procurement prices. You refer to such means of production as raw materials cotton, for instance. You might have added flax, wool, and other agricultural raw materials. It should first of all be observed that in this case it is not means of production that agriculture produces, but only one of the means of production raw materials. The words means of production should not be juggled with. When Marxists speak of the production of means of production, what they primarily have in mind is the production of implements of production, what Marx calls the instruments of labor, those of a mechanical nature, which, taken as a whole, we may call the bone and muscles of production, which constitute the characteristics of a given epoch of production. To equate a part of the means of production, raw materials, with the means of production, including the implements of production, is to sin against Marxism, because Marxism considers that the implements of production play a decisive role compared with all other means of production. Everyone knows that, by themselves, raw materials cannot produce implements of production, although certain kinds of raw material are necessary for the production of implements of production, while no raw material can be produced without implements of production. Further, is the influence of the law of value on the price of raw materials produced by agriculture a regulating influence, as you, Comrade Notkin, claim? It would be a regulating one, if prices of agricultural raw materials had free play in our country, if the law of competition and anarchy of production prevailed, if we did not have a planned economy, and if the production of raw materials were not regulated by plan. But since all these ifs are missing in our economic system, the influence of the law of value on the price of agricultural raw materials cannot be a regulating one. In the first place, in our country prices of agricultural raw materials are fixed, established by plan, and are not free. In the second place, the 488 quantities of agricultural raw materials produced are not determined spontaneously or by chance elements, but by plan. In the third place, the implements of production needed for the producing of agricultural raw materials are concentrated not in the hands of individuals, or groups of individuals, but in the hands of the state. What then, after this, remains of the regulating function of the law of value? It appears that the law of value is itself regulated by the above-mentioned factors characteristic of socialist production. Consequently, it cannot be denied that the law of value does influence the formation of prices of agricultural raw materials, that it is one of the factors in this process. But still less can it be denied that its influence is not, and cannot be, a regulating one. The fifth point. When speaking, in my remarks, of the profitableness of the socialist national economy, I was controverting certain comrades who allege that, by not giving great preference to profitable enterprises, and by tolerating the existence side by side with them of unprofitable enterprises, our planned economy is killing the very principle of profitableness of economic undertakings. The remarks say that profitableness considered from the standpoint of individual plants or industries is beneath all comparison with that higher form of profitableness which we get from our socialist mode of production, which saves us from crises of overproduction and ensures us a continuous expansion of production. But it would be mistaken to conclude from this that the profitableness of individual plants and industries is of no particular value and is not deserving of serious attention. That, of course, is not true. The profitableness of individual plants and industries is of immense value for the development of our industry. It must be taken into account both when planning construction and when planning production. It is an elementary requirement of our economic activity at the present stage of development. Reply to Comrade Alexander Ilyich Notkin. 489. The sixth point. It is not clear how your words extended production in strongly deformed guise in reference to capitalism are to be understood. It should be said that such production, and extended production at that, does not occur in nature. It is evident that, after the world market has split, and the sphere of exploitation of the world's resources by the major capitalist countries, USA, Britain, France, has begun to contract, the cyclical character of the development of capitalism expansion and contraction of production must continue to operate. However, expansion of production in these countries will proceed on a narrower basis, since the volume of production in these countries will diminish. The seventh point. The general crisis of the world capitalist system began in the period of the First World War, particularly due to the falling away of the Soviet Union from the capitalist system. That was the first stage in the general crisis. A second stage in the general crisis developed in the period of the Second World War, especially after the European and Asian peoples' democracies fell away from the capitalist system. The first crisis, in the period of the First World War, and the second crisis, in the period of the Second World War, must not be regarded as separate, unconnected, and independent crises, but as stages in the development of the general crisis of the world capitalist system. Is the general crisis of world capitalism only a political, or only an economic crisis? Neither the one, nor the other. It is a general, i.e., all-round crisis of the world capitalist system, embracing both the economic and the political spheres. And it is clear that at the bottom of it lies the ever-increasing decay of the world capitalist economic system, on the one hand, and the growing economic might of the countries which have fallen away from capitalism, the USSR, China, and the other people's democracies on the other. April 21, 1952. From, Concerning the Errors of Comrade L. D. Yaroshenko. Some time ago the members of the Political Bureau of the CC, C.P.S.U.B., received a letter from Comrade Yaroshenko, dated March 20, 1952, on a number of economic questions which were debated at the November discussion. The author of the letter complains that the basic documents summing up the discussion, and Comrade Stalin's remarks, contain no reflection whatever of the opinion of Comrade Yaroshenko. Comrade Yaroshenko also suggests in his note that he should be allowed to write a political economy of socialism, to be completed in a year or a year and a half, and that he should be given 2 assistants to help him in the work. I think that both Comrade Yaroshenko's complaint and his proposal need to be examined on their merits. Let us begin with the complaint. Well, then, what is the opinion of Comrade Yaroshenko which has received no reflection whatever in the above-mentioned documents? Comrade Yaroshenko's chief error. To describe Comrade Yaroshenko's opinion in a couple of words, it should be said that it is un-Marxian and, hence, profoundly erroneous. Comrade Yaroshenko's chief error is that he forsakes the Marxist position on the question of the role of the productive forces and of the relations of production in the development of society, that he inordinately overrates the role of the productive forces, and just as inordinately undertakes the role of the relations of production, and ends up by the errors of Yaroshenko 491 declaring that under socialism the relations of production are a component part of the productive forces. Comrade Yaroshenko is prepared to grant the relations of production a certain role under the conditions of antagonistic class contradictions, inasmuch as there the relations of production run counter to the development of the productive forces. But he confines it to a purely negative role, the role of a factor which retards the development of the productive forces, which fetters their development. Any other functions, positive functions, of the relations of production, Comrade Yaroshenko fails to see. As to the socialist system, where antagonistic class contradictions no longer exist, and where the relations of production no longer run counter to the development of the productive forces, here, according to Comrade Yaroshenko, the relations of production lose every vestige of an independent toll, they cease to be a serious factor of development, and are absorbed by the productive forces, becoming a component part of them. Under socialism, Comrade Yaroshenko says, men's production relations become part of the organization of the productive forces, as a means, an element of their organization. Comrade Yaroshenko's letter to the Political Bureau of the CC. If that is so, what is the chief task of a political economy of socialism? Comrade Yaroshenko replies, the chief problem of the political economy of socialism, therefore, is not to investigate the relations of production of the members of socialist society, it is to elaborate and develop a scientific theory of the organization of the productive forces in social production, a theory of the planning of economic development. Comrade Yaroshenko's speech at the plenary discussion. That, in fact, explains why Comrade Yaroshenko is not interested in such economic questions of the socialist system as the existence of different forms of property in our economy, commodity circulation, the law of value, etc., which he believes to be minor questions that only give rise to scholastic disputes. He plainly declares that in his political economy of socialism disputes as to the role of any particular category of socialist political economy value, commodity, money, credit, etc., which very often with us are of a scholastic char. 492. Actor, are replaced by a healthy discussion of the rational organization of the productive forces in social production, by a scientific demonstration of the validity of such organization. Comrade Yaroshenko's speech in the discussion working panel. In short, political economy without economic problems. Comrade Yaroshenko thinks that it is enough to arrange a rational organization of the productive forces, and the transition from socialism to communism will take place without any particular difficulty. He considers that this is quite sufficient for the transition to communism. He plainly declares that under socialism, the basic struggle for the building of a communist society reduces itself to a struggle for the proper organization of the productive forces and their rational utilization in social production. Speech at the plenary discussion. Comrade Yaroshenko solemnly proclaims that communism is the highest scientific organization of the productive forces in social production. It appears, then, that the essence of the communist system begins and ends with the rational organization of the productive forces. From all this, Comrade Yaroshenko concludes that there cannot be a single political economy for all social formations, that there must be two political economies, one for pre-socialist social formations, the subject of investigation of which is men's relations of production, and the other for the socialist system, the subject of investigation of which should be not the production, i.e., the economic, relations, but the rational organization of the productive forces. Such is the opinion of Comrade Yaroshenko. What can be said of this opinion? It is not true, in the first place, that the role of the relations of production in the history of society has been confined to that of a brake, a fetter on the development of the productive forces. When Marxists speak of the retarding role of the relations of production, it is not all relations of production they have in mind, but only the old relations of production, which no longer conform to the growth of the productive forces and, consequently, retard their development. But, as we know, besides the old, there are also new relations of production, which the errors of Yaroshenko 493 supersede the old. Can it be said that the role of the new relations of production is that of a brake on the productive forces? No, it cannot. On the contrary, the new relations of production are the chief and decisive force, the one which in fact determines the further, and, moreover, powerful, development of the productive forces, and without which the latter would be doomed to stagnation, as is the case today in the capitalist countries. Nobody can deny that the development of the productive forces of our Soviet industry has made tremendous strides in the period of the 5-year plans. But this development would not have occurred if we had not, in October 1917, replaced the old, capitalist relations of production by new, socialist relations of production. Without this revolution in the production, the economic, relations of our country, our productive forces would have stagnated, just as they are stagnating today in the capitalist countries. Nobody can deny that the development of the productive forces of our agriculture has made tremendous strides in the past 20 or 25 years. But this development would not have occurred if we had not in the 30s replaced the old, capitalist production relations in the countryside by new, collectivist production relations. Without this revolution in production, the productive forces of our agriculture would have stagnated, just as they are stagnating today in the capitalist countries. Of course, new relations of production cannot, and do not, remain new forever. They begin to grow old and to run counter to the further development of the productive forces, they begin to lose their role of principal mainspring of the productive forces, and become a brake on them. At this point, in place of these production relations which have become antiquated, new production relations appear whose role it is to be the principal mainspring spurring the further development of the productive forces. This peculiar development of the relations of production from the role of a brake on the productive forces to that of the principal mainspring impelling them forward, and from the role of principal mainspring to that of a brake on the productive forces, constitutes one of the chief elements of the 494 Marxian materialist dialectics. Every novice in Marxism knows that nowadays. But Comrade Yaroshenko, it appears, does not know it. It is not true, in the second place, that the production, i.e., the economic, relations lose their independent role under socialism, that they are absorbed by the productive forces, that social production under socialism is reduced to the organization of the productive forces. Marxism regards social production as an integral whole which has two inseparable sides, the productive forces of society, the relation of society to the forces of nature, in contest with which it secures the material values it needs, and the relations of production, the relations of men to one another in the process of production. These are two different sides of social production, although they are inseparably connected with one another. And just because they constitute different sides of social production, they are able to influence one another. To assert that one of these sides may be absorbed by the other and be converted into its component part, is to commit a very grave sin against Marxism. Marx said, "In production men not only act on nature but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production, take place. Consequently, social production consists of two sides, which, although they are inseparably connected, reflect two different categories of relations, the relations of men to nature, productive forces, and the relations of men to one another in the process of production, production relations. Only when both sides of production are present do we have social production, whether it be under the socialist system or under any other social formation." Comrade Yaroshenko, evidently, is not quite in agreement with Marx. He considers that this postulate of Marx is not applicable to the socialist system. Precisely for this reason he reduces the problem of the political economy of socialism to the rational organization of the productive forces, discarding the errors of Yaroshenko 495, the production, the economic, relations, and severing the productive forces from them. If we followed Comrade Yaroshenko, therefore, what we would get is, instead of a Marxian political economy, something in the nature of Bogdanov's universal organizing science. Hence, starting from the right idea that the productive forces are the most mobile and revolutionary forces of production, Comrade Yaroshenko reduces the idea to an absurdity, to the point of denying the role of the production, the economic, relations under socialism, and instead of a full-blooded social production, what he gets is a lopsided and scraggy technology of production, something in the nature of Bukharin's technique of social organization. Marx says, "In the social production of their life, that is, in the production of the material values necessary to the life of men. Men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitute the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness." A contribution to the critique of political economy. Preface. This means that every social formation, socialist society not excluded, has its economic foundation, consisting of the sum total of men's relations of production. What, one asks, happens to the economic foundation of the socialist system with Comrade Yaroshenko? As we know, Comrade Yaroshenko has already done away with relations of production under socialism as a more or less independent sphere, and has included the little that remains of them in the organization of the productive forces. Has the socialist system, one asks, its own economic foundation? Obviously, seeing that the relations of production have disappeared as a more or less independent factor under socialism, the socialist system is left without an economic foundation. 496 Copyright. In short, a socialist system without an economic foundation. A rather funny situation. Is a social system without an economic foundation possible at all? Comrade Yaroshenko evidently believes that it is. Marxism, however, believes that such social systems do not occur in nature. It is not true, lastly, that communism means the rational organization of the productive forces, that the rational organization of the productive forces is the beginning and end of the communist system, that it is only necessary to organize the productive forces rationally, and the transition to communism will take place without particular difficulty. There is in our literature another definition, another formula of communism, Lenin's formula: communism is Soviet rule plus the electrification of the whole country. Lenin's formula is evidently not to Comrade Yaroshenko's liking, and he replaces it with his own homemade formula: communism is the highest scientific organization of the productive forces in social production. In the first place, nobody knows what this higher scientific or rational organization of the productive forces which Comrade Yaroshenko advertises represents, what its concrete import is. In his speeches at the plenum and in the working panels of the discussion, and in his letter to the members of the Political Bureau, Comrade Yaroshenko reiterates this mythical formula dozens of times, but nowhere does he say a single word to explain how the rational organization of the productive forces, which supposedly constitutes the beginning and end of the essence of the communist system, should be understood. In the second place, if a choice must be made between the two formulas, then it is not Lenin's formula, which is the only correct one, that should be discarded, but Comrade Yaroshenko's pseudo-formula, which is so obviously chimerical and un-Marxian, and is borrowed from the arsenal of Bogdanov, from his universal organizing science. Comrade Yaroshenko thinks that we have only to ensure a rational organization of the productive forces, and we shall be able to obtain an abundance of products and to pass to communism, to pass from the formula, to each according to his. The errors of Yaroshenko 497 work, to the formula, to each according to his needs. That is a profound error, and reveals a complete lack of understanding of the laws of economic development of socialism. Comrade Yaroshenko's conception of the conditions for the transition from socialism to communism is far too rudimentary and puerile. He does not understand that neither an abundance of products, capable of covering all the requirements of society, nor the transition to the formula, to each according to his needs, can be brought about if such economic factors as collective farm, group, property, commodity circulation, etc., remain in force. Comrade Yaroshenko does not understand that before we can pass to the formula, to each according to his needs, we shall have to pass through a number of stages of economic and cultural re-education of society, in the course of which work will be transformed in the eyes of society from only a means of supporting life into life's prime want, and social property into the sacred and inviolable basis of the existence of society. In order to pave the way for a real, and not declaratory transition to communism, at least three main preliminary conditions have to be satisfied. 1. It is necessary, in the first place, to ensure, not a mythical rational organization of the productive forces, but a continuous expansion of all social production, with a relatively higher rate of expansion of the production of means of production. The relatively higher rate of expansion of production of means of production is necessary not only because it has to provide the equipment both for its own plants and for all the other branches of the national economy, but also because true production on an extended scale becomes altogether impossible without it. 2. It is necessary, in the second place, by means of gradual transitions carried out to the advantage of the collective farms, and, hence, of all society, to raise collective farm property to the level of public property, and, also by means of gradual transitions, to replace commodity circulation by a system of products exchange, under which the central government, or some other social economic center, might control the whole product of social production in the interests of society. Comrade Yaroshenko is mistaken when he asserts that 498. There is no contradiction between the relations of production and the productive forces of society under socialism. Of course, our present relations of production are in a period when they fully conform to the growth of the productive forces and help to advance them at 7 league strides. But it would be wrong to rest easy at that and to think that there are no contradictions between our productive forces and the relations of production. There certainly are, and will be, contradictions, seeing that the development of the relations of production lags, and will lag, behind the development of the productive forces. Given a correct policy on the part of the directing bodies, these contradictions cannot grow into antagonisms, and there is no chance of matters coming to a conflict between the relations of production and the productive forces of society. It would be a different matter if we were to conduct a wrong policy, such as that which Comrade Yaroshenko recommends. In that case conflict would be inevitable, and our relations of production might become a serious brake on the further development of the productive forces. The task of the directing bodies is therefore promptly to discern incipient contradictions, and to take timely measures to resolve them by adapting the relations of production to the growth of the productive forces. This, above all, concerns such economic factors as group, or collective farm, property and commodity circulation. At present, Of course, these factors are being successfully utilized by us for the promotion of the socialist economy, and they are of undeniable benefit to our society. It is undeniable, too, that they will be of benefit also in the near future. But it would be unpardonable blindness not to see at the same time that these factors are already beginning to hamper the powerful development of our productive forces, since they create obstacles to the full extension of government planning to the whole of the national economy, especially agriculture. There is no doubt that these factors will hamper the continued growth of the productive forces of our country more and more as time goes on. The task therefore is to eliminate these contradictions by gradually converting collective farm property into public property, and by introducing also gradually products exchange in place of commodity circulation. The errors of Yaroshenko 499-3. It is necessary, in the third place, to ensure such a cultural advancement of society as will secure for all members of society the all-round development of their physical and mental abilities, so that the members of society may be in a position to receive an education sufficient to enable them to be active agents of social development, and in a position freely to choose their occupations and not be tied all their lives, owing to the existing division of labor, to some one occupation. What is required for this? It would be wrong to think that such a substantial advance in the cultural standard of the members of society can be brought about without substantial changes in the present status of labor. For this, it is necessary, first of all, to shorten the working day at least to 6, and subsequently to 5 hours. This is needed in order that the members of society might have the necessary free time to receive an all-round education. It is necessary, further, to introduce universal compulsory polytechnical education, which is required in order that the members of society might be able freely to choose their occupations and not be tied to some one occupation all their lives. It is likewise necessary that housing conditions should be radically improved, and that real wages of workers and employees should be at least doubled, if not more, both by means of direct increases of wages and salaries, and, more especially, by further systematic reductions of prices for consumer goods. These are the basic conditions required to pave the way for the transition to communism. Only after all these preliminary conditions are satisfied in their entirety may it be hoped that work will be converted in the eyes of the members of society from a nuisance into life's prime want, Marx, that labor will become a pleasure instead of a burden, Engels, and that social property will be regarded by all members of society as the sacred and inviolable basis of the existence of society. Only after all these preliminary conditions have been satisfied in their entirety will it be possible to pass from the socialist formula, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work, to the communist formula, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. 500. This will be a radical transition from one form of economy, the economy of socialism, to another, higher form of economy, the economy of communism. As we see, the transition from socialism to communism is not such a simple matter as Comrade Yaroshenko imagines. To attempt to reduce this complex and multiform process, which demands deep-going economic changes, to the rational organization of the productive forces, as Comrade Yaroshenko does, is to substitute Bogdanovism for Marxism. Two other errors of Comrade Yaroshenko. One, from his incorrect opinion, Comrade Yaroshenko draws incorrect conclusions relative to the character and province of political economy. Comrade Yaroshenko denies the necessity for a single political economy for all social formations, on the grounds that every social formation has its specific economic laws. But he is absolutely wrong there, and is at variance with such Marxists as Engels and Lenin. Engels says that political economy is the science of the conditions and forms under which the various human societies have produced and exchanged and on this basis have distributed their products. Anti-Diering. Hence, political economy investigates the laws of economic development not of any one social formation, but of the various social formations. With this, as we know, Lenin was in full agreement. In his critical comments on Bukharin's economics of the transition period, he said that Bukharin was wrong in restricting the province of political economy to commodity production, and above all to capitalist production, observing that in doing so Bukharin was taking a step backward from Engels. Fully in conformity with this is the definition of political economy given in the draft textbook, when it says that political economy is the science which studies the laws of the social production and distribution of material values at the various stages of development of human society. That is understandable. The various social formations are governed in their economic development not only by their own specific economic laws, but also by the economic laws that are. The errors of Yaroshenko 501 common to all formations, such as, for instance, the law that the productive forces and the relations of production are united in one integral social production, and the law governing the relations between the productive forces and the relations of production in the process of development of all social formations. Hence, social formations are not only divided from one another by their own specific laws, but also connected with one another by the economic laws common to all formations. Engels was quite right when he said, in order to carry out this critique of bourgeois economy completely, an acquaintance with the capitalist form of production, exchange, and distribution did not suffice. The forms which had preceded it or those which still exist alongside it in less developed countries had also, at least in their main features, to be examined and compared. Anti-Diering. It is obvious that here, on this question, Comrade Yaroshenko is in tune with Bukharin. Further, Comrade Yaroshenko declares that in his political economy of socialism, the categories of political economy value, commodity, money, credit, etc. are replaced by a healthy discussion of the rational organization of the productive forces in social production, that, consequently, the subject of investigation of this political economy will not be the production relations of socialism, but the elaboration and development of a scientific theory of the organization of the productive forces, theory of economic planning, etc., and that, under socialism, the relations of production lose their independent significance and are absorbed by the productive forces as a component part of them. It must be said that never before has any retrograde Marxist delivered himself of such unholy twaddle. Just imagine a political economy of socialism without economic, production problems. Does such a political economy exist anywhere in creation? What is the effect, in a political economy of socialism, of replacing economic problems by problems of organization of the productive forces? The effect is to abolish the political economy of socialism. And that is just what Comrade Yaroshenko does. He abolishes the political economy of socialism. In this, his position fully coincides with that of Bukha. 502. Tin. Bukharin said that with the elimination of capitalism, political economy would also be eliminated. Comrade Yaroshenko does not say this, but he does it. He does abolish the political economy of socialism. True, he pretends that he is not in full agreement with Bukharin, but that is only a trick, and a penny trick. In actual fact he is doing what Bukharin preached and what Lenin rose up in arms against. Comrade Yaroshenko is following in the footsteps of Bukharin. Further, Comrade Yaroshenko reduces the problems of the political economy of socialism to problems of the rational organization of the productive forces, to problems of economic planning, etc. But he is profoundly in error. The rational organization of the productive forces, economic planning, etc., are not problems of political economy, but problems of the economic policy of the directing bodies. They are two different provinces, which must not be confused. Comrade Yaroshenko has confused these two different things, and has made a terrible mess of it. Political economy investigates the laws of development of men's relations of production. Economic policy draws practical conclusions from this, gives them concrete shape, and builds its day-to-day work on them. To foist upon political economy problems of economic policy is to kill it as a science. The province of political economy is the production, the economic, relations of men. It includes, a. the forms of ownership of the means of production, b. the status of the various social groups in production and their interrelations that follow from these forms, or what Marx calls, mutual exchange of their activities, c. the forms of distribution of products, which are entirely determined by them. All these together constitute the province of political economy. This definition does not contain the word exchange, which figures in Engels' definition. It is omitted because exchange is usually understood by many to mean exchange of commodities, which is characteristic not of all, but only of some social formations, and this sometimes gives rise to misunderstanding, even though the word exchange with Engels did not mean only commodity exchange. As will be seen, however, that which Engels meant by the word exchange has the errors of Yaroshenko 503 been included, as a component part, in the above definition. Hence, this definition of the province of political economy fully coincides in content with Engels' definition. 2. When speaking of the basic economic law of some particular social formation, the presumption usually is that the latter cannot have several basic economic laws, that it can have only some one basic economic law, which precisely for that reason is the basic law. Otherwise we should have several basic economic laws for each social formation, which would be contrary to the very concept of a basic law. But Comrade Yaroshenko does not agree with this. He thinks that it is possible to have not one, but several basic economic laws of socialism. It is incredible, but a fact. At the plenary discussion, he said, "The magnitudes and correlations of the material funds of social production and reproduction are determined by the available labor power engaged in social production and its prospective increase. This is the basic economic law of socialist society, and it determines the structure of socialist social production and reproduction. That is one basic economic law of socialism." In this same speech Comrade Yaroshenko declared, "In socialist society, the correlations between departments I and II are determined by the fact that production must have means of production in quantities sufficient to enlist all the able-bodied members of the population in social production. This is the basic economic law of socialism, and it is at the same time a demand of our constitution, following from the right to work enjoyed by Soviet citizens. That, so to speak, is a second basic economic law of socialism." Lastly, in his letter to the members of the Political Bureau, Comrade Yaroshenko declares, "Accordingly, the essential features and requirements of the basic economic law of socialism may, it seems to me, be roughly formulated as follows: the continuous expansion and perfection of the production of the material and cultural conditions of life of society." Here we have a third basic economic law of socialism. Whether all these laws are basic economic laws of socialism. 504. Or only one of them, and if only one of them, which exactly to these questions Comrade Yaroshenko gives no answer in his last letter addressed to the members of the Political Bureau. When formulating the basic economic law of socialism in his letter to the members of the Political Bureau he forgot, it is to be presumed, that in his speech at the plenary discussion 3 months earlier he had already formulated 2 other basic economic laws of socialism, evidently believing that nobody would notice this dubious maneuver, to say the least of it. But, as we see, he miscalculated. Let us assume that the first 2 basic economic laws of socialism formulated by Comrade Yaroshenko no longer exist, and that from now on he regards as the basic economic law of socialism the third one, which he formulated in his letter to the members of the Political Bureau. Let us turn to this letter. Comrade Yaroshenko says in this letter that he does not agree with the definition of the basic economic law of socialism which Comrade Stalin gave in his remarks. He says, "The chief thing in this definition is the securing of the maximum satisfaction of the requirements of the whole of society. Production is presented here as the means of attaining this principal aim, satisfaction of requirements. Such a definition furnishes grounds for assuming that the basic economic law of socialism formulated by you is based not on the primacy of production, but on the primacy of consumption." It is evident that Comrade Yaroshenko has completely failed to understand the essence of the problem, and does not see that talk about the primacy of consumption or of production has absolutely nothing to do with the case. When speaking of the primacy of any social process over another, it is usually assumed that the two processes are more or less homogeneous in character. One may, and should, speak of the primacy of the production of means of production over the production of means of consumption, because production is involved in both cases, and they are therefore more or less homogeneous. But one cannot speak, and it would be wrong to speak, of the primacy of consumption over production, or of production over consumption, because production and consumption are two entirely different spheres, which, it is. The errors of Yaroshenko 505 true, are connected with one another, but which are different spheres all the same. Comrade Yaroshenko obviously fails to realize that what we are speaking of here is not the primacy of consumption or of production, but of what aim society sets social production, to what purpose it subordinates social production under socialism, say. So that when Comrade Yaroshenko says that the basis of the life of socialist society, as of all other society, is production, it is entirely beside the point. Comrade Yaroshenko forgets that men produce not for production's sake, but in order to satisfy their needs. He forgets that production divorced from the satisfaction of the needs of society withers and dies. Can we speak in general of the aims of capitalist or socialist production, of the purposes to which capitalist or socialist production are subordinated? I think that we can and should. Marx says, the direct aim of capitalist production is not the production of goods, but the production of surplus value, or of profit in its developed form, not the product, but the surplus product. From this standpoint, labor itself is productive only insofar as it creates profit or surplus product for capital. Insofar as the worker does not create it, his labor is unproductive. Consequently, the sum total of applied productive labor is of interest to capital only to the extent that through it or in relation to it the sum total of surplus labor increases. Only to that extent is what is called necessary labor time necessary. To the extent that it does not produce this result, it is superfluous and has to be discontinued. It is the constant aim of capitalist production to produce the maximum surplus value or surplus product with the minimum of capital advanced. Insofar as this result is not attained by overworking the laborer, it is a tendency of capital to seek to produce a given product with the least expenditure, economizing labor power and costs. The laborers themselves figure in this conception as what they actually are in capitalist production, only means of production, not an aim in themselves and not the aim of production. Theory of Surplus Value, Volume I, Part 2. These words of Marx are remarkable not only because they concisely and precisely define the aim of capitalist product 506 copyrightion, but also because they indicate the basic aim, the principal purpose, which socialist production should be set. Hence, the aim of capitalist production is profit-making. As to consumption, capitalism needs it only insofar as it ensures the making of profit. Outside of this, consumption means nothing to capitalism. Man and his needs disappear from its field of vision. What is the aim of socialist production? What is that main purpose to which social production should be subordinated under socialism? The aim of socialist production is not profit, but man and his needs, that is, the satisfaction of his material and cultural requirements. As is stated in Comrade Stalin's remarks, the aim of socialist production is the securing of the maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole of society. Comrade Yaroshenko thinks that what he is confronted with here is the primacy of consumption over production. That, of course, is a misapprehension. Actually, what we have here is not the primacy of consumption, but the subordination of socialist production to its principal aim of securing the maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole of society. Consequently, maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole of society is the aim of socialist production. Continuous expansion and perfection of socialist production on the basis of higher techniques is the means for the achievement of the aim. Such is the basic economic law of socialism. Desiring to preserve what he calls the primacy of production over consumption, Comrade Yaroshenko claims that the basic economic law of socialism consists in the continuous expansion and perfection of the production of the material and cultural conditions of society. That is absolutely wrong. Comrade Yaroshenko grossly distorts and vitiates the formula given in Comrade Stalin's remarks. With him, production is converted from a means into an end, and the maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of society is thrown out. What we get is expansion of production for the sake of expansion of production, product. The errors of Yaroshenko 507 as an aim in itself, man and his requirements disappear from Comrade Yaroshenko's field of vision. It is therefore not surprising that, with the disappearance of man as the aim of socialist production, every vestige of Marxism disappears from Comrade Yaroshenko's conception. And so, what Comrade Yaroshenko arrives at is not the primacy of production over consumption, but something like the primacy of bourgeois ideology over Marxist ideology. SS. May 22, 1952. Speech to the 19th Congress. Of the Communist Party. Of the Soviet Union? October 14, 1952. Comrades. Allow me, in the name of our Congress, to express our gratitude to all the fraternal parties and groups whose representatives have honored our Congress with their presence or who have sent to our Congress welcoming salutations, gratitude for your friendly greetings, for your wishes of success, for your confidence. For us this confidence is especially valuable, as it signifies readiness to support our party in its struggle for a bright future for the peoples of the world, in its struggle against war, in its struggle for the preservation of peace. It would be a mistake to think that our party, being now a mighty power, is no longer in need of support. This is untrue. Our party and our country always were and always will be in need of the trust, sympathy, and support of fraternal peoples abroad. What is special about this support is that any support of the peaceful aspirations of our party by a fraternal party also means at the same time support of their own people in their struggle for the preservation of peace. At the time of the armed aggression against the Soviet Union in 1918-19, when English workers organized a struggle against the war under the slogan "Hands off Russia," that was support, first of all, of their own people's struggle for peace, and then, SEC 1 translated from Pravda, October 15, 1952, by Kathleen Kerr. This is Stalin's last known major public address. Speech to the 19th Congress 509 on support of the Soviet Union. When Comrade Therese and Comrade Togliatti declare that their people will not make war against the peoples of the Soviet Union, then that is support, first of all, for the workers and peasants of France and Italy in their struggle for peace, and then support for the peaceful aspirations of the Soviet Union. This special characteristic of mutual support is accounted for by the fact that the interests of our party not only do not contradict, but, on the contrary, merge with the interests of all peace-loving peoples. The interests of the Soviet Union in general are inseparable from the cause of peace throughout the world. Clearly, our party must not remain in debt to its fraternal parties, but rather must in turn render them support in their struggle for the liberation of their peoples and in their struggle for the preservation of peace. As is well known, that is exactly what our party does. After our party seized power in 1917 and began the actual liquidation of the oppression of the capitalist and landlord systems, representatives of fraternal parties, admiring the bravery and success of our party, conferred upon it the title Shock Brigade of the worldwide revolutionary and workers' movement. In this way they expressed their hope that the victories of the Shock Brigade would advance the cause of the people still languishing under the oppression of capitalism. I think that our party has justified these hopes, especially during the period of the Second World War, when the Soviet Union, crushing the German and Japanese military tyranny, delivered the nations of Europe and Asia from the menace of fascist slavery. Of course it was quite hard to fulfill this esteemed role while the Shock Brigade was still the only one of its kind, carrying out its vanguard role almost in solitude. That's how things used to be. Now it's a completely different matter. Now, when from China and Korea to Czechoslovakia and Hungary new shock brigades have emerged in the form of people's democracies, now it has become easier for our party to carry out its tasks and the work has gone more cheerfully. Special attention must be given to those communist, democratic, or worker peasant parties that have not yet come to power and still labor beneath the harsh heel of draconic bourgeois rule. It's harder for them to work, of course. 510 copyright, but it's not as hard for them to work as it was for us Russian communists during the Tsarist period, when the smallest movement forward was proclaimed a most serious crime. However, the Russian communists stood firm, were not frightened by the difficulty, and attained victory. The same shall be with these parties. Why will it not be as hard for these parties to work, in comparison with the Russian communists of the Tsarist period? Because, in the first place, they have before their eyes the examples of struggle and success presented by the Soviet Union and the people's democracies. Consequently, they can learn from the mistakes and successes of these countries and thus lighten their labor. Because, secondly, the bourgeoisie itself, the major enemy of the liberation movement, has become different, has changed in a significant way, has become more reactionary, has lost contact with the people, and thus has weakened itself. Clearly this situation also must lighten the work of the revolutionary and democratic parties. Formerly, the bourgeoisie presumed to play the liberal, defending bourgeois democratic freedoms, and thereby gain some popularity for itself among the people. Now not a trace of this liberalism remains. There are no longer any so-called personal freedoms. The rights of individuality are recognized now only for those who have capital, and all the rest of the citizens are treated as human raw material, fit only for exploitation. The principle of equality of peoples and nations is trampled underfoot, replaced by the principle of equal rights for the exploiting minority and total absence of rights for the exploited majority of citizens. The banner of bourgeois democratic freedoms has been thrown overboard. In my opinion, it has fallen upon you, representatives of communist and democratic parties, to pick up this banner and carry it forward if you wish to gather around yourselves the majority of the people. There is no one else to raise it. Formerly, the bourgeoisie was considered the leader of nations, it maintained the rights and independence of nations, putting them before all else. Now not a trace of this national principle remains. Now the bourgeoisie will sell the rights and independence of their nations for dollars. The ban. N41. Speech to the 19th Congress 511 of National Independence and National Sovereignty has been thrown overboard. There is no doubt that it has fallen upon you, representatives of communist and democratic parties, to pick it up and carry it forward, if you wish to be patriots of your countries, if you wish to become the leaders of nations. There is no one else to raise it. Thus stands the matter in the present time. Certainly all these circumstances must lighten the work of communist and democratic parties that have not yet come into power. It follows that these are all reasons to count on success and victory for our fraternal parties in countries still under the rule of capital. Long live our fraternal parties! Long life to the leaders of our fraternal parties! Long live peace among nations! Down with the makers of war! The speech is repeatedly punctuated by storms of applause, and ends with a tumultuous ovation and enthusiastic cheers for Stalin as leader of the world revolution and the forces of peace among nations. 2.